Mad little monkey, you climbed up in that tree. What you doing up there? Why you scared? Why you running from every debate? You ran from Andrew and from me. Mad little monkey, mad little monkey, mad little monkey. You like the female monkeys with them bananas between their trees, hanging down, upside down, frown, that's a smile. Mad little monkey, what you doing to me? Climbing up that tree. Matt and a female male monkey climbed up the tree. KSSING and doing much more and worse than that. Mad little monkey, mad little monkey, mad little monkey. You like the female monkeys with them bananas between their trees, hanging down, upside down, frown, that's a smile. Mad little monkey, what you doing to me? Climbing up that tree. Give me a na-na-na, na-na-na. One more big na-na-na. Cause my name is Mad little monkey, but I say it's not a banana, I say it's a JJ. That reminds me of Jay, he beat me in a debate.
This isn't like
Mad little monkey, mad little monkey, mad little monkey. You like the female monkeys with them bananas between their trees, hanging down, upside down, frown, that's a smile. Mad little monkey, what you doing to me? Mad little monkey, what happened to you, baby? I thought you was all about reason and you was all about science, but now you're saying all kind of bunch of nonsense.
That's what they call an after party.
I was born in Romania in a Christian family. Pentecostal. I was born in Romania in a Christian family. Pentecostal.
That's a damn church right there. That's time for the church, son. We about to have an eyes wide shut church party in the basement. Dude, that's what they call an after party. Y'all ever heard of the after party? You know what I'm saying?
I was born in Romania in a Christian family. Pentecostal. I was born in Romania in a Christian family. Pentecostal.
I put my key in the ignition. I'm fresh out the kitchen. I put my key in the ignition. I'm fresh out the kitchen. Sippin' on coke wrong. I'm like, so what, I'm drunk. It's a freaking weekend, baby. We about to have some church. Some church.
I was born in Romania in a Christian family. Pentecostal. Pentecostal. I was born in Romania in a Christian family. Pentecostal.
Black kings, black bishops, black players, people of the chocolate persuasion. Black kings, black bishops, black players, people of the chocolate persuasion. Black kings, black bishops, black players, people of the chocolate persuasion. Black kings, black bishops, black players, people of the chocolate persuasion.
But the Dark Ages was a time when black people ruled Europe. So when you go into the real history, you'll see King James was...
That's King James right there. That's James LeBron. That's King LeBron right there.
black. He was not a white guy. You'll see his whole lineage of kings.
Black kings, black bishops, black players, people of the chocolate persuasion. Black kings, black bishops, black players, people of the chocolate persuasion. Black kings, black bishops, black players, people of the chocolate persuasion. Black kings, black bishops, black players, people of the chocolate persuasion.
Who was a homosexual himself, who was in love with his sister Lucretia, who they made the image of Lucretia to be Mary. And that became the Renaissance era. Lucretia.
So hold on, you telling me Lucretia? That's a black name right there. How you gonna say that the people that was framing the black people were also black? That don't make no sense. Lucretia is a black as hell name. Lucretia. Church even allowed it, you know what I'm saying? The church allowed for straight pimping, but that have been suppressed. Listen to my brother. In the 1500s, it was legal to be a pimp. Black kings, black bishops, black players, people of the chocolate persuasion. Black kings, black bishops, black players, people of the chocolate persuasion.
Try to fix today's problems. Politically. And this is what so many people in alt circles and alt-right and alt-whatever and alt-media, they all seem to think that there's like a political solution to man's problems. And really the whole of modernity is built on this neo-pagan concept of political salvation. And there is no political salvation for man, because man's problems are not essentially political, they're spiritual. Hierarchy of how man views himself in the world has been inverted. I've covered over and over and over the white papers that actually discussed how to invert and subvert that, changing images of man, things like this. So what has to happen is that the inversion has to be reverted back to the way it needs to be. And that means that first and foremost for man, it is spiritual issues. Those come first. Then we have the things like the philosophy and the family and the social issues and things like that. That comes next. And race or ethnicity can be classed as part of that. That is, in other words, you caring for your people is just a broader extension of the family, the tribe, the nation. Right? It all depends on what we mean by these words and these terms. Now, America and Americanism is the first attempt at a completely propositional nation. And this is well known. This is not debated in political theory. I think even Abraham Lincoln referred to it that way.
It's nice to have a little bit of that classic Amid the Ruins 1453 Dire Wave. Shout out to Amid the Ruins. We haven't played that as an intro for many years, and somebody was complaining, why'd you play that stupid 007 song when you could have been playing this? Well, I played that for like 5 years straight every day. So there's a time and a season. It was good to take a break. It was good to have a bit of a different vibe for a little while. But we've got such a roster now of cringecore, dire wave all over the place that it's a fruitful genre. And we're even getting Jim Bob songs on the cringecore label. Shout out to Dr. Evo. Welcome, everybody. It's another day of open forum, open discussion. I want to first start with a little bit of Dilla Monkey, a little bit of a ooh ooh ee ee ah ah ah, ooh ooh ee ee ah ah ah, yeah, because this video cracked me up. A gaytheist posted an AI that's going to help us understand the magical mystery tour of evolution. Load up Load up for the mystery tour. Load up. The magical mystery tour is coming to make you gay. Coming to make you gay. Make you gay. Yes, you heard me correctly. We can all become Parker and Danny's or whatever that dude's name was from Pierce Morgan. We can all become gaytheists. You just got to learn the Marvel fan fiction mysteries of the MCU, magical transformations. So let's learn how it works. Let's check this out. All right, I didn't know it had music, so let me turn the music down. Hold on. All right, let's start this over because it's got stupid ass copyright music. Now let's identify all these cool creatures. Cool creatures, dude. Collect them all. Evolutionary Pokemons, bro. Watch this. So we got a little slug here. Did you know that ducks come from slugs? Duh. It's science, bro. You put a little more science in that tank and you'd understand. Okay, so we get slugs turn into snails. Yeah, I get that. That makes sense. Okay, yeah, science. That turns into something that looks like a tick crossed with a gay tick, basically. He's got some sass. A gay tick that turns into some kind of a mollusk of some sort. This is science, by the way, clearly. Okay, and then that turns into a ladybug, a big underwater ladybug with goggles, with steampunk goggles. You'll see the steampunk goggles right there. That turns into a fish, clearly. That turns into Tiktaalik. Our old friend Tiktaalik. Y'all don't know who Tiktaalik. Tiktaalik is so famous that he became a meme. We used to make fun of Tiktaalik 10 years ago on the Afternoon Commute podcast, Hoaxbusters Call. He's this little cute doodad here. Look at him. That's why he made it onto the cover. He was crawling across Candace's desk on my thumbnail. Y'all like my thumbnail today? I put Candace, Tiktaalik, the Pope, and my favorite Jewish queen, Buffy the Vampire Slayer, right there. So that clearly existed, that thing. Don't worry about the ergonomics of how it actually fed and run around and worked. Don't worry about that. Don't worry about whether or not that thing could actually do anything. It's real. Because watch the science. Okay, so here's Tiktaalik right here. But this is like when he got legs. He was sitting around in that muck. And then he was like, man, I wish I could get over on the land. And he pooped out some legs, dude. And then he was like, yeah, now I'm a gator, dude. I'm a gator. And by the way, when he became a gator, he can immediately feed on all the Tiktaaliks that didn't have legs. So remember, this is 380 million. There's hundreds of millions of years of these chimeras. But there's no fossils of a chimera. Isn't that interesting? There's no actual fossils of... We should actually be like covered up. Like walking around, swimming through fossils and bones of all of these monsters. But there aren't any monster chimera bones anywhere. Like then he turns into another alligator. So he went from gator to gator. That was an alligator. He's a gator. Okay, now he's still in the pond scum. Get out of the pond scum, dude. Come on. We know you can walk. There we go. Get up on the land. Now he's becoming a dinosaur. Now he's becoming a velociraptor. Now he's becoming... We're going to have Chris Pratt riding him with Scarlett Johansson in a minute. They're literally like 2 million years away from Chris Pratt riding it. Come on, turn into a gator. Turn into a dinosaur. Yes, he's a full T-Rex. Now, you like I went to full T-Rex. Where's the duck, by the way? I thought we were getting to ducks. So that we're at Velociraptor, literal Jurassic World bull crap. Hold on, though. We're about to get to T-Rex. No, he went small again. Hold up, dude. Hold up. He was a giant ass water Rex. And then he shrunk back down to a gecko like we got in my backyard. Now he's growing back. No, he turned into a bird, dude. What? I'm starting to think that ancient animal creatures had magical powers. They had like Harry Potter powers. This is the Harry Potter world, bro. This is Hogwarts evolutionary biology. We got to have who's the next professor at Hogwarts? Richard Dawkins.
Why, yes, I did put my pee-pee in the poo-poo of Dumbledore. Why, yes, there's nothing wrong with it. Because there's no God, you see.
Okay, so now we went from T-Rex to finch. I don't know anything about birds. I'm just going to call this a finch. T-Rex to finch to goose to duck. Oh, that's how it happened. Clearly. And then he walked. I like how the duck swam but then grew legs. So there was a legless duck for a while. Wait a minute, how did he paddle if he didn't have legs? Ooh. Oh, maybe he used his Dumbledore or his Harry Potter power, his Hogwarts powers. What's the Hogwarts spell for turning into something? Some of y'all nerds in the chat will know. Darwining. Exactly. We straight up Darwining. Matt Duck a monkey. You quacked up in this tree. Matt Duck a monkey. Okay. In honor of Matt Dilla Monkey, I will play the song because you all want it. And it really fits the Matt Dillon Monkey. No, Matt Dillon Monkey. No, that doesn't sound right. Only because it fits Matt Dillon Monkey.
Matt Dillon Monkey, you climbed up in that tree.
Matt Duck and Monkey, you quacked up in that tree.
What you doing up there? Why you scared? Why you running from every debate? You ran from Andrew and from me. Matt Dillon Monkey, you like they female monkeys with their bananas between their trees.
Feeling it.
Hanging down, upside down, frown. That's a smile.
Y'all feel that?
A smile.
We're making it out of the trees with this one.
That Dilla monkey, what you doing to me? Dilla monkey.
Yes.
Dilla monkey.
Okay. All right, that's enough of that. I had to do it. We got to make a TikTok song. TikTok, I want to touch you. TikTok, I want to TikTok you. TikTok. Maybe if you lick a TikTok, do you get a trip like a frog? If you lick a frog, you get an acid trip. If you lick a TikTok, you get a evolutionary descent back into your genetic memories. Speaking of which, while we're on this subject of Marvel Universe Hogwarts fanfiction, remember that movie Lucy? Lucy cracks me up because it's such a stupid movie. But it's actually worth watching because of the nonsense of what people believe, right? You understand that when you buy into this story, you're actually believing the type of thing that you see in the Lucy movie. It's so stupid, but it's science, dude. Just tack science on it. put a little science in that tank. Put a little pee-pee in the poo-poo is science. And it's true. And in fact, I even included Lucy in my book, my third book, because of the evolutionary nonsense. I included 4 evolutionary transcendence type movies. Yeah, here we go. Right. So in part 3, there's a whole chapter on this, but I also included the Planet of the Apes, Monkeys, and the reboot. And I'll tell you why in a minute, because you're like, well, those are stupid. No, actually, there's some pretty interesting symbolism, particularly in the old and the new Planet of the Apes movies, because everybody watches those. Oh, those are just stupid sci-fi movies. Oh, really? But you actually believe stupid sci-fi things. So why is that stupid when you literally believe like the exact same level of stuff? So Grimes was popping off on Twitter today. All right. And I like Grimes's music. I like Grimes. I'm going to be the hipster right now. Be like, dude, I was listening to Grimes when like her top video had like 40,000 views. That's true though. I really was. This is pre-Elon era Grimes. So she was going off about how she liked the movie Arrival. And I was talking about how it's globalist propaganda. And then Grimes mentioned that she somebody in the comments was like, oh, Grimes, oh, I love you. Oh, you gotta watch Transcendence with Johnny Depp. It's so deep, it freaking blew my mind. Dude, Transcendence is the stupidest transhumanist movie of all time. And all of these movies have a very similar theme. What's the common theme between Transcendence, Lucy, Planet of the Gapes? Oh, it's the evolutionary Harry Potter, Hogwarts, Marvel Cinematic Universe mythology. So if you don't know, in this movie, a hot chick gets kidnapped by the triads or the Yakuza. Okay, yeah, right. This chick's definitely hanging out with the triads. Yeah, she's definitely a like street level addict chick, right? Sure. And she gets co-opted into being what they think is a drug runner. So they're gonna cut open her belly and stick a pack of drugs in there. Well, it turns out the drug is this nootropic, this like super advanced, it's like super meth. Okay. So basically Scarlett Johansson gets infected with a gigantic pouch of super meth because when they put it inside of her, she gets beat up and it unlocks her evolutionary potential. Well, enter Morgan Freeman, who is over here giving Dawkins style lectures at some stupid ass college, right?
Imagine if we could access 100%, interesting things begin to happen.
We only use our brain in 3%, right? So we're only using a few percentages of our brain capacities. And because that proves evolution, because everything proves evolution. Did you know, by the way, that literally everything proves evolutionary theory? Literally everything. Junk DNA proves it, because remember Richard Dawkins, since we're on the theme of ducks evolving from Tiktaalik, Richard Dawkins years ago said that junk DNA proves evolution because we evolved and we have all these holdover components, all this bloatware on our body that's not necessary. Oh, but wait a minute. It turns out when we figured out that actually there is a usage for some of the body parts that we thought had no function, Richard Dawkins flips the script and says, well, of course, there are no junk DNAs and everything is useful, and that proves evolution. So basically, everything functions to prove evolution, even when evolution is disproven, because it's an unfalsifiable system. There's 3 unfalsifiable systems out there. Did you know that? Classical Marxism, because if you ever critique Marxism, you would only critique it because you're part of the bourgeoisie. So by default, by necessity, your argument is disqualified. Papism, because every argument against the papacy is disproven because the papacy refutes any argument against it because the papacy is the final authority. And third, evolutionary mythology. They all are unfalsifiable. But here's the problem with unfalsifiable systems. They're actually extremely weak, because a system that's actually strong doesn't have to constantly concoct bullcrap to prop up the system because it's so weak. Anyways, so it turns out when Scarlett Johansson gets the meth released, the super meth, into her bloodstream, she turns into the ultimate slay queen. Not just the ultimate slay queen, she actually transcends time and space, unites with the nanotech black goo. Yes, there's nanotech black goo all in this movie. She becomes one with the nanotech black goo. She gets revenge on Ryan Rivera over here from the Sam Hyde show. Goes and kills all the Yakuza triads. And yes, I know there's a difference. I'm being silly, dummies. And she turns full, look, she gets the spice. She goes full Aryan spice mode with blue eyes. She can then transmutate into anything, because just like the video that we watched, transhumanism, Gendreism, is the same thing as evolutionary mutation. They're all the same worldview. So why wouldn't she be able to, once she harnesses all the genetic memory powers all the way back to Lucy? Lucy is, by the way, the first monkey that, I don't know, realized it was gay or whatever. So it was awake when it was learned that it was gay. And she goes back in time because she's got God powers now. She's a goddess, dude. She goes back in time and she looks in the eyes of the first gay monkey, Lucy. And guess what its name was? Lucy. I told you. You're too dumb to even get it, because even when I told you, you didn't even get it because you're unevolved. Lucy, dude. Your mom just got blowed. Lucy. Lucifer. Lucifer is actually the gay enlightening monkey. Follow with me here. Matt Dilla Monkey also likes monkeys with peepees that are women. Follow with me here. Transcendence, transhumanism, transvestitism, transvestigial organisms, transvestigial orgasms. Okay, I'm getting ridiculous. I couldn't resist it though. There's just too much nonsense and all this bull crap, dude. Anyway, so yeah, so when you get the meth, the super meth inside your bloodstream, and you become the goddess, you can pretty much just like Neuralink anything, dude. Whoa. She has power over time and space and matter. And then she goes back in time to stare into the eyes of the first gay monkey, Lucy. Your mind just got blowed. That's the evolutionary world. That's what all you dummies believe. Because it's science. Because the reason is science is rationality. Now, in transcendence, which is just as stupid, I'm sorry, Grimes, but y'all believe a bunch of nonsense. John Depp. Okay, he's over here with Paul Bettany, and he's like Ray Kurzweil or something. It's been a while since I watched this, right? So he's like Ray Kurzweil, and he's like a tech dork. I don't know what he is, and he's lost his wife, Rebecca Hall. And so he's going to put all the information and the data into the big supercomputer, and he's going to bring her back, right? But then, oh no, wait, never mind. He didn't lose her. I forget what I don't remember the plot, but basically he harnesses a bunch of like solar panels and creates a supercomputer out in the desert, and he uploads his consciousness to the cloud, dude. Oh shit, bro, my mind got blown. Imagine if John Depp uploaded his consciousness to the cloud. The cloud would be like 80 proof if he did that. But I don't know. That's the best I could come up with. Yeah, the cloud is drunk right now because John Depp just got uploaded. The cloud is stoned off its rockers because John Depp just got uploaded to the cloud. Anyway, this is the stupid shit that people believe. This is what everyone believes is science. This is like the normie religion is all this crap right here. Anyways. I want to TikTok lick you up and down. My TikTok song is turning into one of those nasty 90s R&B songs. Remember those? Like Thong da dong dong dong. Cisco and R. Kelly. He could write a dirty ass song about TikTok lick. I want to TikTok lick you up and down. Anyways, okay, we'll take a couple calls because I'm in the mood now. Y'all got me turned up and turned on. All of this talk of Dilla monkeys and licking TikToks is, woo, it's getting hot in here. My feet are sweating. My underarms are sweating. I'm going to have to go take a cold shower because I'm starting to evolve. Christian, what's up? What's that stupid R&B song? Let me lick you up and down.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yeah, man. What's up?
Yeah. What's your reason for not supporting Israel?
What?
What is your reason for not supporting
Bro, give me a... Get the hell out of here. What are you talking about? Sons of Jared, what's up? Dude's calling me from freaking 55 BC, 55 million years ago. Trying to call from the primordial. Dude's calling from the primordial soup. What's up, man?
Hey, what's up, Jay? Last time we were here, we talked about the abstracting from abstraction, the Keegan classification. And I got cut
Freak
out,
me,
so
baby.
I don't know if you need to elaborate or we can move on to the topic of today, actually.
What?
Last time I called you, we talked about the Keegan classification and the abstract from abstraction.
Yes. Remember
And
this.
I didn't know if you want me to elaborate or we can move on to today's topic.
Yeah, you talking about whatever you want, bro.
All right. So remember a guy who called you last time, and he said he had a problem with Paul, but he never told you what the problem with Paul was.
You talking about the Jewish guy?
Yeah, he's a.
Yeah, remember that.
Yeah. So,
Remember that?
Did you come across the book "The Jews versus Rome" by Barry Strauss? He's a Jewish writer.
Is that the one that BB referenced?
I don't know. I'm not sure what BB.
No, BB Netanyahu, dude.
Yeah, I know. I don't know what he's doing. I'm not following him. So
No, it went viral because he said that he's been reading that book because he doesn't want to lose against Rome this time because last time in 70 AD they lost against Rome. So that's the book that Netanyahu's talking about.
Interesting. Well, that book in it, that's about Rome, but they kind of talk about the problem with Paul. Of course, you're familiar with the story, right? The temple get destroyed, and now you have rabbinic Judaism. But what's interesting is that in that book, they're talking about how Paul, the apostle, they are all they consider themselves Jews, right? They were in synagogue. Some Jews accepted Christ, some did not. Some thought of him as a prophet. But the problem with Paul is that Paul was the major one who opened it up to Gentiles. I mean, you know this.
Yeah, I'm aware of all that. What about it?
So that's why in that book, this is where they go, that he shattered the idea of Judaism and Christianity because he opened up to Gentiles.
He
And this
shattered
is
it.
where-
He shat.
Yeah. Yeah.
Your language is cracking me up, man. It's just funny. Go ahead. Yeah, no, Paul shattered that. I got it. Yeah,
Yes,
Paul was chosen to be. I mean, Peter originally is the first to speak to the Gentiles in Acts 10 when he talks to Cornelius, but then Paul, because of his experience, is also providentially used in his missionary journeys to really spread, the church to the Gentiles.
So yeah, that's the problem. It's no longer ethnic. That's their problem with Paul, because even
Yes,
there's
correct.
something happened also when you would know more of the scripture when Peter would say something and he refused to eat with Gentiles and then Paul correct him.
Yeah.
I don't know if you know the story. So
Of course it is. Yeah.
I think it's interesting, right? And then Peter. And according to some Jewish people, they believe that Paul took the Jewish mysticism, the Kabbalah, and this became more like hesychasmus, what the Orthodox, the monks do, right? The hesychasm. So in a way, it's funny that Christianity is it's more Jewish than today's Judaism. But you know this, but most people don't know this.
Yeah, that's why we always appreciate that. That's why we always promote the documentary of Orthodox Shahada, right? Christian worship in the Old Testament, because it shows that the real Hebrew religion is not rabbinic, but Babylonian Talmudic Judaism. The real Hebrew religion is what we have in the Orthodox Church. Exactly, nailed it. And this comes to full fruition, by the way, by the time of the Seventh Council, when there's a dispute between the Hellenists and the Orthodox over hesychasm, prayer of the heart, icons, and Neoplatonism. This eventually leads to the shutting down of the Platonic Academy by St. Justinian in the Byzantine Empire and the Eastern Roman Empire, precisely because the church chose Jerusalem over Athens. And that was the thesis of our talk. What do you mean? Is the audio bad? Oh, not this crap again. Is that better? Hopefully that fixes it. We thought this was fixed. It's weird because there were no audio issues for the last several weeks, and then suddenly it just pops back up. Is it back? Yes, thank you. I know that it's hard to listen when the audio is bad. Thank you for that very perceptive, insightful comment that the audio being bad degrades the quality of the live stream. Thank you so much for that comment, because otherwise I would think that worse quality audio would actually make it more appealing. But thank you to that rando for that comment, which is very insightful. Very insightful. I wonder if I should up the quality. What if I up the quality of everything? Then would the whole thing be better, perhaps? Do you guys think? What do you guys think? Rowdy Rhodesian, what's up? By the way, Silk, that's the song I was trying to think of. Freak me, baby. Let me TikTok lick you up and down. Remember how dirty 90s R&B was? It was gross, dude. The whole thing is just like, I wanna lick you up and down, and then I wanna lay you down. Let me lick you up and down. But we're not being dirty. We're talking about evolution. We're talking about TikTok lick. All you perverts in the audience. Rowdy, what's up, man?
Hello, Jay. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
I'm calling in because I wanted to ask if you were aware of a book called Against the Machine by Paul Kingsnorth. My wife and I have been reading it recently, and we've really been enjoying it. I want to know if you have any thoughts on it. It's by an Orthodox layperson. It's kind of about the sort of bureaucratic overtaking of organic human civilization by these mechanisms of institutional control that the author kind of describes monolithically as the machine. He goes into it more succinctly than I can describe it here to you in one sentence, but it's a good book so far.
Okay, I'll definitely check it out. Tell me one more time what it's called.
It's called Against the Machine, on the Unmaking of Humanity.
Okay, welcome, my son. Welcome, my son, to the machine. Welcome, my son. to the machine. Man, talk about cucked boomers, dude. All of the, except for Roger Waters, like the entirety of Pink Floyd are like the worst boomers, man. Ugh. Every establishment thing you could think of. Like David Gilmour had, like he had the black square. He had the Ukraine flag. He was like masked up. So what does that tell you for your counterculture boomer establishment mouthpieces of Sauron? Daniel, what's up?
Hey, Jake.
Hey.
Hey, so kind of off topic, but I wanted to get your opinion on this. I've been scrolling through YouTube. I'm going through catechism right now at a Greek Orthodox church. I want to thank you for turning me on to Orthodoxy. Now, going through YouTube, I came across this channel called Ben Born Again. I don't know if you've ever heard of that, but it's saying something along the lines of the Hebrew Kabbalah name game. And I heard you speaking about this maybe a couple days ago, the name Yahweh.
Hebrew Kabbalah name game?
Yeah.
What is that?
So the claim here is that, Yahweh is not the actual name of God, and what we should be calling him is the Father, which is what Christ said. And that the name only came about after Christ and was found in the Kabbalah, the Tetragrammaton or something like that.
I mean, it's in Exodus. What do you mean it's in Exodus?
Well, I mean, they're claiming that the Septuagint never recorded that, or that it's a mistranslation, is what his claim is.
Okay, why would you listen to some rando retard Protestant on that?
Oh, I'm just getting your opinion on that. But yeah, I mean, if it's dumb, it's dumb.
I don't know why. Why would we think that it's a mistranslation?
Well, his claim is that it wasn't found until much later in the Kabbalah, and then in the Tetragrammaton, and then
I mean, the word Yahweh is the basis for the name Yehudi, which is what a Jew is, and that's dozens and dozens of times in the Old Testament. So that's completely stupid just by the name of Jew.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yeah. So let's be clear for the slow boys in the audience. Protestants and idiots like to come up with these just outlandish, nonsensical theories because they think that, I don't know, they're in pre-list. That's what it is. So the idea that the Tetragrammaton or Yahweh is not a name of God is dumb, because the word itself is the basis for everyone who is of the tribe of Yehuda, who becomes a Yehudite. This is such a, I mean, it's unreal how dumb people are. Like, you could literally solve like millions of heresies by just looking up some of the basic grammar. For example, there's tons of people that think that the word Jew is not in the Bible. It's a made-up term, especially all these neo-pagan idiots, right? It's literally throughout the Old Testament. Just look at the word Yehudi, a Yehudite. So originally, it's a person who's of the tribe of Judah, Yehuda. Do you think the tribe of Judah isn't the Old Testament, dummies? Okay. Where does the term come from? It comes from Yahweh. Okay. Then the term for the tribe of Judah becomes eventually the term for all of Israel, not just one tribe. They're all just called Yehudites. It's that simple. Okay. I don't know how people get so confused with all this just nonsense. All these idiot cultists out there making up their own religions. Wario, what's up?
Hey, what's up? Do you care to have a discussion or debate on the Tiktaalik and evolution topic?
Sure.
Okay. So when I was in college, I took some graduate level biology courses.
Oh no.
I talked to the guy who discovered Tiktaalik, and the thing I wanted to talk about was just like to go through and see how you sort of address or like deal with the sort of evidence.
Okay, what I think is that Tiktaalik is a bunch of different bones just crafted together. So like at the bottom of a river or a lake or a pond or whatever, you can probably find like all kinds of bones, and then I could get creative and just craft them into my own Pokemon.
Yeah. Well, how they do it, and you can respond and let me know what you think. But how they do it is they will look for the different stratigraphic layers of the rocks, so you can tell like this rock layer is at least different.
Yeah, that there's fossils, by the way, that extend between those layers, which refutes that whole narrative.
Look, I'm just going to finish the spiel first, but I just mean that there's stratigraphic layers, and they date them to certain eras, and you can disagree with the dating and so on, but that's how they like look for them and say they looked and they found at this layer we have what look like fossils that have feet or wrists, and then they said before that there's none, and then they look for the obviously the middle layer, and they go and they look for the fish there, or the wristed fish, and that's what they did. They go to some place in Alaska and find it. And so you're saying, is your argument basically that when they find these fossils, they're just completely manufacturing them, like out of whole cloth?
No, I think they're finding things and they read their presuppositions about the dating into what they find. So they assume that, well, this was found in this layer and that must have been 11 million years ago. This is found in this layer, that must have been 50 million years ago.
Yeah.
So that's the assumptions that are baked into it. And all you need is a few examples of fossils that extend between those layers from one era that refutes that whole narrative. And if you read Genesis, Creation, Early Man, he mentions many of those. Other people have mentioned these too. This is kind of a well-known rebuttal. It's very similar to the arguments like about the fly geyser as well, right? The assumption is that, well, the fly geyser took 11 million years for that to form. That's the only way so that proves evolution. But it turns out everybody knows that the fly geyser formed within the last 60 years.
Sure.
Do you know what the fly geyser is?
I've seen. I saw a video that you posted about a geyser. I assume it's a.
It's at Burning Man. So if you go to Burning Man, it's right next to where the fly geyser is, which, according to the normal narrative, should have taken millions of years, but it did it within 60 years.
And then again, how do you address things like radiometric dating, the various kinds?
I don't address it because my critique of all the evolutionary stuff is from the domain of philosophy. So the dating methods are all baked in with the presuppositions of millions and billions of years. So for example, it's the same with like the light that comes to us from the far distant galaxies, right? The assumption is that those that light always that it began from some very far distance, and the assumption about the measurements assumes that far distance requires that the universe be billions of years old. But the problem is that, first of all, we don't actually know that the light wasn't always created, that it wasn't created with the light basically immediately hitting us. Does that make sense what I'm saying? Like,
just like the in situ light hypothesis or whatever.
The what?
Like it's created. I've heard that referred to as in situ light, where it's like created in place. So
yeah, I didn't know the term. Yeah. You're right. That's right.
I had another thing I was going to ask. Can't remember. So that's just your general. I was going to ask, like, when we are looking at something like a presuppositional, like apologetic worldview in general, does that put us into a bit of a ghetto with respect to the evidences? Because then if any evidence comes up with, I assume, what am I trying to say? It's kind of, you're assuming these presuppositions, but if some part of that breaks, like if the system breaks in some way, like if they discover life on other planets or something, doesn't that put you into a bit of a ghetto, or isn't that a bit of a problem? What do you think about that?
First of all, no, I don't believe that it would ever be the case that life would be discovered on another planet. I mean, it'd be like saying, well, what happens if the Christian worldview is refuted? What would you do?
Sure.
It's basically asking that same type of question. So, I mean, you can pose those questions hypothetically, but it's a question of the nature of evidences and what exactly they show. So I think the strength of presuppositionalism is not to reject evidences. It's to reject evidentialism. And most of the modern evolutionary stuff that you're talking about in terms of the grand narratives, I'm not talking about adaptation and natural selection. I think those things are true, but that's not the same thing as the gigantic aeons assumption about, well, that's how we know that what happened a billion years ago, 100 million years ago, et cetera. That's the huge leap that is not justified by empirical evidence. That's why paradigms are prior to evidences. Evidences are always interpreted through the presuppositions of some paradigm. So if I have the presupposition of billions of years, that's going to actually, like rose-colored glasses, I'm going to read everything through the frames, through the lenses of billions of years and massive amounts of time. So anything I see is already pre-interpreted as, well, that rock layer, that, geological structure, that took billions of years, millions of years to form because, well, we know that to be the case because of this. But the problem is that what if the presuppositions for that paradigm of long spans of time are false? And the way that I could show that is to say, well, look at the limitations of empirical evidence. Empirical evidence doesn't tell you what happened a million years ago, a billion years ago, or even 1,000 years ago. You have to kind of construct it based on very limited pieces of data. And the problem with what you're hitting on in philosophy, the term is called the underdetermination of data thesis. So basically, you can.
Sorry, could you say that again?
It's called the underdetermination of data thesis. So basically, you can have two different models. You could have, say, an evolutionary model, say an atheistic evolutionary model, and a creationist model. You can have pieces of data within the model or within the paradigm that both paradigms can explain. So in other words, data itself cannot tell you which paradigm or model is correct, hence underdetermination of data thesis. So in other words, we have to look at the paradigms themselves to see which paradigms are coherent and make evidences even possible before just stacking up a bunch of data to see, like, okay, well, who has more data and more research papers and peer review on their side? The reason that isn't going to matter is not because necessarily peer review is false, although most peer review nowadays is admitted to be about 50% fraudulent or tampered with from the top of the establishment, from the Lancet down. It's not that peer review itself couldn't work. It's that the data is resting on a foundation of a paradigm that determines how to interpret the data. So it's very similar to like when Protestants say stuff like, well, the text just means what it says and it says what it means. And we respond by saying to the Protestant, no, the data is theory laden. There's no such thing as brute facts. And again, all of the modern evidentialist scientism worldview, it's all evidentialist. None of them have the view that we have about paradigms, or what I have, right? So the paradigms mean that data, if I'm right, then data is theory laden. If they're right, data is self-interpreting brute factuality. And that's the root of the philosophical issue.
Okay. So when did they first assume that the world was this old? When did this paradigm take hold? I'd like to look it up, but I don't really know exactly when that happened.
Yeah, actually, I would argue probably ancient Hindu text is the first I'm aware of.
Okay.
And I think it's Erasmus Darwin. He was actually studying Hindu text, believe it or not, when he started.
Really?
Yeah, it's either him or T.H. Huxley. One of the two was really influenced by these Hindu texts, and that helped influence. Some have argued, I think there's a convincing case for this. The Collins brothers have this in their book. That influenced Darwin when he came up with these vast amounts of time. But it is literally the ancient Hindu worldview. So there's nothing actually new about it.
I was making that argument today that it does seem that way.
Yeah.
The only thing I'm trying to do is piece together the specific evidences, and it seems like sometimes both sides will use sort of just so stories to, explain some gap or some seeming. Because it seems like sometimes the creationist worldview is a bit like a Ptolemaic, astronomy system where you add these increasingly complex, principles to make your system work when there's a potentially more elegant solution.
Well, first of all, that's a fallacy. So how do we know that the quote more elegant one is the one that's more true? There's nothing that tells you necessarily that a more elegant one or even a simpler one is necessarily true.
Truth, beauty, and goodness go together. So elegance is like a form of beauty, and I would assume that that's the...
Okay, but that's all metaphysics, and no person who's in the domain of scientism is going to care about your metaphysical assumptions.
That's fair enough. So you're saying it's just not an issue to keep adding like principles to make the system work?
I don't know what I mean. That's what everyone does. That's what they do. Sure. I would argue they do it way more so. I mean, look at punctuated equilibrium. That was added to make that thing work.
Yeah, there's lots of like the Cambrian explosion and the evolution of proteins. I mean, they're virtually mathematically impossible, and that's where you get the Hinduism, because then any probability is able to sort of recapitulate the whole Hindu. Like, if you have some probability of life forming, then they'll just take that and they'll just say, well, the universe is infinite, so we have infinite amount of time, and just keep recycling. And that's obviously a Hindu presupposition.
Exactly. Yeah, that totally is. By the way, that's also a metaphysical assumption that they would have no way to justify. How do you know that the universe is infinite?
Yeah, the prima materia. Yeah. That's kind of that's sort of where I'm at. That's the things I'm thinking about. Okay, thank you.
No, these are great questions. I appreciate you calling in, Warrior. Those are really great questions. And in fact, I forgot I was going to reply to, people pointed out, oh, Professor Dave refuted you. I'm like, I'll bet you he didn't. I think he played a clip of me and Jim Bob. Let's see if we can find it. Look at his face. It's like the most smug atheist face. Oh, but look, he's got chemical formula and equations all over his page. It must be pretty sciencey. Let's see.
Welcome to Professor Dave.
This is like the peak era of smug atheist YouTube scientism. Where's the video responding to me and Jim Bob? Let's see. I think it's this one.
Hey everyone.
Okay, let's see. Okay, I don't know who that dude is. All right, let's see. So here's the strength of my argument, and the reason that I always beat these types of people, these scientism goblins, and I think everybody in this audience already knows why. It's because, first of all, I went to college with these guys. I studied under these dudes. So my philosophy of science professor was one of these guys. He was like a hardcore, atheist scientism guy. He was actually a pretty good philosophy professor, though, to be fair. And that class was great because even though he was a rabid scientism proponent, he actually encouraged everybody to understand philosophy of science. And people like, I've never watched Professor Dave, but I'm assuming that he would not care about philosophy of science, because usually scientism, physics type people, Neil deGrasse Tyson, right? They don't care about philosophy, and they actually discourage people from looking into it or studying it, precisely because philosophy asks the questions that are difficult for them. They don't know how to answer or how to grapple with those things, because philosophy is, as our friend who called in a minute ago pointed out, it's a more abstracted discipline historically, and it's more difficult for these guys to deal with. You would think that since they have an interest in mathematics, that they would be able to do more abstract thinking, but they can't. It's really weird. And so there's something that shuts off in a lot of these people's minds, I think, to where they're unable to conceptualize perhaps the domain of metaphysics or the domain of even epistemology. They're a little more able to find maybe ethics accessible, just like normies find ethics a little more accessible, because everybody, deals with right and wrong. That's not fair. You shouldn't have done that, right? Is ought type stuff. But when it gets into the domain of metaphysics, like the good, or how do we justify a knowledge claim, these people are absolutely out to lunch. They completely fail. And we saw this, for example, all the way back to my debate with JF. Remember the original second atheist debate that we had done? JF assumed that because he had a degree in neurosurgery, or I forget what his degree was, right? That he would be able to do everything. So they had this sort of like overestimation of competence in every field because they mastered one field. That's very common in academia. And so when JF actually came to a debate that was asking pretty basic philosophical questions, he completely flounders. He fails. And I would bet money that Professor Dave doesn't know basic fallacies, doesn't know basic epistemic argumentation and the principles of justification either. And I can say that because I've dealt with these types so many times and for so many years, all the way back to 1999, 2000 was when I first started dealing with these types of professors, that it's really the best route, because you can't escape logic and epistemic questions, reasoning. And it's funny because these people think that they have cornered the market on logic and reasoning. But when you start to ask one level up abstracted questions like, what is logic? What is reason? Where is it? How is it? These people are done. Let's see what he says in regard to an old interview that I did with Jim Bob.
Jay Dyer with cartoonist. Maybe, I don't know. Yeah, I think I've heard that name before, but I don't know who that is. All right, so we're gonna, let's watch this one. Damn it.
Yeah, Darwinism, he could have been right about, a beak getting bigger, but
right.
I've looked into more of that, and all that shit is going down.
It is.
Fast, because they still haven't accounted for the fact that there's digital information embedded in us, and
No. It's not digital information. It's just a sequence of nucleobases. That's it.
How does Professor Dave know that the information encoded in us is just a sequence of whatever? How does he know that it's not actually meaningful information? So I think he doesn't understand that the sort of smug, snickering, dismissing actual meaningful information, or telos, purpose, even in turn. I think Jim Bob was talking about DNA. That was an interview we did maybe 5 or 6 years ago, but I think Jim Bob's talking about DNA. But to snicker and sort of dismiss this with this just sort of, well, we all know that it's meaningless information.
Yeah, I love the desperation with which these delusional assets are they're always going Darwinism is going.
Yeah, but you just did that. You just delusionally snickered and did the very same thing that you're saying that we do.
Down. Oh my gosh, it's crashing and burning. Evolutionary biology is imploding. It's in crisis.
We weren't even talking about Ev Bio. We were talking about the grand narrative of the origins of life. So I doubt he's going to be very charitable.
Science is in crisis. No, you're just morons. I'm sorry.
Well, that's interesting. So did he actually reply to anything other than just saying that DNA is meaningless? That's all he said, and called us morons. So this is the standard scientism, smug atheism that's out there. And you'll notice, look at his smug face. And he's just trying to outsmug what he thinks we are, right? So all of their arguments are actually confidence games. And I say that because argumentation is about philosophy. It's not about peer-reviewed studies and who has more evidences. And I can pile up 55 peer-reviewed studies for my point. That's what normies think is intelligence. That's what dum-dums, that's what the ladies on whatever podcast like Not So Erudite think is smart, right? Piling up peer-reviewed papers that you get from ChatGPT, right?
Information, I forgot the quote, is something like information habitually is related to a conscious mind.
Exactly.
There's no point in all of existence so far where information wasn't created by a mind.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah, except for all of the times when, yes, it fucking was, because what you're referring to as information is just a sequence of bases That's it. You have monomers that polymerize, and that's it. That's all there is to it.
So it just is what it is. That's not even a response. This is so low tier. I actually thought this guy might bring a little bit of response, a little bit of attempting to deal with what the actual argument is. What the argument is comes from information science, right? It's an argument that Dr. Jason Lisle talks about, with the fact that anytime there's information that is meaningful information, it comes from a mind, at least as far as we know. Now, that's in the domain of information science and computer science. And so Jim Bob is extrapolating from that, which is an argument that I made for a long time because it was in some of the Jason Lisle presuppositional argumentation books and lectures. Jim Bob is just kind of repeating what we talked about for a long time. And this guy is saying, no, it is what it is. Oh, really? So let's presup Dr. Dave here, because if information isn't meaningful, it's just what it is, then Dr. Dave's arguments aren't meaningful. And his words on his live stream are not meaningful and have no purpose or telos. So therefore, his whole response is meaningless.
Endless
on his own grounds.
Obsession with information and a code that comes from the mind of the blah, blah, blah. It's just a complete fucking non-starter.
Okay, so no arguments, just saying that to believe that information is meaningful or comes from a mind is a fucking non-starter. That's all he said. Is this guy is like the pinnacle, 4 million subscribers of YouTube atheism these days.
Just a desperate mischaracterization of molecular biology, right?
Yeah, but the argument isn't about molecular biology. It's about information science. And he's extrapolating that to all of life. It's a universal metaphysical argument about telos and purpose and meaningful information. It's not Jim Bob primarily trying to argue about biology.
You don't know what molecular biology is.
You don't know what anything is. Well, you don't know.
Therefore, it is a code from a human mind, or...
Oh, Professor Dave, does the code come from the computer? Oh, is the code in the computer meaningful? Oh, or is it meaningless? Ugh.
Like, an intelligent mind. Yeah, I don't know. Let's see how they fumble it.
So you notice how he's not responded with any argument. He's just said that we're retarded. And just smug snickering. I bet you Professor Dave wouldn't last 2 minutes in a debate.
So it's just something that and someone will be like, a Darwinist would be like, if you have enough time. And it's like, no, you haven't done the math. You guys didn't give enough time. 14 billion years, it's not enough time. Do you know what are the odds of even 150 amino acids lining up perfectly to make a protein and have it?
What are the odds, dumbass? Go ahead and do the math for us. 150 amino acids lining up perfectly. What do you mean lining up perfectly? They polymerize. They spontaneously polymerize. You get 150 of them in a row. There you go. You got 150 of them in a row.
Oh, everything just happens. Everything happens. It just is. You're retarded. It just is.
Epic Skeptic. Epic Skeptic is in the chat. You just got owned, Dyer. We got owned by by somebody just saying it just is. Like, these things just happen. They just get together and that's what it is. Oh.
What are the odds of that happening? What the fuck are you talking about? You have no clue what you're talking about.
So, Jim Bob made a passing comment that everything lining up to create life seems very implausible. I would argue that that's actually impossible, that it's anything to do with chance. But he didn't even make an argument. This is twice now. All he said is we're retarded and nuh-uh.
That's not even have it do something. You still need to inject information to tell it what to do. We don't even know we know where that comes from.
What do you mean tell it what to do? You have a molecule and it does something, but
nothing has purpose. Oh, my arguments, they don't even have purpose. They just do. What's the problem, you stupid believers in God? Wait, Professor Dave is a comedian?
by virtue of its structure. Proteins can be
They just do by virtue of what they are to do the thing that they do.
functional by virtue of their structure. So you make a fuck ton of them, and some of them are functional. That's it.
Everything just is. End of argument. You're retarded.
So if he doesn't give an argument within the next few minutes, I'm going to know that he doesn't have any actual argument or substantive replies. Right.
There's so many problems, and they're shutting down the people that are revealing these problems.
Right.
And
they're shutting them down. There's censorship, you guys. There are whistleblowers that are exposing the fake Darwinists, and they're being censored and canceled by the woke left, the trans communists. They're trying to take away our freedom of speech as
Okay, so now he's like trying to make fun of MAGA, and like he's doing this cringe level, like, oh, these people that are conservative thinks that there's a conspiracy to censor. All right, I've had enough of this. This was like even worse than I thought it was going to be. John, what's up?
Oh, just believe in the atheism. What's the problem?
The only reason you're able to do this live stream is because of evolution.
It's because of meaningless code. There's no meaning in the code.
Telephones, microwaves, TVs.
They're meaningless. They do what they do. Hey.
All evolution. All that cars, evolution.
Yeah, this is something that Chris pointed out back in the day on the podcast with you guys. Chris would point out that like he saw an ad for cat food, and it was branded as evolutionary cat food that's evolutionarily best for your kitty.
Yep. That's right. And David, I mean, that's what they do. It's been a while. I haven't listened to debates like that, but even guys Chris debated back then, there was one of them who used that argument. They're like, well, you're on a cell phone, aren't you? You have a computer. And that's kind of...
Well, that's evolution. Yeah, exactly. The computer is evolution, because without evolution, you couldn't have got a computer, and computers prove evolution. And any counter evidence against that is also evolution.
You know, another thing, some fun stuff like the guy was asking about earlier, and you gave the Burning Man geyser as an example. Another one is that they find World War II planes under sheets of ice in Greenland.
Yes, I've heard that. Yeah.
There's supposed to be layers of millions of years of ice, but they find World War II planes underneath them. And then the other one is when they found an ostrich in a strata of like something that's supposed to be older than the ostriches allegedly, and they just called it like some new dinosaur.
No, I didn't know that. That's funny.
Yeah, so they just that's what they'll do. It's like anything, and then telling the guy who was on there earlier is Chris actually found this out by calling. He would, there's old calls from back in the day. Chris used to call universities and talk to.
Yes, I remember the clips. Yeah.
He would troll the university professors, and he found out that the way they know that something comes from a particular layer is because you fill out a paperwork and tell them ahead of time. So it isn't like they test it, and we do this carbon dating on it, and we know by the carbon dating that it comes from this time period. It's because if you find a bone, you say, no, I found it and it came from this layer, therefore it's X million years old.
Yeah.
And then of course, every single time they send you back that it came from the millions of years of what you already wrote on the paper.
Oh yeah, exactly. Well, as people in the people in the chat are pointing out, like computers came out of rocks, right?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, Flintstones. Remember the Flintstones when we were kids?
Dave has a degree in science. I didn't know science was a degree. What's your PhD in science? This is the level of his defenders in the chat. They think he has a PhD in science. There's no degree in science, you retard. Call in, by the way.
And another funny one, real quick, is
yeah.
Back before you debated Monkey and Andrew debated him, Chris was the original guy who debated him on a show.
Yes, I remember that. He called in, yeah.
And it was particularly on evolution, so people can go dig that up. It's really
actually, let me see if I can find that.
It's funny because Chris actually, like, the way Monkey handles him is he hangs up on him and says he's an idiot, and that's all he does.
Actually, most of the atheists just pretty much do that. I thought Professor Dave would. People are telling me, "Oh, you need to watch Professor Dave because he responds." All he was saying was like, "You guys are retarded, and you're dumb."
That's all they ever have said.
Here it is. Here it is. Check this out. No, wait, that's Chris calling into Alan Watt. Is that real or is that a joke clip we did? I don't remember.
No, that's a real one. He called into Alan Watt before.
I thought this was on YouTube. Oh wait, it'll be on this guy's channel. I bet. Questioning Our Reality. Let's see if he has a clip of Chris calling. Here's a bunch of Chris's clips. Let's see. Okay, here's a bunch of. Oh wow, there's a whole bunch of.
Atheist Experience. I found it on Atheist Experience before.
Okay, but I got to figure out what it's titled, and I don't.
If you type into YouTube Chris from Oklahoma and Atheist Experience, it probably comes up.
I know how to find it. Hold on. If I go to this guy's channel and I type in Matt or Delonte. Wait, is it Atheist Experience? Is that what Matt's thing was called?
Yeah.
Okay, let's try that. Okay, no, it's not coming up. What'd you say? Type in what?
Chris from Oklahoma.
Okay, maybe you think it's on Atheist Experience's channel or Matt Dillon's channel?
We've got Mike from.
I think it's on Atheist Experience.
Okay, let's try that. Let's try that. All right, it's not coming up. I know it does exist because I saw it. It popped up not too long ago. Oh wait, here, maybe this is it. This might be it.
Carl in Oklahoma.
No, that's Carl.
Hello, Carl.
It just said Oklahoma.
I can find it and send it to you.
Yeah, we'll play it later, but yeah, I'm enjoying this because I haven't really gotten into or thought about this whole domain of stuff in a long time. So it's fun to kind of step back into 2018, 2019, because back then we were covering this kind of stuff all the time. Roots Run Deep. What's up, man? Austin Rain says for $10. Did you ever notice that militant Thomist Christian Wagner looks like Francis the bully in Pee-wee's Big Adventure? Let's see if he does. A little bit, yeah. That's kind of a Wagner vibe there.
I thought that myself.
Is that militant Thomas looking at me right there? That's if you mention the Essence Energy Station to Wagner, this is the face you get. What's up, Roots? Unmute, dude. I'm gonna have to make t-shirts that say unmute, dude. I mean, this is what Neil said. You got to make unmute, dude shirts. I was like, okay.
I found it.
Do you want to DM me?
I'll text it to you.
Okay, we lost that dude. William, what's up, man?
Hey, Jay. How are you?
Good. What's on your mind?
Yeah, so it's a Q&A, right? It's open?
Sure.
Yeah, I got booted out last time when I was on one of your spaces because I mentioned RACE realism. but I wanted to ask a question about Orthodox ethics, if that's okay.
Sure.
So I've been debating a couple of Catholic friends about RACE and how it affects your life.
We're on YouTube, man. That's the topic that you can't cover on YouTube. So why would you come back to try to debate that when that's what I said last time? It's just Brendan, what's up, dude? So YouTube is pretty freed up in terms of what you can and can't talk about nowadays, except there's a couple things that they just will not allow. So Brendan, when you want to unmute, what's up, man?
Good afternoon.
Hello.
Yes. What is the origin of species?
You mean his Darwin's book that he wrote?
No. What is the origin of species?
His theory that when he studied Galapagos Island, that we have a common ancestor.
No. Where do they come from? Where do they originate from?
You tell me, because whatever I say is going to be, I'm sure, wrong. And you're the science man, so tell me, science man.
No, I'd like to know where do species, how do they originate?
I mean, I think there is some common ancestor from the different types of entities or creatures that exist. And then through natural selection, you can have that variation.
So, according to you, species originate by natural selection?
Sure.
So you believe in evolution?
Yeah, just not grand theory, billions of years type stuff. Yes.
Right. So you're an evolutionist.
In a sense, sure.
In what sense are you not?
In the sense that I just said I'm not. Not millions of years, not a common ancestor.
Why not a common ancestor?
Because there's no evidence or reason to believe that there's a common ancestor, and it's philosophically nonsensical, and it's not empirical.
What is the contradiction?
I said there was no evidence for it. So something having no evidence or philosophically incoherent is not the same thing as necessarily a contradiction.
You said incoherent, so yeah, that does mean a contradiction.
Incoherent can be from different ways and in different senses. If there's no evidence for something, then that's a form of incoherence that is not a contradiction. Not everything is a logical contradiction.
No, but if you say it's incoherent, then it entails a contradiction.
There can be different ways that something can be incoherent. Something could just be meaningless gibberish. That's not a contradiction.
So it's meaningless gibberish?
Yes.
What is meaningless gibberish?
The idea that every being is a transmutation from a single being.
That they all have a common ancestor?
Yes. Where is that?
That seems pretty meaningful.
Okay. What is the evidence or the argument for that? Prove that.
No, but so you agree that it isn't meaningless gibberish?
Where is the evidence or proof for that?
No, but I want you to take back your claim that it's meaningless gibberish.
You're not going to argue actually any of the position. You're just going to argue over terminology.
No, I want you to defend.
Okay, so do you have an argument for your position or not?
No. Do you have an
argument? You want to argue semantics about something being incoherent. I'm arguing that it's incoherent.
Right, but you just admitted that it isn't incoherent.
No, I didn't. You're arguing. Okay, you're just faking it. This is not an actual argument. Goodbye, wasting our time. Does anybody have an actual argument for the position? You're welcome to come present it. Anton, what's up? If I said skibble, squabble, squeeble, squabble, that's not a contradiction. That's incoherence, gibberish. And I believe that Tiktaalik is gibberish. Anton, what's up?
Hello, Jay Dyer. Thanks for taking my call. Big fan. I wasn't expecting to get jumped on this fast. Well, I'm from Sweden, and I've been inquiring about Orthodoxy for the last year or so. And my question is about, how can I say, there's not a lot of options in Sweden for the Orthodox Church. It's usually ethnocentric, the churches, like the Serbian and Romanian. They're usually focusing on
the working
class. So my point is The church that is close to me and available is an old calendarist Greek Orthodox church. And I just want to see what your take on it is. Is it worth going there?
I mean, there are some old calendar churches. My church is old calendar, but they're not necessarily schismatic. So there's a difference between something being old calendar and schismatic old calendar.
Yeah, but these are schismatic. They belong to the true Greek Orthodox.
Okay, then no, that you cannot attend a schismatic church just because it's the only one around. You'd be better off to just be Orthodox on your own, which you can do, and then wait until you have an opportunity to reach out and interact with, a priest that's near you or whatever. Any atheists? I'd love to get some atheists or some science boys that can actually argue the position and not argue over terminology. Not everything is a contradiction, right? Again, there's different, like if I have no evidence for my theory, that's not a contradiction. That's just something, it's an assertion. An assertion isn't a contradiction. If I were to assert that the universe was created by queer gnomes, is it a contradiction? No, it's an assertion. Do I have evidence for it or proof? No. Well, is it a contradiction? No. So this guy has no idea what he's talking about. Doesn't know the difference between something being incoherent, an assertion, versus a contradiction. What's up? Kristen.
Hey.
Hey. What's up?
Okay, this isn't a super intellectual question, but okay, so I was in Mass yesterday.
Well, that was your first problem.
I know. Well, so it was Catholic Mass, by the way. Catholic.
I know.
Normal Catholic Mass, not like an Orthodox. It's just like normal. We don't get that around where I'm in like 70,000 people in my county. It's considered a small town. And I'm rural. I'm in the state of Colorado. But anyway, I'm in Mass, and there's this older woman, and she's looking at Facebook and drinking coffee and sitting, on a cushion. I mean, is it for me to say something? She's like, it was during the consecration of the Eucharist.
Well, I'm not surprised at a Novus Ordo church that it would be that informal and that,
Well, my urge is to say something, and I'm kneeling, but she's sitting back, and I'm right behind her. But I want to say something to her, and she's like an elder in the church. You know what I mean?
Well, you need to get out of the gay Roman Catholic Church and go to an Orthodox church.
Well, we don't have one for probably 100 miles at least.
Well, you're better off going to an Orthodox church that's 100 miles away than some lame ass weird Novus Ordo church. But thank you for your call. I appreciate that, Kristen. Laptop, what's up, dude? We got a wine mom versus a coffee mom. That's just a joke. I'm just joking. Everybody get their feelings hurt. What's up, man? I'm you. And then he falls off. Okay. Braden, what's up? Well, Catholics don't even fast before their Eucharist, I don't think, do they? I don't remember. And it's something, isn't it something like 30 minutes or something? I don't remember. What's up, man?
So I have a kind of a personal advice question that I'd like to ask. I have been a social media manager / editor for a bunch of different comics over the past 3 years, and I've past couple months.
Comics like Spider-Man or comics like stand-up comedians?
Like stand-up comedians.
Okay.
And over the past couple months, I have started going to an Orthodox church. I've looked into all of it. I'm starting my catechesis sometime soon, and I was wondering your thoughts on promoting. Because that's basically what I'm doing is I'm promoting their values, and if they're doing stand-up that's not glorifying God, I guess not that they have to be Christian, but that they would be glorifying the passions or whatever. What is your kind of thought on that? I've asked a couple different people and haven't gotten a great answer.
I think typically there's flexibility for this kind of stuff because, we all live in a world where you can't find perfect Christian bosses everywhere. So as long as you're not directly involved in something like criminal or something, some sort of egregious, activity. If I was managing a liquor store, or if I worked for a pharmaceutical corporation, like any of those corporations or these companies could be adjacent to or involved in some type of vice. But it's kind of like the dollar bill. I mean, the dollar bill is fiat. It's intimately tied into usury and into corruption, but we can't avoid using the dollar bill. So, no, I don't think that, as long as you're not directly participating in something wicked, something like that, like to run social media accounts, unless it turns into something like, I don't know, like promoting TRANZ stand-ups or something like that, might be getting a little overboard.
Yeah, okay. I mean, it was just like some of the people I've worked for in the past. I don't currently work for anyone that crazy, but some of the people I've worked for in the past, like a lot of their stand-up was about pornography and kind of in a positive light.
I see.
Various other type of things. So it's not like the way that I reason it is like, I could work for someone like Jim Gaffigan, or even, like normal people that have more regular stuff, but some of the other like more egregious passions is kind of what I was looking at for myself, and what I was kind of leaning on. I just wanted to hear your
I mean, that's a tough one. Sometimes there's everybody's going to have certain jobs and professions where they're going to be at kind of tough moral calls. So, like you said, maybe you could find some more wholesome type comedians that aren't pushing butt stuff or whatever. But yeah, good question, Braden. I appreciate that. That's a tough one. Laptop, what's up, man? By the way, guys, if you want to support the stream, you can do so through Super Chats. Super Chats are done through Streamlabs. If you use the link in the show description, you can send a Super Chat anytime, and I'll read your Super Chat on air. What's up, Laptop?
Yeah, just I had a question from the Protestant worldview. Like, does it just kind of boil down to this? Like, Protestants just don't recognize like an actual visible authority, and then they will respond and just say, okay, but then how do I know which one? Does it just kind of boil down ultimately to that? Is that basically it?
It was hard to hear some of what you're asking. I think you're asking, do Protestants just basically lack normative authority? And I would say yes. It's not that they don't recognize any authority, but there's no authority according to classical Reformation standards that allows a person to bind your conscience. So essentially, there's a word, there's verbal credence given to authority, but nobody has any authority to morally bind you in your conscience to those ideas. So if the Protestant pastor says something you don't like, and he wants to excommunicate you, even though 99% of Protestant churches don't excommunicate anybody, you could just go start your own Protestant church down the road. There's nothing in the presupposition of classical Protestantism that disallows that, precisely because of the doctrine of the right of private interpretation and freedom of conscience. So the issue isn't what they always make it about epistemology. Oh, you're saying I can't know the gospel or the Bible without a bishop or a church telling me? The issue is more specifically normative authority, that there's no recognized body of people who have the ability to bind anyone's conscience to an interpretation of the texts. And so just like the Supreme Court interprets the Constitution in our country, there's no body of people in the Protestant world, because everybody has their own right to private interpretation. Andrew, $25. Jay, you have evergreen content. Thank you. I watched a 5-hour stream where no Muslims could restate your hypothetical. Exactly. And I think that shows quite a bit, not just about Islam, but also about the difference between people groups and cultures. 1,400 years of smashing your cousin kind of degrades your intelligence. Unfortunately, that is the case. And if you saw Andrew's debate with Daniel Hakikachu, it was all pretty much mask off, wasn't it? Yorm the Giant, what's up?
Yo, Jay, you hear me?
Yeah. Yeah, what's up? It ain't working, dog. Roots, you want to try again? People, all people say, why should it be? I don't even actually like that song, but it was the only Depeche Mode t-shirt that I could find like 10 years ago. What's up, man?
Hey, you talking to me, Jay?
Yes, sir.
Hey, sorry, boss. Just give me 1 second. I'm about to pull over here. I'm on my way to work, but I have something I really want to ask you. Pulling over right now.
All right, let me read this super chat. Bunny Maximalist, $10. Jay, we celebrate Sinterklaas here in NL. I don't know what NL is. They say that he's Spanish and Black Pete is illegal. Do you know about this tradition? No, but it sounds funny. What was it?
Hey, Jay, huge fan. I've been listening for years. Firstly, I just want to say thanks for all you do. You're a rock star, and I've learned so much for you.
But am I a hair metal rock star, or am I more like Michael Bolton when he became a momcore rock star?
Maybe something in the middle. Not hair metal.
I like that answer.
Yeah. So I just wanted to preface this. This is a serious question. It's not a gotcha. I'm an inquirer into the faith, mainly because of a lot of things I've learned from you and your peers. So yeah, I'll just ask away. So this is a question that piques my interest greatly, and I've heard you speak on this specific topic before, but I'm unsure if you've answered this particular question. It's something I've pondered myself, but I can't quite figure out. So I wanted to ask for your help and get your insight. As Orthodox Christians, divine revelation is ultimately the grounding for everything that we believe, right? And I say we, I know that I am not yet, but just make it easier, shorthand.
Yeah, it's the epistemic grounding in the philosophical sense, yeah.
Right. And TAG and the divine mind theory are apologetic, logical proofs that back up the position. But I've heard people ask you before, is your belief in Christianity falsifiable? And the answer you gave is yes, that if you came across a worldview that was more coherent and a better explanation for our universe and existence, etc., you would believe that, which makes sense to me. So basically my question is, how do we square that logically? If we say that divine revelation and the authority of God as a supreme being are our grounding belief, because if divine revelation can be thwarted by a more coherent worldview, then I guess
it's just a way that you argue in a debate. It doesn't mean that it's actually the case. It's just like, if you go back to listen to some of Bonson's debates and he's like rhetorically arguing with Stein, he says, well, okay, if you have a better argumentation, present it. What's the argument that gives a coherent account? So it's more of a rhetorical move. It's not actually, you're not actually saying that, maybe God can be refuted.
Okay, maybe I'm missing something, but, I'm asking because I believe that God exists, and I'm also a very philosophically minded person, and having listened to you has taught me that the two are square and one supports the other. And that was a truly profound realization for me that I'm really grateful for. But I don't know, maybe I'm missing something, I'm only an inquirer, I'm not a member of the faith yet, so surely it's probably my...
Well, again, there's a difference between, like, arguing things rhetorically in a debate setting where you'd say to the opponent, right? I mean, debate itself presupposes a supposed neutral setting. Right. But in reality, what we're doing is we're almost kind of subverting debate itself, because we're saying, actually, debate isn't neutral, but we're going to act as if debate is neutral for the sake of the audience or for the sake of the process of, letting people hear the message and do a debate. But we are not actually, we don't actually believe debate is neutral, but debate itself kind of presupposes neutral settings. That's why rhetorically you will say things like, yeah, sure, go ahead, falsify my position. Doesn't mean that you actually think it can be.
Okay, so it's not actually falsifiable.
Again, it's a rhetorical position.
Right. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm trying to understand.
Okay, I'm trying to figure out how to say this without it being offensive. You're approaching it in too spurgy of a way. When you say, do you know what I mean by when you say something rhetorically?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, so in argumentation and debate, not everything is literal, not everything is an algorithmic expression. So I don't want to say that my position is unfalsifiable, because I said earlier, and I argued that unfalsifiability signifies a weak position, right? So for the sake of argument, go ahead, falsify my position. It's no different than when we say stuff like, for the sake of argument, like let's say I'm debating atheists and I say, let's say for the sake of argument, your position is true. Oh, you're a blasphemer because you've admitted atheism's true.
Right. Okay, I think I'm
You're
still
just-
missing something, but it's on me. I'm just going to listen back to this and see if I can get it.
What's not making sense?
Well, I understand what you're saying, that it's we use it, that you use it rhetorically.
Listen,
because
if you're in a debate and you say to an atheist, let's say for the sake of argument, atheism is true. That's what you do when you do an internal critique. You're
Right.
not literally saying atheism is true.
Yeah, of course, I understand. That's not what I'm missing. I understand that.
Okay, then what's not clear?
Well, I don't. So is it true or is it not that? So when you say if a more coherent worldview was you were to be introduced to
Again,
it,
I'm sorry, man. I'm not going to repeat to you for the third time. It's a hypothetical, no different than an internal critique, and you're stuck on autistic either or, bro. Just relax. Yellow, what's up? Wayward frequency, $5. Thou shalt cut loose the pores, and every empty wallet, which has none of which may enter the house of Dyer. The book of Bitcoin 6-7. Correct. Exactly. I was waiting for somebody to actually get mad and think that I was being serious.
Is Roots here? Did he leave?
What?
Did Roots leave?
Who?
The guy that was talking here just a minute ago.
I ended the conversation so that we didn't end up into
Man, I want to
argument.
bully the guy.
I didn't boot him. I just removed him from the discussion because if I get agitated and I start arguing, people are going to say I'm mean. He's going to get his feelings hurt. He's going to turn into a person that tries to expose me. I've been through this dance a million times. What's up?
Nah, I just wanted to come up here and bully the guy and make him go down. Bully him, yeah.
Bully him? Okay. Why do you want to bully him? What's on your mind?
I don't know. He was being annoying.
Okay. Is that all that's on your mind?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Yellow. Bullies in the audience. What's up? MK, what's up? We're getting some wild calls today. It's fun. People should also have more fun with this, not take this so seriously. When somebody comes on with a weird voice and I do an impression, it's because we're having fun. And all these Skittles goblins in the audience are like, oh, we got him. He's being mean again. He's looking at me so irritable. We're having fun. Learn the nuance and the sense, the vibe from which we're coming. This is fun. It's entertaining. If you can't handle it, you don't have to call in. Did you ever think about that? Nobody's making anyone call in. Look how mean he is. Look how mean he is. Dude, then just don't call in. Nobody's making you tune in either. What's up, MK? I'm mute.
Sub Jay, just wanted to give you some pushback on the age of the Earth conversation.
Okay.
So first off, just wondering if I could give you an opportunity to potentially refute the argument from geological stratification. So why don't I find a bunny rabbit skeleton in the Cambrian layer?
How do you know there is a Cambrian layer?
Essentially a projection of the same methodology as tree rings. I mean, it's like you just do tree rings, but with the Earth and the organisms in them.
Have you done this, or is this what the papers and the professors told you?
I've worked in departments that have done this kind of research.
Okay. And you saw with your own eyes the age of the strata?
Not all of them, but series of them, sure.
Okay. How does the strata tell you the age? Is it listed in like, is it like chiseled in?
No, but you can look for coherentist type alignment between things like the Earth layers, tree rings.
What does coherentism have to do with this?
Like you look for conclusions and
that's not coherentism. Coherentism is a form of epistemology. It has nothing to do with this.
No, it does, because I'm saying that you're not approaching it from a particular presupposition of these things are what's true. You're just finding correspondences in the same data points.
That's not
across different medium.
coherentism. You're talking about maybe something being coherent amongst different disciplines. But how does that tell you, because you're looking at a bunch of different things, that the specific age is correct?
It might not give you a particular age, but if you have an alternative explanation, how come we don't see?
Now you're doing a tu
layers?
quoque. Now you're doing a tu quoque. So again, when you look at that layer, how are you getting the right age?
It has to be ascertained on the basis of other data points.
How do you know when you go to the other data point that that data point is giving the age? You're just moving the problem back a step.
Well, that's a very broad epistemological question that could be asked about anything, right?
It's not even an epistemological question. Now
say, how do I know anything?
It's a data question about the age. It's not a question of how do you know anything. It's not what I asked.
So, all right. Well, if I ask you where we see
another tu
empirical
quoque.
representation, well, no, I'm not asserting that it's true. So it's not a tu quoque. I'm asking you. Would you be able to show?
Well, you said you want to do a debate and do pushback, and when I ask you specifically how you know the age, you keep deflecting.
Well, I'm asking you to justify your position. How do we know that the sediment layers are the consequence?
We're not on my position yet. We're on your position, which was based on assertions. And so when I ask you specifically how you know, you're just saying tu quoque.
I'm trying to understand where you're coming from, but if you
All
want
right,
me
so
to...
I'm not going to do the tu... Again, if you don't understand a tu quoque and you keep asking me the same question, there's no point. Chase, what's up?
Jay, hello.
Mm-hmm.
I just wanted to say that us people with non-neurotypical voices, we don't really usually appreciate the jest, and we can take jokes, but some of us just this is how we sound.
I'm trying to understand why you would use rhetoric without it being an either or, and if you speak in this manner, doesn't it make your position more true because you sound intellectual?
Well, it actually does, Jay, and this is part of your weakness in debate, is that those with non-neurotypical voices typically would dominate you in debate if you didn't try to use your razzle-dazzle tactics.
I believe the term that you're looking for, Chase, is called word salad.
Actually, you don't really actually even understand this because you have a neurotypical voice. So I would just appreciate if you kept things, civil with those with a non-neurotypical voice.
You know, if you had actually ever read anything or understood anything relating to anything at all whatsoever, perhaps you might be able to actually make an argument, but since you're unable, I will not even dignify what you've said with an actual reply.
I can tell by just your cadence that you haven't even played Elden Ring yet. So, sir, I will leave you. You can go and play your games. Good day.
Good day to you too, sir. Refuted. Hello. Thank you. Damien, what's up?
Damien gonna bring that omen to us. I sent an omen.
Can you hear me?
Uh-huh.
All right, I was going to ask if you saw what the Patriarch in Constantinople was doing the other day, not with Pope Leo, but rather they had a statement they released in support of ethnic and racial minorities and also homosexuals. Did you see that?
Where is this?
Yeah, I just saw an article from it on orthodoxchristian.com that was on December 5th, so today, actually.
Oh, that's very interesting. Let's pull that up. Let's see.
I'm on my phone right now.
Do you know what the what's the article called?
Let me see if I can pull it up real quick. The article is called Finnish Church Council Approves Motion on Rights of Sexual and Gender Minorities. Long, very long title. If it allows links in the X chat, I can just put it there.
Finnish?
Yep. I posted the link in the X chat.
All right. Yeah, because this isn't working for whatever reason. Are you saying the X chat underneath this?
Yeah, under the space.
Is that all you have on your mind? Appreciate that. Let's see what it says. Oh, wow. Okay, so now we got to worship TRANZ too. But I mean, yeah, that's sad. Didn't we not tell you, by the way, that the EP, when it goes in this direction, it's not just a matter of theology and jurisdictions. It's ultimately for the Skittles. They're going to push the EP to unite with Rome, ultimately so that they can have the Skittle. And here is exactly what we said right here. Yes, I can give you the link right here. And it says it right here. Oh, you gotta protect the TRANZ. Protect them. What does that even mean, by the way? Protect them from, like, I mean, you can repent and come into the church, but this is not that. Mark, what's up? They're literally saying the church is a safe space for TRANZ. They're trying to make the church into Starbucks. What's up, man?
Hey, how's it going?
Good. What's on your mind?
Good. I just want to let you know that I'm 5'10" and 175 pounds and real trim.
Awesome.
So you probably beat this with the dead horse. I just haven't heard you address it, but it's over like Luke 22:36. And, people, to sell your cloak and buy a sword. I've heard a lot of people rebut that and say it's just metaphorical and it has nothing to do with actually like arming oneself. And I was just curious of what your take is on that.
I think there's different significances to the passage. I think indirectly it does support the idea that you can defend yourself. And that goes all the way back to Exodus. I think it's Exodus 20:22 talks about self-defense. So Jesus isn't doing anything different than what's allowed in Exodus for self-defense. But also there's proper things at proper times, right? So there was a time when it was proper to defend oneself, but also there was a time when it was proper for him to not defend himself and to go to the cross, because that was kind of his plan and what he intended to do. And that's why historically the church, the Orthodox Christian teaching, has always understood in a nuanced way there's appropriate actions in appropriate situations. So sometimes, as Ecclesiastes says, there's a time for war. Sometimes there's a time for peace. Sometimes there's a time for mourning. Sometimes there's a time for joy and festivity. So we recognize all these things at the appropriate time. And really wisdom is knowing when to apply what.
All right, cool. Awesome. Thanks, dude.
Yeah, great question. Banantium, what's up?
Sorry. Hey, what's up, man? How you doing?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing good. Long time no speak. Did Sam ever put out that episode about sports betting, or is he going to get to it? The Hyde.
I thought it was the John Rocker episode. Did that one not talk about?
Oh, sometimes honestly with the titles and stuff, I just I don't watch it that frequently. I was just curious when it was. So it's the John Rocker episode.
I assume so. Yeah, but also sometimes I think like one thing he's been doing too is if some of the episodes run a little long, then some of the content gets put for members at MDE.
Oh, okay. That makes sense.
So in other words, I haven't seen all the episodes, so there might be some of that's for the members at MDE. But yeah, good question.
What are your thoughts about the the recent female diaconate thing? I kind of missed the beginning of the stream. Did you guys discuss that article that came out, or the whatever research Rome did?
All I saw, I mentioned that it was occurring. They were gonna study it maybe a month ago or 2 weeks ago, and then I saw Tim Gordon yesterday. He was like cheering because supposedly Rome has said, no, we're not going to actually do it.
And
Is that what happened? I haven't looked.
Yeah, I kind of want to comment on it because it's kind of funny. Not to compliment Loft Dog, but there are instances where I'll listen to his stuff and
every now and then he gets something right. That's true.
Yeah, well, he's been on a heater of being pissed off and just acknowledging how annoyed he is at the status of things. But the funny thing is, when you look at this statement.
Mm-hmm.
If people take the time to read anything, I feel like I've noticed this consistently in apologetics for a while. It's just people have no attention span.
Mm-hmm.
You read the article, it very clearly says we're not making a doctrinal position here. This is a research document.
Mm-hmm.
And what we're saying is, for the time being, it will not be sacramental.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't explicitly say that it's rejected
as
a possibility.
Interesting.
They don't find any evidence for it. To be historically that way.
Well, what I said underneath what I said underneath Tim Gordon's post was, perhaps we can hope that it will doctrinally develop to where we can have deaconesses.
Yeah, that's the funny thing, because the more I've looked into it, it seems like if you get into all the categories of what is dogma or not dogma, like, I don't know, like something like 20% of the catechism of the Catholic Church could be considered theological opinion.
Well,
like not
there's
objectively
really
true.
Actually, I honestly think, and this is the way I argue it, as you probably know, is like there is no real clear way to know what is and isn't dogma. You have basically, the three tiers of extraordinary, universal ordinary, and ordinary. And there's nothing that specifically leads you to know in all these cases what goes in what bin. And so we're kind of in epistemic limbo when the whole purpose of the papacy was supposed to be to not put us in epistemic limbo.
Yeah, I mean, you look at the Mortalium Animos quote that was contrasted with the in Unity Fidei, whatever the.
Oh, by the way, I'm glad you mentioned that. I'm glad you mentioned that because
I thought it was going crazy.
Well, no, because I was watching Tim Gordon's stream with, I forget that guy's name, when they were talking about Joe Heschmeyer and they were responding to him about.
What's his? Yeah, I know you're talking about.
So they were talking about what's dogmatic, and they were arguing like, "Oh, you have to follow Casti Connubii," and I'm like, "Well, wait a minute. So now we do have to follow encyclicals, because if that's the case, then Mortalium Animos is binding."
Yeah, it's a direct contradiction to what was just released the other day. And it's very weird. I do feel like
but I'm saying more fundamental than this nonsense, this little minutia debate about feminism, right? Because Tim is arguing with Joel Heschmeyer about feminism, and
that's been funny.
Tim is saying that, and that his co-hosts were saying, "Oh, you got to follow Casti Connubii," and I'm like, "Okay, well then you also have to follow Mortalium Animos, which means that the whole Vatican is apostate."
Yeah. I mean, other thing I find unique, and I know the EP's being how he's being. What's funny though is every single Catholic saying that it's like the Orthodox are spurging out and getting negative when there's the possibility for quote unity. But if you actually just the only thing I'll give them credit for is another thing about people paying attention. Even in that long liturgy, in the speech, Bart explicitly says we have to figure out the filioque and papal infallibility. But every Catholic apologist will make the statement of like, well, all the Orthodox know that Orthodoxy will not be true anymore, and the Orthodox will be going to the Catholic Church. I'm like, now the EP could make a push for that individually, but even he in the dang thing said those are two things we have to get over. So it's like even the most liberal guy explicitly stated.
He's just saying that for to placate people in the church. Like they can't outright say, "Oh," but I mean they're already basically allegedly doing like covert communion already.
Oh wait, who is the EPs?
They supposedly commune some cardinal.
Oh well, that's not okay. But point being, I guess we all know if that is the statement of the most quote liberal of the group of them, and we have patriarchs not showing up, Orthodoxy just doesn't magically dissolve because the patriarchs make one-off decisions and then aren't patriarchs anymore. It's just very weird how the whole response came from the Catholic community. Like, you guys are just not accepting the fact that you're going to go away, it's like literally there'd be no situation. Where
Well,
you
yeah,
go away.
exactly. I mean, if that's the case, then we would have disappeared after Florence. So exactly.
Yeah.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
All right,
Matt,
man.
appreciate Max, what's up? Yeah, I mean, they really just can't conceive of a different ecclesiology. Their whole argument is always just premised on, oh, well, the patriarch and the EP, or the patriarchs and the EP are just little popes, and if they do something and you disagree, then you're disagreeing with your pope. So again, to refute Tim and his co-host, they kept making this whole argument in their stream against Joe Heschmeyer that, oh, casti connubii, that's binding. You got to follow what he says on marriage, and women, must submit to the husbands because it's binding. It's papal teaching that's binding. Oh, what about Pius XI's encyclical he wrote 2 years earlier that participating in religious ceremonies with other groups and other faiths makes you an apostate? That means the papacy is apostate because they've been doing this for decades now. So you just refuted your own position by admitting that Pius XI's encyclicals are binding. This should be the end for Roman Catholicism for people who can put 2 and 2 together. What's up, man? I'm you.
Hey, Jay, how you doing, man?
Good.
Good. Can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Okay. So whenever I'm arguing with Roman Catholics, I often point out that there's obvious contradictions in dogma, and one of the most common objections I hear is that, oh, well, that's not ex cathedra. But I was reading in an Orthodox book last night that Vatican I says that Catholics still even have to follow non-ex cathedra statements or things from the Pope.
Yes, I've made this argument for 10 years straight.
Okay. I just want to clarify. I don't know if that was...
No, it's absolutely right. There's 5 different places that say that in Catholic dogma. So they're just making up things that they think are true that they hear some other pop apologist say, which is total bullcrap.
Right. And I always notice too how they can never even really provide a list of ex cathedra statements too. It's always
there isn't
funny.
one. Yeah.
Right. All right. Well, hey, just want to clarify, run that by you. Thanks, man. Appreciate it.
Absolutely. And again, and I'm glad that you got that, but that's an argument, a point we've been making for 10 years straight. There is no place that tells you only have to follow ex cathedra. In fact, that position is condemned. I think it's even condemned in one of the places is actually in casti connubii. So, if you go to my video, I've listed them all underneath my video. It's called Catholics Imploding Vatican I. I don't think this is it. I've shared it on Twitter. Hey, this is it. I've shared it on Twitter a million times too. You go down to here. 6 documents proving that Catholics are bound by more than the so-called ex cathedra statements. Meaning Vatican II is also dogma. Even if you argue, I mean, first of all, it is dogmatic, but even if you argue that, oh, it's not ex cathedra, whatever, it doesn't matter. You still have to follow it. It's just, they just make up bullcrap to make the position work. Canon 752 of Catholic canon law says religious submission of intellect and will must be given to all teachings, even if they are not infallible. Booyah. 752 of their canon law. C. de Legis of Pius XII says obedience is necessary even if you think the Pope's wrong. C. de Legis, Pius XII. Casti connubii 104, paragraph 104. You are bound by religious submission of intellect and will to much more than merely extraordinary magisterium. Casti connubii 104. And then there's 3 more right here. This is my video. Was Vatican II infallible or Catholics imploding? Go to the description. 6 examples disproving the complete nonsense made up position that you only have to follow what is ex cathedra. I have been arguing this since I was a Roman Catholic. This is one of the reasons that I was not an SSPX. The SSPX position is premised on I can reject Vatican II and anything I don't like from the popes post-Vatican II. No, you can't. That makes you a schismatic. And even Lofton knows this. Even Lofton gets this right. But the whole position, to make it work, can't admit this. And once you do admit it, it means that Rome's false. Aaron, what's up? Aaron, what's up? I'm mute.
Yo, what's good?
Hey, what's on your mind?
Yeah, man. I'm Protestant, and I had a quick question for you. So what would you say to me as a Protestant? What does the Protestant church, or not Protestant church, what do I as a Protestant lack that Orthodoxy provides objectively?
The sacraments and grace.
Historically.
The sacraments and grace. The actual church. Protestantism is not a church. It's a parasynagogue. Without apostolic succession, you don't have the church and you don't have the sacraments, nor the grace of the sacraments.
Yeah, but I'm asking, so is there like a historical demonstrative claim that orthodoxy possesses that if I stay a Protestant, I won't have?
Yeah, apostolic succession, which is the root of the things that I listed, like having the Eucharist, having efficacious baptismal regeneration, etc. So I appreciate your call, but those are things to look into, is the historic church. So it's not just you and the Bible. You got to have the regular celebration of the Eucharistic feast. But it's also kind of hard to hear you too. So Lehman, what's up? I don't mind people calling from their car, but it's just hard to hear sometimes. Notice, guys, here, just to again stress that last point. Casti connubii, the very thing that Tim Gordon and his buddy were heavily relying on. What does it say? Oh, paragraph 104 says, you are absolutely bound by more than ex cathedra, and it doesn't matter what your private opinions are, you submit to the Roman See. Anyone who questions the guidance of the Roman See is relying on their own presumed private judgments. Uh-oh. That means every trad cat is a Protestant according to Casti connubii, paragraph 104. Uh-oh. What's up, Don Lemon?
Hello.
What's up?
Okay. I come from the Robotistant Church, and I wanted to tell all the Catholics to go back to Filio Queenihut Jr.
The what?
You know how they got the Filioque?
How's that?
They got the Filioque. They got the Filio Queenihut Jr. Go back to their Catholics.
Okay. I like it. We're getting full schizo level. Let's do it. 300, what's up? Hey, yeah, if y'all want to take this stream into the domain of full schizo, we can do it. We can do it. I don't mind. We can go full schizo, dog. We've done it many times. We can just start watching ghost videos, dude. Freaking cameras going around watching ghosts fart and shit, like trying to prove the supernatural with ghosts farting and stuff, right? I'll do it. We'll do it. Let's just go there if y'all want to. I mean, you go back to the stream over here. We went full schizo on one of these streams back here. Where'd it go? We went full schizo. I can't find it now. What's up, man? Unmute. Here it is right here. Look at this. I put a Buffy. I put up a Buffy Jewish queen thumbnail right there. We went full schizo right there. We went from vampire cults to Land Between the Lakes, to ghost fart videos. What's up, man? Unmute. 300. All right, don't unmute. Just sit there. Whatever.
To the guy who was talking about the empirical stuff, is the ring? Are the rings in the trees? Was he there when you brought this up? He missed it. Was he there when the tree was grown? Because that would be the actual empirical evidence, not the data. The data is not the empirical evidence.
Exactly. No, I don't think people get that. They think that staring at the tree rings is the I'm actually observing the entire lifespan of the tree. You can deduce from the tree rings the years of the tree. That is not the same thing as you observing the evolutionary process of a single cell organism turning into Tiktaalik. Those are two different things. John, what's up? Unmute.
Hello?
Yeah, what's up, man?
AJ, so I was born an Orthodox, right? So are there any like schisms in more of a surface questions in the Orthodox church?
I mean, there are schisms from the church, and there can be points when certain patriarchs are out of communion, but schism is a formal declaration where some group ends up leaving the church.
And do they, can they continue naming themselves as an Orthodox church, or?
Well, I mean, yeah, you can't stop people from doing whatever they want to do. So yeah, every schismatic is going to say they're the true Orthodox, sure.
Right, so if you go to a church, how do you know if they
you find out if they're a canonical Orthodox church or if they're non-canonical.
Okay, so just, hello, do you hear me?
Yeah, what's up?
Yeah. So how do you
you just go ask, or you look at the website to see if they're canonical or non-canonical. Alpine, what's up? We got some more super chats, guys. If you want to support the stream, you can do so through super chats. Super chats are done through Streamlabs. They don't take a cut. Or you can do it natively through YouTube. Adrian says for $10, I've been ranting about how I left Pentecostalism. I decided to go to liturgy with my family on Sunday. Thank you for playing a part, Jay. Sorry if I was annoying at times. It's okay. We're all annoying. You got to learn to laugh at yourself and have fun, though. Midnight Light, $5. Jay, I'm glad you're alive. Many years to you. And Jamie, explain the Orthodox perspective on death and Christ's harrowing of Hades. Okay, well, that's a pretty long, in-depth question for just me to do that on the spot. But turns out I've actually done many podcasts on this for you guys. So you can go down here to the bottom of my page, and you'll see where it says Traditional Philosophy and Metaphysics Episodes. If you scroll through over here to Defense of Traditional Philosophy, etc., you'll see that there's this one episode here, and then there's one here, John Damascus. This series with John Damascus and Atonement right here, this deals with the descent into Hades and all of that. Or the Clips channels also discuss harrowing of Hades. Let's see what we get. Trinity, descent of Christ into Hades, and the Holy Spirit at Pentecost, right here. Crucifixion explained by Jay Dyer, right here. Deification of man, resurrection and theosis, Jay Dyer, right here. So there are plenty of streams going into significant depth already answering that question. Alpine, what's up? To the pagan guy in the chat, you're welcome to call in. Usually we ask that people come and debate if they want to take issue with anything. There's the call-in number right there. Alpine, unmute, or we're moving on.
Oh, I love you, Pappy J. I've got two things for you today, yeah? Two beautiful, beautiful things. So, firstly, I'm here to completely prove evolution.
Mm-hmm.
So, bro, it's a fact that we actually evolved from slugs 50 trillion years ago.
Right.
And I can prove this actually with this scientific documentary called Transformers, okay? So in this beautiful scientific documentary, we can see that you have like the Autobots, right?
Mm-hmm.
And bro, originally they're cars, but like through the scientific process of evolution, like they say, let's roll out, and then they evolve into humanoid beings, okay?
I like it.
So, yeah, bro.
Time to pack it up. We're done. I'm refuted.
And
Career is over.
Exactly, bro. I'm sorry, bro. I'm sorry. I love you, Jay.
Well, I appreciate you giving me the strong medicine that I need. It's time to take,
It was really hard, but someone had to do it. And secondly, on a serious note, so if the Greeks do kind of just skedaddle away from the church and Bartholomew does go and become a Catholic, what's going to happen ecclesiastically? Like, will there just be a new patriarch that gets elected? Will the Greeks just completely schism? Because I don't think this is, I could be wrong, but I don't think this has happened before in recent church history. So in the last 100 years.
No,
so
I mean, it would be more like, you're right. So it would be like the, reunion of Florence. This is like a repeat of the geopolitical machinations behind the false union of Florence. It's like a mirrored example. It's almost identical to that. That's what we're going through, I'm saying. So, no, I don't know of a modern analog to this. The other analog would be the 1054 schism. So, my assessment, my guess would be that it will basically just be a split down the middle of the Orthodox Church, but it's actually not even ultimately, it's not good, but providentially it won't be a bad thing because it's a winnowing fan to separate the wheat from the chaff. All of these Skittles people that want to go do butt stuff in Rome, just go do it, man. Get out of here. You just saw the Finnish church under the EP saying they want the church to be a safe space for TRA and Z people. So good, yeah, go to Rome. Like, I want all those people to go to Rome. Rome can be a giant gay bathhouse. It already is, so just go do that. That's best for us. Ibio hack. I'm being serious too. Like, no, these people should convert to Roman Catholicism because that just makes Rome excel. I'm an accelerationist when it comes to these people going to Rome. There we go. I'm over here being a dark enlightenment, neo-reactionary Curtis Yarvin, but only for Roman Catholics accelerating by becoming more and more Skittles. What's up, man? I'm you. Ibio hack.
Hey, Jay, I'm a recent Orthodox, 3 years, and I've been trying to learn, studying all this stuff, and I just got into the history of like Evagrios and his it's kind of mind-blowing because I was reading St. Maximus, and it said the notes kept saying that, well, he got a lot of this from Evagrios. So I looked him up, and he's like, oh, he's been anathematized. Mm-hmm. And so I was kind of curious.
Well, it's the same with the Cappadocians and Origen, right? So they were very influenced by Origen, but that doesn't make them heretics because they were influenced. I mean, everybody in the history of the church, particularly, very philosophically minded theologians, will be influenced by certain people. Maximus, for example, as Protodeacon Dr. Patrick has shown, was influenced by Neoplatonists, unfortunately, in some areas where he got some things wrong. So there's nothing wrong with saying that St. Maximus got things wrong or that he was too Neoplatonic at times, because you're going to find out as you get deeper and deeper into the church fathers, there's no single individual church father that's infallible.
Okay. Yeah, I do like the way, I think it was you or somebody said that they compensate for each other's missteps. So I think what I was wondering too is anathema is so serious, and like I read about Evagrios, and some people were arguing that like a lot of stuff that he was anathematized, like Origen, like very posthumous, like 150 years later.
Well, no, actually, he was also anathematized in his own day. So it's not. People have this lie that Origen wasn't condemned until years later. No, actually, Saint Optatus, I think, is the one that condemned him in his own day.
Oh, there you go. I was going to ask, do you think that they ever make a mistake when they do that? Because sometimes things can get attributed, kind of like today with quotes on the internet. Lots of stuff gets attributed to somebody.
No. So in the case of Origin, the whole system of Origin is condemned at the Sixth Ecumenical Council when it accepts the letter of Saint Sophronius of Jerusalem. So the Patriarch of Jerusalem, Saint Sophronius, wrote an entire confession of faith that has a 4-page refutation of the entire system of Origin. And the Sixth Ecumenical Council accepts that definition. So that means that it also condemns the system of Origin.
I appreciate the knowledgeable clarification. Thank you for reading all these books, so I don't have to.
Yeah, no, I appreciate your compliment there, and those are great questions. I welcome them. Those kinds of questions actually make it that iron sharpens iron. I know that's kind of a corny, cliche phrase, but it really is true at times. Nathaniel Asbury. Okay, and yeah, or Evagrius was influenced by Origin. I thought that was right. What's up, man? Nathaniel, unmute.
Hi there. It did notify me that I was invited. Hello, Jay. I made this X account just to call in because I usually hate this social media. But I got 2 things real quick. I'll talk about the papacy. Reminded me, I was at DebateCon last month, and one thing Rizz said in his debate piqued me, so I wanted to talk to him. He strives to be Orthodox, so I'm hoping maybe he can evolve from or dispose of his Zionism. But there's a weird Catholic lady who was hanging out with him, probably whispering nastiness in his ears about becoming a papist or whatever. And very quickly she went into the cognitive dissonance of affirming the papacy and denying things that it says.
It's hard to hear you. Who you said Rizz is trying to be Orthodox, and then you said something about what? Who are we talking about now?
I was at DebateCon and Rizz had a debate.
I know. I heard all that, Rizz, but he debated who?
Some liberal Muslim scholar who was.
Oh, okay. And so, what about papism?
Yeah. Oh, so there was a Catholic lady who interjected in my conversation with Rizz after the debate, and so presenting all the stuff about how the papacy is inconsistent and it doesn't live up to what the promises are. And she did the typical thing. Oh, I don't have to accept that. And so it evolved into we agreed to disagree. And she said she was reading some kind of book about how to respond to orthodoxy, and I kind of shut the whole conversation up by saying, "No, you can't." That is just you encounter it in the real world, even and it's not just online. That's mainly what I was pointing to. And secondly, it was great meeting you at the conference. And one of this real providential thing, my current assigned reading from my priest for catechesis is Towards Transfigured Life by Stanley Herakis. And I was amazed at how this book from the 80s, I'm reading on the flight home, it's talking about a bunch of things that you and FDA were talking about in the conference. So just as a contrast, everybody, the Orthodox position is consistent across generations, and it's coherent way more than this stupid thing where you put one guy on one office on a pedestal and all the statements that come from that. So God bless, Jay. Thanks for bringing me on.
Thank you, and glad to meet you at the conference as well. Appreciate that. That book does sound pretty cool. I might have to get that. Stanley Herakis, gotcha. Josh, what's up, dog? Lemon Roost says for $10. J, Filio Queenie Hut, Robotistan, Equipostarian Schism. Tell me a bedtime story. Happy birthday, Little Willow. So proud of you. Christ be with us. J Team, $14. I think the criteria for what a cult is confusing. Seems more like an insult with no regard to the definition. I don't see how Jehovah's Witnesses are technically a cult. Well, I mean, Jehovah's Witnesses make you shun your family members that aren't Jehovah's Witnesses. They have absurd, incoherent, arbitrary standards for no blood transfusions, can't celebrate birthdays. I mean, they're 100% a cult. What's up, man? Josh? Yeah.
Hey, Hey, what's up, man? Thanks for having me on, dude.
What's on your mind?
Oh, man. So, yeah, you're talking about a lot of stuff that's been on my mind. It's pretty providential, maybe. So I'm in the Antiochian Archdiocese, and I try to pay attention to what's going on politically and stuff. And are you familiar with Word Magazine?
I mean, yeah, I think I read it maybe back in 2007 and 8. I thought it was I remember that they actually had some good articles back then, but I've not kept up with it since then.
Gotcha. It's cool. It's our Archdiocese newsletter, magazine. We get it so often.
Right.
But just kind of going along with the political environment right now, I noticed a couple things that in isolation I would shrug off, but I found, maybe quirked an eyebrow in combination. So the first one was an address where they were, praising some commie Anglicans' work in South Africa, just charitable or whatever, but kind of the character you probably wouldn't want to praise,
Yeah.
And then in that same one, they were addressing the concerns about the quote unquote quality of catechumen they're bringing in. And my mind immediately was like, do you mean right-leaning people, young
Probably.
men joining the church, right? That's, and we're not Go Arch, but we're not Rocor either. We're in a diocese where it can kind of swing either way. And I'm just wondering, what perspective you have on that.
Yeah, I think, there's, Antiochian Archdiocese has problems as well. There's ecumenism being pushed there for sure. You're going to have these feminists, Skittle stuff being pushed everywhere. So everybody just needs to prepare and think about, there's no perfect jurisdiction. There's Rocor had a Antifa deacon forever. I don't know. He probably still is one. When are they going to get rid of this guy? Right. So you're not going to find perfection in the jurisdictions. And unfortunately, given all the stuff that we're seeing geopolitically with, GOP Wilson people saying they want to come after the Orthodox Church, the EP's out here saying let's unite let's do butt stuff with Rome. It's just getting bad. So prepare for it to get even worse. Now, in the long run, we don't have to worry about it because that's going to be good, because all of these phonies are just going to go do their thing. Good, fine, go. And people don't understand it's ultimately providentially a separating of wheat from chaff. It's going to be tough. It's going to be difficult. There's going to be a lot of challenges. But what did we just see with this Finnish EP jurisdiction statement? Just like we've been saying, the real reason for the ecumenist stuff and time to go back to Rome and time to do this and that, it's going to immediately be, as soon as that gets pushed, then it's, we have to open up the church to be a safe space. So they're going to immediately, it's going to be very clear. What I'm saying is, you're not going to get tricked. You're not going to be a bait and switch. It's going to be very clear that hey, my priest is talking about uniting with Rome, and then suddenly he's going to do a gay wedding. It's going to be open. The OCA church here communes a Skittles couple openly. So you're not going to have a hard time. I don't know what's going on. What do I do? They're going to be very open about it. It's going to be very easy for you to see. Richie, what's up? Richie Rich, what's up, dog?
Hey, what's going on, man?
What's on your mind?
Well, first off, I want to say I'm a catechumen right now. You're kind of one of the inspirations for me to look into the church and whatnot. Going to a Greek Orthodox parish. Had a little bit of a question, though. In terms of schooling, do you think that we should be introducing kind of some of these Christian principles into schooling, or kind of what's your view on that?
Into schooling? Yeah, your kids need to be homeschooled. What do you mean?
Okay, so where I'm at, it's I'm in Los Angeles, so homeschooling is pretty much unheard of. Do you think kind of separating them children from their peers is would be ultimately beneficial, or kind of?
Yeah, because bro, your state is already coming to clip off gendered stuff, bro. Halo, what's up? J Team, you might think it's arbitrary from their worldview, but they would ground those things in the Bible. I'm not saying they would get it right. Do you have objections to Catholic beliefs? Are they a cult? No, the Jehovah's Witnesses do not ground their beliefs in the Bible. They have a fake, made up New World Translation that they use. It is not the Bible. So again, you need to educate yourself more on the specifics of the Jehovah's Witnesses to understand that they have a made-up Bible that changes things like John 1. Every copy of John 1 prior to the New World Translation says, in the beginning was the Word was with God, the Word was God. The Jehovah's Witnesses fake Bible says, in the beginning was the Word was a God. So, no, the Jehovah's Witnesses are absolutely a cult. In fact, they're even used by the CIA as a form of soft power and espionage in other countries. What's up? Halo can't connect. So, sorry, dude. Josh, what's up? Joshua, what's up? Joshua Christensen, are you there? Do you want to talk? You gotta turn your mic on, guys, if you want to come on. Underwater, what's up? Yeah, a lot of churches have homeschooling groups too, by the way, which means that your kids can be around other kids.
Hello.
Yep.
Yeah, so I have like this friend, right, who's like completely new to like Christianity, and right now I'm like trying to get her. So far, I'm telling her to just read the Bible and watch her videos in terms of educating herself. But I'm wondering what advice you would give her if you're in my position, because she's like completely new. Like usually people are like who are listening to you or like some sort of convert of like Catholic, Protestant, so they have like a pretty long history of reading the Bible and trying to understand Christianity. At least that's what the vibe I'm getting off of your, or that's usually what the case is. Is the video paused? Why is my thing frozen?
I don't know. What's your question?
Oh yeah. Well, what exactly would you recommend for someone who's like just completely like straight new, like fresh piece of paper or something?
I would say watch something like the Icon documentary, which is the best for a new convert, but also that would be better for ladies. It's not Optatus. It's the other bishop that has an O name. Let's try it this way. I always get this guy mixed up with Saint Optatus. Origen was condemned in his day. So people are asking me this question. We've covered this like a million times. Well, I didn't know that Demetrius of Alexandria condemned Origen, but there's another saint. Let's see, what saint condemned Origen in his day? Methodius. Sorry, Saint Methodius condemned Origen in his day. I think that's right. No, that's not right. There is one. I just can't. I always get that. I think that it's somebody in the chat will remember because we've done this multiple times on the stream. I think it's Methodius. If anybody can remember this, I've saved it. I just don't remember. I always get this saint mixed up with Optatus, but it might be Methodius. FDA, do you recall? What's on your mind? FDA, you want to unmute?
Hey, what's up?
Did you want to say something?
I can't remember. I think St. Methodius, but I don't have access to pull it up.
Okay, let me try different. Let me try this.
What do you think it is? Why do people want to salvage Origin so much?
They are, there's a push for that because he fits with globalization.
What do you mean?
Originism fits with globalization because he teaches Neoplatonism and perennialism.
Oh,
So
yeah,
there's an establishment, like Fordham pushes, like Fordham wrote a gigantic few years ago, like 1,000-page, like rehabilitation of Origin.
There's a theology professor at the college I work at, and he loves, like, we were getting into it about Origin. He was always willing to be corrected, but I found recently some commentary on Origin that just to the opposite, that he was actually, because what do we always say? Heresy isn't getting something theologically wrong. It's persistence, a stubborn persistence in error due to pride.
Right. Yeah, exactly. That's why there's nothing wrong with later condemnations because, and by the way, it is Saint Methodius of Olympus. That's why I was getting that mixed up with Saint Optatus of Miletus. It's Saint Methodius of Olympus who wrote a treatise on the resurrection condemning the heterodox views of Origin. Anyway, but that's who it is. Siege, what's up?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Hey, yeah, I'm a catechumen in the Orthodox Church, but I actually had a geopolitical question. I just finished reading Black Gold Spies, and there was a guy at my previous church who worked for Blackwater, and at the end of the book, he mentions that the CIA utilizes Blackwater, and I was wondering if you had any, like, insight into that.
No, I think that was pretty well known. That came out, during back in the time of like Desert Storm and all that, the war in Iraq. That was all a lot of talking points. Even Alex Jones was covering that back in the 2000s. So, yeah, I don't think there's. I mean, that's pretty uncontroversial.
Okay, that's it. That's really interesting. Thank you.
Yeah, glad you read that book. What'd you think of it?
I thought it was really eye-opening.
It's a fascinating book. Yeah, it's great.
There's so many names that I've never heard of.
Yeah.
And I've been trying to explain some of this stuff to some of my like Zionist family members. Like the Middle East isn't what you like are told it is. And
Right.
it's all set up by these agencies or these like
it's set up by the power blocks. It's carved up, Sykes-Picot, etc.
Well, and what's hard for me to understand is like I can't tell if somebody like I think it was Philby who converted to Islam, but did he actually, or was it just like a ploy? Like I find that stuff interesting.
Yeah, well, John Brennan is supposedly a Sunni, right? He's a Marxist Sunni.
Like they fake it. It's crazy to me that
Probably.
willing to go that far for your like. I just don't know what's motivating them. Like I can't figure out why they would be so willing to believe like a religion they don't agree with.
Well, I mean, if you listen to the Andrew Bustamante interviews, like he's very candid. He's like, I mean, CIA recruits psychopaths, so like they don't have any conscience about lying. So it's like they don't have a problem lying. I mean, you're basically you're an actor. You're pretending to be something you're not. So that's
Yeah, and this guy at my church, he's like, or used to be at my church. He was a mercenary for the U.S. government through Blackwater, and he like would openly tell us in circles this. But then he also worked in oil, and I was like, after I read that, I was like, oh, dude, I wish I could go talk to this guy and ask him more questions, what he knows. But he's crazy though. So like he's like insane.
Yeah, well, maybe it'd be better to not ask him a bunch of those questions. Right. But appreciate that. I mean, use your discernment when it comes to who's worth talking to and who's not. But J Team says again for 14, the criteria for what you're calling a cult is confusing. It seems like an insult. No, in the case of Jehovah's Witnesses, I mean, one of my best friends grew up in it, and his dad left, and it was a gigantic national news story. He was on Oprah. I mean, I know all about it. So I'm not speaking from a lack of wisdom and insight about Jehovah's Witnesses. I've debated Jehovah's Witnesses. I'm very familiar with it. And I'm not calling it a cult willy-nilly. Now, you actually do have a good point here that, well, what you think is a cult is going to be based on your paradigm and your worldview. That's correct. And because I think Orthodox Christianity is true, yes, I'm going to say that Roman Catholicism can be cult-like. Protestantism could be conceivably cult-like. But even within, I mean, you could have a crazy monastery in the Orthodox world that is cult-like. That's happened before, sure. So there's not a self-evident definition of what is a, quote, cult, because there's some flexibility and the specifications are somewhat fuzzy. So I actually agree with you on that point. But I am specifically saying from the Orthodox paradigm and from my worldview, Jehovah's Witnesses are a cult, not just because of the religious beliefs and the practices and the control that they have over the lives of their parishioners, but also from the sense of being used as a form of soft power in other countries for espionage. And that's admitted, that's a fact. So all of those things absolutely make it a cult. Giovanni Garcia, $5. Satan, after Christ redeemed us, is like the scammer meme. Do not redeem. Sir, why did you redeem? Sir! Gnome Goblin gifted memberships. Thanks, man. Appreciate that. Pennywitz, $10. I'm playing devil's advocate. For the Protestant mind, what would Orthodoxy provide that Protestantism does not in terms of salvation? Could you elucidate that in terms of layman's terms? What about doing good works? I mean, I think you could list all kinds of things that Orthodoxy provides that Protestantism doesn't. So, yeah, I mean, deeds would be, I mean, Orthodox doesn't provide the deeds, but it has the requirement that you demonstrate that you have faith by your works. But also, again, Orthodox ecclesiology teaches that we have the sacraments and the grace necessary for salvation, etc. And we do not believe that the other groups, cults, and sects possess that grace. Now, that doesn't mean they have no grace, but they don't have the sacramental grace and the aid and the medicine of immortality that we do. So you have to come into the ark, which is the church. And this goes back to Unashamed Apologetics' question. He says for $10, you misunderstood my question, Jay. I didn't ask you what Orthodoxy claims. Catholics also claim sacraments and succession. I asked what is unique to Orthodoxy that I objectively lose by remaining Protestant. Yeah, but you can't disassociate the paradigm and the claims. So the fact that Roman Catholics claim that has nothing to do with whether or not Orthodoxy possesses that. So this is a common mistake that people make when it comes to this question, especially a lot of Protestants, right? They'll say stuff like, well, how do I know that your church is the one that's true? Because Roman Catholics make the same claims. Every cult and sect pretty much claims that it's true. That's irrelevant to which one is true, you see. So you're, go ahead.
That's so confused.
They do, yeah.
It reminds me of when Socrates says, I'm not concerned with doxa, belief, but episteme. So, of course, it's the very nature of belief that what you believe is true.
Right.
So it's stupid to even state that, well, this person believes their position's true.
Exactly.
There's not a person out there that believes their beliefs are false, truly.
Yeah, so it's an irrelevant statement.
So, yeah, it's a stupid thing to say. So the question is it, and what's the justification for that?
Yeah, Protestantism, even on its own grounds, doesn't possess efficacious sacraments, right? I mean, most Protestantism, and I assume you're in some sort of a, mainline kind of Protestant church, they don't believe that their sacraments possess the grace that the sacrament signifies. The sacraments, quote unquote, are symbols for most Protestants. So to answer your question specifically, if Jesus says to eat my flesh and drink my blood, and he means more than symbol, Well, there's your answer right there. Your church doesn't have the flesh and the blood.
And it doesn't produce saints.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, look what Protestantism produce. You know, there might be like genuinely like nice people, and I don't even want to use the word nice, but generally good people, but not saints. And that's why I always encourage people, when you're studying orthodoxy, don't just study the theology, read the lives of the saints. And you'll start to realize there's something special and unique about orthodoxy. And they're not like Roman Catholic saints. That's what's really interesting. And if you want that, if you see how amazing that actually is, well, only orthodoxy has that.
Yeah, it's not a question of claims. It's a question of who's right and who's wrong. Pufferfish says, when are you going to bait the behemoth Ibarra next? I don't have any. I have no idea. I don't think Eric wants to ever do a debate. I have no idea, but I doubt it. Vincent, $5. Jay, I'm curious about Orthodox theology. I would like to attend a Sunday liturgy. What type of Orthodox would you recommend? I mean, I would say probably Russian Orthodox Church, Serbian Orthodox Church, Romanian, Antiochian, in that order. Maybe, I don't know. Giovanni, $5. Jay, just curious, do you disagree with all evolutionary theory? Pretty much. I mean, I don't have a problem with natural selection or, microevolution, so to speak, but I don't believe that there's a common ancestor or that one species transmutes into another, that bear DNA starts printing whale code. I don't believe any of that. True. And again, I'm happy to hear a convincing argument. I've been in academia and listened to professors refuting my worldview supposedly since I was 19, and they've never presented to me a convincing argument. Now, I'm not being Matt Dillahunty. I'm not saying it's false because no one has presented an argument. I'm saying that's just a biographical detail. So I'm saying that because any atheist or scientism man is welcome to call in. We had a few already today. They didn't do very well, as you can see. Schmeven, what's up? That one guy that called in with that Skittles voice, all he wanted to do was argue about. Now, Father Deacon, let me ask you this question because we had an atheist in here before you got here. Did you hear him? This.
No, I just
okay.
Can't.
Let's see if you agree with this.
Yeah,
I said no. Let me ask you a question. So you're the professor. Let's get the professor's take on it. And Professor FDA will disagree with me if I'm wrong. So he might actually back up the soy theist. We'll see. If I said that not all arguments are, or if I said not all claims are contradictions, in other words, you might have an argument that's an assertion and it's without evidence, but that doesn't make it a contradiction. So in other words, he was saying, you think that evolutionary biology and its theory of origins is false because it is incoherent. And I said, yes. And he says, so what contradiction does that entail? And I said, it doesn't entail a contradiction. I think it's an incoherent argument. It just is a meaningless type of statement. It's an assertion.
Oh, yeah.
And he said, well, no, it must be a contradiction. Show the contradiction. I said, no. Something can be an assertion without evidence and has nothing to do with contradictions. It's just an assertion.
Yes. So I've noticed this before, too, that people think that the only way something can be wrong is if it generates a contradiction.
Exactly. That's what he was arguing.
Clearly, that can't be the case. I mean, think about historical or empirical events.
Right.
Right? Where you state something false about. It's false. It doesn't mean there's a contradiction in what you said.
That's exactly what I was trying to convey to him, and
also,
he didn't get that.
So you could be factually. So let's think about all the different ways that you could be incorrect. You could be systemically incorrect in the sense of, like you said, that's just an incoherent. And by incoherent, I don't mean it generates contradictions, but
no, like if I said atheism is true because of feeble fobble zeeble dobble.
Yeah, or you just have a bunch of beliefs that are not connected in any way, logically or something like that. So it's just kind of incoherent. It's just a kind of a story. That could be incorrect. Number two, something could be factually incorrect.
Mm-hmm.
something could be logically incorrect, that it generates a contradiction. Something could be semantically incorrect. It's not a meaningful statement.
But not a contradiction.
But not a contradiction. So there's this weird thing. We've seen this on the Discord too, where people are like show how it's a contradiction.
That's what it was. Yeah, that's what it was.
Yeah, that's bizarre. I'm trying to think of other ways. So I've listed about 4 or 5.
Well, what if I said, look, evolution is just true because I had a dream that it's true. Like, that's an assertion. It's not a good justification. It's a bad line of reasoning, but it doesn't involve a contradiction.
Right, exactly. Or, for example, let's say you make a bad, like you said, a bad argument or something that's invalid, or I'm sure it might be possible to then take that at kind of a higher level and then like generate a contradiction. But why don't you say it's wrong because it's a bad argument? Let's think about this too. Informal fallacies are not contradictions.
They're not all contradictory. Exactly. There's plenty of ways to be wrong without it being just a contradiction. You can have it.
Spurgy.
It was, yeah.
Weird.
John Adams, what's up?
I'm curious, speaking of contradiction, wouldn't punctuated equilibrium contradict previous Darwinisms?
It would, but they would just say that, well, our theories are theories, and the strength of it is that it can be revised and updated with new information, and so that's why we don't believe dogma like you theists.
That would be normal if it wasn't taught in school as fact.
Exactly.
So it's like that goofball who called in earlier. I heard when he called in, and he was being a jerk. He thought he was really smart.
Can you believe that? An atheist that thinks that they're really smart and they're making basic mistakes? Okay, it's hard to believe, but it does occur. Lucas, what's up? By the way, I thought this was funny. This was something that H. Browsy shared. I guarantee you the guy that sent this to, I'm assuming it was sent to this Orthodox girl, Catherine, and she was laughing because this guy was being a sad sump, like total beta, and like no replies, and he just keeps saying, please, madam, let's get married. I bet you he thinks I'm me. I guarantee you that guy does not like me. What's up, Luca?
Hey, can you hear me?
Uh-huh.
We chatted once before about the Trinity. I asked you a question, and well, I appreciate you taking the time. I'm coming from a Protestant background, and I've been hearing a lot about what you've been saying about Orthodoxy lately, and it's got me wrestling with some ideas, and I realize I don't know what I don't know yet, and these are some just raw questions I have in my head that I'm trying to wrap my mind around, and so I'm not here for a debate, but I was hoping I could ask you just 2 questions, if that's okay?
Sure.
So my first question would be, I've heard you talk about the canonicity of Scripture a lot and how that's a very defeating argument for Protestantism, but just to understand what you know about Protestantism, not that I know anymore, I really don't, but just to understand where you're coming from, what would you, if you were to steel man the best Protestant argument towards the canonicity of Scripture, what would you say that is?
I don't know, maybe something like because there was a historical flexibility with what was considered canon in different centuries of the church. Maybe if somebody argued something like, well, why couldn't it be the Protestant canon? I don't know, maybe something like that, but I'm just kind of thinking off the top of my head.
And as a follow-up to that, is there and I don't know very much about this, it's just what I've heard from other people saying that during the times of the ecumenical councils, they put some books in the Bible and then they took some out and then they put them back in again, something along those lines.
No, that's not true. I've never heard anything like that.
Okay, gotcha. That's good to know. And
I mean, no ecumenical council did that. I mean, there were times when different, like, canonical lists in church law differed from this or that church father's list, but that's not an ecumenical council sticking in and taking out books. That never happened.
Okay, that's good to know. Thank you. I appreciate the correction there. And one last question, and I may be misrepresenting you here, so please correct me if I'm wrong, because I really don't want to do that. But
That's fine.
I've heard you say that in Paul's epistle to Timothy, he refers to the things you've heard me say in the presence of many witnesses, right? From his 3-year ministry in Ephesus.
Mm-hmm.
I've heard you say, and again, correct me if I'm wrong, that certain traditions came from that, like apostolic succession and whatnot, right?
No, that's not what I said.
No. Okay.
No, I said that text just simply demonstrates that Paul is telling Timothy to pass on all of the things that Paul taught him for 3 years, day and night in Ephesus. I'm not saying that that necessarily included specifically some oral tradition of apostolic succession, because I think the 2 letters to Timothy explicitly teach in a written form apostolic succession.
Right. And okay, I understand. I appreciate the time, Jay. I know
that's okay. Did you? I mean, you feel free to ask any more or whatever you want. You're not. You have good vibes, man.
I appreciate it. I'm honestly.
Yeah, I can tell.
I feel like I'm struggling with some of these questions, and I'm trying to go to people to ask these questions to
Sure.
the pastors at the church that I go to, and some other Protestant pastors, and more I see the reasoning behind Orthodoxy, not Catholicism, because man, that's just
Yeah.
that's just weird. But and I don't have a lot of people that I can go to when it comes
Right.
to Orthodoxy. You're one of the few I know. I've been
Well, feel
watching
free to
your
ask
channel.
whatever, man.
Thank you. For now, I really don't have much. I got to process this and just do a little more research, but I hope you can welcome me sometime in the future.
Yeah, anytime. I mean, we do this multiple times a week. So yeah, feel free to call in whenever. Schmeven. Guys, if you would hit like and shared. Hit like and share. Share from Sonny and Share. If you believe in life after love, I can hear something inside me say, I really don't think you're strong enough. Hit like and share, CHER. Gypsies, Tramps, and Thieves in the audience, if you would hit like and share. And I got a lot of things I want to talk about. I'm having fun. Today has actually been really good. This is like classic, when we had a lot of the atheists calling in. This is like a classic day. And if you didn't see the response to Professor Dave, I didn't realize Professor Dave featured me and Jim Bob on his channel. We gave it about 5 minutes, and Professor Dave was even worse than I expected. I mean, like today's atheists are actually they're making like JF look like a king. You know what I mean? This is not possible because there is a computer on another planet. I would rather be debating JF than like Professor Griff or whatever his name was. Like Professor Dave was just garbage tier, dude. All he was doing was just calling everybody retards and insulting people. No actual arguments. His only argument was, look, it's just what it is. There's no meaning to words or to life or to purpose or to biology. It just is, and it does what it does. There's no meaning to it. It has no coherent telos. It just is. It just does that. And literally just calling us retards for like 5 minutes. That was it. Like, I guess if you're a Reddit mind blasted person, like you would find that convincing, but anybody with, I guess, IQ over sub-Saharan Africa would probably not find that convincing. Schmeven, what's up, man? I'm you.
Hey, I was actually down there at the conference in Florida, which was great. And
thank you. Yeah, we had a lot of fun.
Yeah, and I'm reading the legendary Wim Hof book.
Are you the guy that was like the one guy that actually is reading it?
Yes.
Yeah, I remember
and
you.
We had the awkward fist bump. You might remember that.
I remember that. Yeah.
Fist bumped me, and I tried to shake, and I wrapped my hand.
No, and then you did a limp wristed weird Skittles thing, and no, I'm joking. That didn't happen. That's just a joke. Go ahead.
So in reading that book, he talks about Pope Leo XIII's encyclicals.
Mm-hmm.
And he was talking about one Libertas that I want to read, but I wanted to ask, is there any red flags that I should look out for in those things? Because I really kind of want to read them. They sound based, and I don't.
No, there's no. I've read all of Leo's encyclicals. It's a giant 700-page book from Tan Books. I read it all. I mean, there's just standard papal stuff in there, but no, actually, anybody in our sphere who's grounded in orthodoxy, it would be very useful to be aware of those things. So no, you're not gonna like get mind washed and mind controlled into becoming a papist by reading Leo's encyclicals. In fact, Edward Denny's book is a great refutation of Satis Cognitum in the first few chapters, and then also I think the encyclical of the Eastern Patriarchs, if I recall, is also maybe a response to Leo the 13th's encyclicals. But it's great. The reason it's good to read those is because particularly, he's got good statements against like Masons and Freemasonry.
Okay.
And well, actually, let me put it this way. If I was going to read, unless you just really want to read a bunch of Leo XIII's encyclicals, which would be really boring, just get the Tan Books book, 16 Papal Documents, because that actually has, I think, his encyclical against Freemasonry in it. And really, that's the one that's the most relevant. But, I mean, is it Libertas Praestantissimus is what you're talking about?
I think so.
Yeah, that's it. I remember that one.
Libertas.
I mean, you can read them if you want to. A lot of them are going to be kind of boring.
Yeah, I was just interested in that. In the political stuff mostly. I'm trying to.
Oh yeah, well if you're interested in that, yeah, if you are, that's right. If you're interested in that type of stuff, then you probably would want to read that. That's correct.
Okay.
And yeah, that one is on human liberty. Yeah, I remember that.
Appreciate it.
Absolutely. Also, I was remembering the Book of Wisdom, and the Book of Wisdom has a great statement about Soitheists. Yes, you heard me right. Did you know the Book of Wisdom actually covers the Soitheists? It's Wisdom 2. And I actually covered this in my book, Esoteric Hollywood 3, about Planet of the Apes. So I was watching Planet of the Apes, and I was thinking about how much of a like Darwinian, silly kind of narrative it was. But this is talking about the Soitheists in Wisdom. It says they reason unsoundly. Oh, wait a minute. So you mean that atheism is irrational? You mean the Bible's actually saying atheism is irrational? That means it's indefensible. That means you can do apologetics. They say to themselves, life is short. There's no remedy. Man comes to an end. No one has come back from the dead. We are all born by chance. Exactly what you heard. Professor Dave. Oh my gosh, Professor Dave. He says we're all meaningless chance beings, but also listen to Professor Dave's apologetics against the theists. Listen to his meaningful words about how words have no meaning. That's exactly what he said. Hereafter we will be as if we have never been. We are just breath in nostrils and smoke. Reason is a spark of the heart. That's it. This is the naturalist, atheist, materialist. The Gatheists. Our spirit will dissolve. Our name will be forgotten. No one will remember us. So here's the atheist nihilist in the Book of Wisdom right here. Our life is a shadow. Therefore, let us be Skittles Gooners. It's the next verse. Let us touch butts and put peepees and poo-poos because nothing matters. Nothing else matters. All you Metallica goobers in the chat. All you people that like them stupid ass metal bands. Nothing else matters. I used to make fun of my metalhead buddy because of all these try-hard metal dudes. He was like, man, I fucking love metal. It's so edgy. I'm like, metal is try-hard, dude. It's so... I mean, I like some of the riffs. I like a few things. I like Devin Townsend's music, okay. But just metal is all try-hard, dude. To use the terminology of the skaters, it's a bunch of posers. We're all just dust in the wind, man. All we are is dust in the wind.
Anyway, all right, where are we at in super chats? There's a lot. I got to get some. Snagglebeast $10. Jay, thank you for letting me call in. Transfigured Life is an ethical treatise that describes the worldly philosophy, and it says that apophatic theology shows the fullness of orthodox ethics. Interesting. So sounds like Transfigured Life is a good book to get. Thank you, Snagglebeast. J Team says again about the Jehovah's Witnesses. Do you think that if you're raised Jehovah's Witness, you'll have a harder time grasping the Trinity? Yes, actually, I do think that because, and we said this a couple streams back because we were talking about Kurt Metzger, the comedian, when we had our podcast and when we had our conversations, the Trinity, the deity of Christ came up. And because Kurt was raised Jehovah's Witness, I think he just has this really, because it's ingrained in them, from like an early age, basically, they're spitting out anti-Trinitarian babies, dude. They're like from a baby infant phase on, you got to be anti-Trinitarian. So if you're, sort of brainwashed into that from being a baby up, yeah, you're going to have a hard time thinking outside of that box. You know what I mean? It's very similar to Islam, right? Like Muslims is, as we have seen, it's even difficult to get people of those mindsets to just think about the other positions, right? Like to just get a Muslim to entertain a hypothetical. It's very similar with the attitude, the mindset of somebody that was raised like in a Jehovah's Witness cult. And like in the case of Kurt, like it's not an IQ issue because Kurt has a really high IQ. He's a really smart guy. But there's something in the person's psychology, upbringing, that whenever something arises that questions that fundamental commitment, there's a defense mechanism that kicks in. And this is where Neil, I think, has a really good point about, for some people like that, the technique of deprogramming is much more effective than polemics and apologetics. And that differs from person to person, right? I mean, there are some Muslims who are going to respond to apologetic arguments, like the type of stuff that we do. But most people respond to, wait a minute, Aisha was 9. That's a much more effective polemic than getting into 99 attributes of Allah, right? That's for the 0.1% of spurgs in the Muslim world, which is not many of them, right? But for a lot of people, probably that when the defense mechanism stuff starts to kick in, people should look into that type of, it's called deprogramming. It's like this, it's basically just this, I don't know, like a non-offensive way to approach people that are locked into positions. It's not my approach, so I don't, like, it's not what I do, but Neil's very good at that. That's Neil's approach to stuff. I'm talking about Neil from Dirtport Robbins. Proxy, what's up? Death Culture, $7. Do you know if Sir Oswald Mosley was funded or had intelligence connections like to Mustache Man? I do recall this, yes. I cannot remember what it was exactly. I want to say that maybe he had actually a connection to something that you wouldn't expect, like Tavistock or something like that. But he also might have just been directly connected to British intelligence. I cannot remember. I think it comes up in somebody's book, maybe Ratiu's book, but I can't remember. But there is something to that. By the way, the wine mom that went on the attack. Did y'all see the wine mom that went on the attack? I forgot to mention this. Calling me out that I'm stupid and I don't know Dostoevsky, even though I've had grad classes on Dostoevsky. I sat and read Crime and Punishment in a chair for 2 days straight. But no, she says I've never read any Dostoevsky. I'm an idiot. I don't know anything. And Grand Inquisitor is not about the Pope and the Antichrist papacy. Really? Are you sure? Because other Roman Catholics like Tim came to back me up, came to my defense. Yeah, of course, Grand Inquisitor is about the papacy. Duh. No, who this wine mom was, she blocked me, by the way. Once I called her a wine mom, I started posting Franzia boxes at her, and she got all mad and butthurt and blocked me. I put up this image. By the way, I've decided that Grok is the best for when you're in the midst of some kind of stupid debate. When you make a stupid, like I put a Y mom praying inside of a Franzia box, and Grok made me this, and this made her block me. It was this chick, Emily Zanotti, and she just kept like saying this dumbest, like she kept doubling down. You don't know anything. You've never read anything. And I think she is so, and then she blocked me, and then I said, oh, she couldn't take a Y mom joke. And then she unblocked me to say that I still didn't know anything about Dostoevsky and never read him, even though she never had actually any argument. It was just, you're dumb. I mean, that's like chick level debate, right? Like, chicks can't roast people. I don't know if you know this, but like, they're not roasters, dude. They can't handle it. Dudes can roast if they're over age 30. All the other men, the Gen X, they're soy. They can't roast either. They'll just cancel you. If you try to roast somebody, they'll try to get you canceled. So Emily Zanotti was not happy with my Y mom jokes. And she then actually started talking about how long she'd been sober. So I think I hit a nerve with the Y mom jokes when she didn't realize that we call every lady that calls in gets called a Y mom like automatically. You're ipso facto a Y mom by existing as a woman, to use the Latin. She's a Catholic. Maybe she'll understand the ipso facto terminology. So every Roman Catholic woman that calls in, ipso facto just is, by virtue of being a Catholic woman, a Y mom. They are transubstantiated into being a Y mom automatically. That's how it works around here, y'all. Anyways, I forgot to mention the Y mom. And then shout out to Anthony Westgate. He chimed in and said, even Seraphim Rose in his, so she didn't like the boxes of wine here. Even Seraphim Rose notes in Grand Inquisitor, or in Orthodox Survival Course, that it's a critique of Jesuitism and papism. Of course it is. I had a whole grad class. I don't mean a whole course, but one whole class specifically just on Grand Inquisitor. Separately had an entire class on, no, actually probably more than one class, because I mean, Crime and Punishment is long. It's like 700 pages. Anyway, but I don't claim to be. I'm not like a Dostoevsky expert. There's a bunch of, I've read Notes on the Ground, Crime and Punishment, significant sections of Brothers Karamazov. I have not finished Brothers Karamazov. It's very difficult. I do intend to eventually, before I die, finish Brothers Karamazov. But already I think that makes me like way ahead of like 99% of people by just finishing Crime and Punishment. But anyway, by the way, shout out to the pores in the audience, because I was having fun with this Tom Segura meme here. Tonight is just a bunch of slackers, a bunch of poor slackers. All the pores in the audience. The pores. All the pores. Did you eat today? Pores. Did you enjoy your dirt sandwich? That's what people think that you're like when you're a cryptozillionaire. So you're now. Let's do a little bit of, we're going to open it up to proxy in just a second, but I have to do a little more vindication, because once again, I was vindicated. It's like a daily occurrence now. Daily vindicated. Turns out, your boy George Clooney, whom we said a lot of suspicious agencies type of connections over here for many, many years, to your boy George. I talked about this all the way back to Esoteric Hollywood 1 almost 10 years ago. Certain actors absolutely seem to be in with the agency. Now, over time, this kind of came out publicly with confirmation in terms of Ben Affleck, Jennifer Garner. Quite a few A-listers have kind of eventually openly said, yeah, I work with the agency. Jim from The Office, Claire Danes. And part of that has to do with the shows that the CIA would consult on, that they were stars of, right? Like Claire Danes being on Homeland. I want to say maybe even 24 with Kiefer Sutherland had CIA consultation. Ben what? Well, Jennifer Garner ended up openly just being like a propaganda salesperson for the CIA.
Ben Affleck.
Yeah, Affleck with Argo, openly making that in consultation with it, and they even wrote a letter saying, "Hey, I had great time working with the CIA, etc." Now, I also think that it's beyond just kind of consulting, and there are cases. We go back to old Hollywood where, and I put this in my book, Esther Hollywood 3. I did a whole section on Hollywood spies, right? People who weren't just consulting or working together on a movie or something like that, but actually people who were legit, like honey traps, spies, etc. Sterling Hayden, OSS. Cary Grant, spy for the OSS. Josephine Baker, etc. And that's all in Esoteric Hollywood 3, which you can get signed copies at the shop at Jay's Analysis, by the way. Proxy, what's on your mind? Oh, I forgot. By the way, I forgot to play the clip. I'm sorry. So George Clooney is on Drew Barrymore's show. It just casually says, "Oh yeah, my wife was busy helping to draft the Muslim Brotherhood's constitution for Egypt."
To marry, and I was like, "You're an idiot. That's not going to happen." And then in comes Amal, and we stayed up all night talking, and then
I'm skipping past this part. This is how he met her. We're going to skip to the part where he says the relevant issue.
London. She was living in London, and I went to London to score a movie. And I thought, if you're ever going to impress anybody, it's at Abbey Road with the 150-piece orchestra there. And
so he's describing to Drew Barrymore how he met Amal, and then he was going to try to impress her with scoring a movie or whatever. And then she comes back with she one-ups him.
I called her up and said, "You want to come see a visit over at Abbey Road?" And she's like, "Yeah, I'm at a meeting at the Muslim Brotherhood right now, and I'll come right over," because she was in the middle of trying to redo a constitution for Egyptians.
Redoing the Egyptian constitution for the Muslim Brotherhood. Yeah, that's just your average normie wife for sure. Proxy, what's up?
Yes, hello, Jay.
What's on your mind?
I just got a question.
Thing to do
I
is to
read
get-
a lot, but I feel like I need some help with absorbing more. If you have any techniques for someone that reads a lot to get through a lot of.
Yeah, I mean, what I do for absorbing the information, and a lot of people take issue with this, but it works for me. Different people are built different, but if you're a very visually oriented person, which I am, I take in information typically better visually than I do through the other means, even though I do listen to a lot of podcasts. I find that underlining a lot and then using one sticky note to summarize the relevant information on that significant page, not every page, but when you get to a page that you're reading that does have significant information, I don't just underline, I also summarize the information on the sticky note. So that for me has worked very well for the last, 20-ish years of, researching, or 25 years, whatever it is. I forget how old I am, whatever. That tends to work for me. So everybody assumes that there's some sort of process I go through, and there's no color coding to the sticky notes. They're just sticky notes. And by the way, I'm actually a slow reader. So for me, it takes a long time. And that's also, I think, beneficial. There's pros and cons, right? People that read really fast, I think probably obviously retain less than if you read slow. But I'm a slow reader. So, and I don't read online. I have to print out or do PDFs or do actual physical tactile books. So I would also encourage younger people. I know this might sound counterintuitive, but read actual books. Do not read stuff online. Now, I mean, if it's a news article or this or that, or it's only online, yeah, I mean, you can bend the rules. But for best retention, I actually don't think online stuff is the best retention. I think actual physical, because you need the experience of the tactile, right? When you're underlining, your body's involved. When you're just looking at crap on screens, it's not, right? It's more abstracted. And even though words and reading are an abstract activity, the more embodied they are, probably the best it is. Does that make sense? That's why in the liturgy, we don't just walk into the church and just read. We hear it and we sing it. So it's bodily action involved. It's not just like if Spurgs designed the liturgy, we would all just like walk in and just like stare at a giant screen and absorb the information into our mind. But that's not how it works. Luke, what's up, dude? The Spurg liturgy. Father Deacon, could you get all the Spurgs at your church to design the like abstracted, like mathematic, or just have it in binary code? Like the liturgy is just a binary code that you download.
It's in Montana. That's why I moved up here.
To create a Spurg cult.
No Spurgs in Montana. That's why.
Oh, there's no Spurgs in Montana. Okay. Luke, what's up? Unmute.
Hey, so I see a lot of people giving conflicting takes about how imminent they actually think the false union is going to be. I think it was Luigi posted this Catholic article that said that that in his homily, Bartholomew, that he said that if they didn't concede the Filioque and the papacy, then there wouldn't actually be a union at all. So, like, how imminent really do you think that the union is? Because it seems to me that you're very convinced that the union's going to happen.
When did I say that? I said they're going to push for it.
But do you actually think it's going to happen like anytime soon?
Well, I think that when they do these kinds of meetings like we covered a couple days ago or whatever, like those are they're testing the waters. I don't think they're like just going to do it. They're going to test the waters and they're going to wait until they feel like or they think that there's enough people on board. I think go ahead, Father. FDA would know about more than me. Go ahead.
It's called stalking horse. It's a hunter's term used as an analogy where the hunter goes behind a horse to stalk the prey to see how close they can get. So like Jay said, testing the waters. But we don't, because of that, and, you know, they're looking online and how people respond and stuff like this too. It was the same stuff that the papacy has been doing with the Skittles stuff. Mm-hmm. So rather than just come out and do it, they're obviously moving towards that direction. But they're testing the waters. They're doing stalking horse, and they might roll it back. They might say,
"Yeah, this is when Tim called in." Exactly when Tim called in, he explained it as Peronism. Right? Tim's term is Juan Perón's approach of 2 steps forward, 1 step back. 2 steps forward, 1 step back. So no, it's not going to be like I predict, as the prophet J. Dyer, that on the year 2030 they will announce the false union. And no, they're going to move in that direction. And the reason I think that there will not be a change in the direction is because ultimately Leo and Francis and these people, they answer to geopolitical powers, and it's the State Department, it's the power elite that want this ecumenist type of union. And so they're not calling the shots. Okay. They're not the real ballers and shot callers. They're subservient to other more powerful interests that tell them, you're going to push this. You're going to keep pushing it. That's why the papacy can't reverse course, is because they were subverted a long time ago.
So, you would say Bartholomew is compromised at this point?
Like, I believe so. Yeah, absolutely.
And like
all obvious.
His surrounding like higher ups, they're all basically compromised.
Well, I mean, look at the archons. I mean, they give awards to Joe Biden.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. Thank you.
Also, look at the from the Roman Catholic side of this. Look at that Unitate Fide letter that the Pope just wrote, where he's talking about the Filioque.
What expand on that, John? What's your take on that?
I mean, it looks to me in the letter like he's saying they're not going to say the Filioque anymore. That they're going to go back to the old way of saying it.
Oh, you mean you think he's going to just not do it?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought he was just doing that as a one-off. You're saying no, maybe they actually might not do it anymore.
The impression I get from Unitate Fide, the letter, is that he's going to say he's not going to say the Filioque anymore.
Oh wow, okay, I misunderstood. Okay.
Yeah, and also there's multiple masses now he's given, and he just doesn't say it. So
Interesting. Penny Wits, $2. If we talk about sticky notes, I will give money. Post-it notes for life. Okay, whatever. I mean, I don't know what the right brand is. Let's see what I have. I have post-it notes, so you're correct. Thank you. Mike for $10. Mike Roachburn. You're a poor. Continue to mock people as they call. It's the funniest thing ever, and it makes my day. Also, could you cover the war on Wigzantium? He means the Wigger peoples, such as myself. Well, once we erect the Wigantine Empire, you will have a Wigger emperor, and it'll be me. And then all these problems are going to be solved. So thank you, Mike. I will say, though, that the point that we've made many times that Islam tends to be the broom of Judaism was actually made by some of the rabbis. Thank you, rabbis, for confirming what we were called evil conspiracy theorists and wastists for talking about. Where's it at? I shared it somewhere. And also
l'Europe, la chrétienté.
FDA, Kotel, excuse me, played another clip on his stream that I was going to talk about here with the Muslims, and it had even more rabbis saying the same thing. So we knew that. I knew this like 10 years ago, but it's nice to have the admissions here. So this is some rabbi. I don't know who this is.
Viendra que quand Edom.
Oh, they don't believe that their Messiah will return until Christianity, which they think is Edom, will be destroyed. Hence the reference earlier to the Netanyahu saying he's reading the book by Barry Strauss about Rome. Rome being the Western civilization, Christianity, etc.
Europe, la chrétienté sera totalement tombée. Donc je vous pose la question, c'est une bonne nouvelle que l'islam envahisse l'Europe? C'est une excellente nouvelle. Ça annonce comme
Now, isn't it funny that this clip comes from that goofball pagan Adam Green? But Adam Green says Christianity is a Jewish conspiracy to destroy the Western pagans. And yet he's sharing a clip of the rabbis saying that they will destroy Christianity. So, like, oops, does he not even pay attention to the clips? What? What's that, FTA? You cut out. We can't hear you. You're cutting out. What?
Didn't somebody find out that Adam Green's mentor is a rabbi?
I don't know about mentor, but he has like Tovaya Singer and rabbis come on his channel, which is not surprising.
We should say that Adam Green's the broom of
the Jews.
Mais un point, vous n'avez même pas notion de quoi on parle. Et vous n'aurez pas à fuir. Parce que tout le mal que vous avez fait à Israël, vous le paierez au centuple. Quand l'Italie disparaîtra, quand Edom, c'est pour ça
Italy will be destroyed for the evils that it's done to Israel.
que le QG de la chrétienté qui vient de Esav
Italy
se trouve
is
là-bas.
part of Rome.
Quand cet
Edom.
endroit-là disparaîtra, et c'est ce que veut faire l'islam.
Islam will be the broom, as you see.
L'islam, c'est le balai
Islam is
d'Israël.
the broom of Israel. There's a rabbi saying it right there. Islam is the broom of Israel. Now, there's a bunch more in this clip. You can go watch this clip. Probably can't get away with too much of it over here, but you get the idea. And Kotel noted that. Did you know that there was like $1 billion fraud of the Somali community in Minnesota? Check this out.
Would be so strong that we would be able to get more done. I don't know because Indians, they occupy this weird middle area where they're Eastern Asians, not East Asians, but we'll say South Asians. They're Asians, they're brown, but they speak English. They typically have a job, but they also commit a bunch of fraud, and they don't really assimilate, and they maintain their Indian identity. And the problem is India is the most populated country in the world. And so with that being the case, they could replace the entire population of America. 350 million is what we're told. They could replace that with the blink of an eye. They could replace 350. They could import 350 million Indians to America, and India wouldn't change at all because it's over 1 billion people. That's why it's like serious go time. And so let's see if the audio works, because I would like to play you this video if possible. So this would be our last attempt. Let me know immediately, guys, if the audio isn't working on this. But we're going to try to play this video. I thought it was worth playing here.
Why are Somalians in America? Yesterday, a Somalian rear-ended me, which thankfully no one was hurt and no damage was done to my truck. But it got me thinking, why are Somalians in America? Especially North Dakota and Minnesota. So I looked into it. The main group bringing in Somalians is Lutheran Social Services. They are led by this guy, and this is his staff. And turns out they get $2,375
A bunch
for
of
every
shitlibs, of
Somalian
course.
they bring over. But we have to ask the question, why are they coming over here in the first place? And another surprise, turns out our government was funding a dictatorship in Somalia throughout the Cold War, led by Saeed Barre. And this
So, you know, I constantly get asked this. No, I'm not interested in debating Adam Green because, number one, Kotel, Jeem, and Andrew have already debated Adam Green. It's the most low tier stuff. He doesn't know anything about basic fallacies, and there's no need to keep doing this debate. And I lose my patience when, you know, if you debate people that have like no knowledge of basic logical fallacies and they just keep charging forward, like it's very frustrating to the debater, and it also is a waste of time.
dictatorship led to clan favoritism and overall just destabilized the country, and inevitably collapsed in 1991. Also, our troops were over there. This is where the movie Black Hawk Down comes from. But overall, Somalians have no right to be in America, especially North Dakota and Minnesota. They don't integrate into our societies. They carry over their clan mentalities. If you personally have never interacted with Somalian or just don't believe me, I would recommend checking out Nick Shirley's video he did the other day. What do you guys think about all this? Let me know down in the comments below.
Anyways, what's it's been discovered is basically this massive fraud campaign to bring more and more Somalians into the United States. And then Tim Walz, the the fairy guy that's the governor of Minnesota, he then was also getting kickbacks through these millions of dollars. For example,
No, it's all these Skittles leaders. It's not accidental that it's a bunch of butt buddies that run everything. That's how this happens. Absolutely right in the chat there. J Team says for $7, thank you for your guidance. I can convince you Jehovah's Witnesses are not a cult. Well, bro, just call in. Like, I mean, I appreciate all the super chats, but just call in and have a discussion. I'm happy to explain to you all about Jehovah's Witnesses. If you want to call in, the link is in the chat. You just use the X space link. Now we're going to take a brief break here, and you can listen to this Funko Pop song here as a classic. If you want to call in, you can still call in. Don't go anywhere. I'm going to make some coffee, and I'm going to have to go to the little girl's room, go TT. Otherwise, just hang around, and we'll be right back.
We got wedded conjoined in a Subway shop. I'm married to a Funko Pop. Vitamins and minerals, they come to me through a tube. My whole life is spent watching on a tube. Whoa. We in a Subway shop. Oh, oh, oh. We got wedding coitus in a Subway shop. Oh, oh, oh. We got wedding coitus in a Subway shop. Oh, 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 oh. I got married to a Funko Pop. Oh, oh, oh. Ooh. We got wedded, going joined in a Subway shop. Oh, oh, oh. Ooh, oh. I'm married to a Funko Pop. Oh, oh, oh. Ooh, oh, oh. Vitamins and minerals, they come to me through a tube. My whole life is spent watching on the tube. Whoa, oh, oh. Whoa, oh, 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 oh. Funko, oh, 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 oh. We got wedding coitus in a Subway shop. Oh, oh, oh. Ooh, oh, oh. We got wedding coitus in a Subway shop. Oh, oh, oh. Ooh. I'm married to a Funko Pop. Oh, we got wedded, we got joined in a Subway shop. Oh, oh, oh. Vitamins and minerals, they come to me through a tube. Vitamins and minerals, they come to me through this here tube. Oh, oh, oh. Funko, oh, 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 oh. Funko. Funko, oh, 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 oh. I got married to my Funko Pop. Oh, oh. We got wedded, we got joined in a Subway shop. Oh, oh. Funko, oh, 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 oh. Funko, oh, oh, oh. I'm married to my Funko Pop. Oh, we got wedded, come join in a Subway shop. Oh, oh, oh. I'm married to a Funko Pop. Oh, we got joined,
yeah.
in the Subway shop. Oh, vitamin biscuits and minerals. They come at me through a tube.
All right. Welcome back, nerds. We were discussing the flooding of the U.S. with the cult of Islam by design, not by accident. And shout outs to Cotel. He did a really good lengthy live stream. You can go watch the rest of his live stream there on this topic. Now, I wanted to talk a little bit about Candace, because the entire media landscape of the internet media world now, Candace is the queen. She is Sweet Candy B is the queen bee of media. The story is now she has surpassed Joe Rogan. She has dethroned the DMT bro and become the queen bee, the Beyonce of media. Now, who in the heck can keep up with the conspiracy rabbit hole that is Candace, Charlie Kirk, TPUSA, and then Candace versus everyone? Crowder, Quartering, Fuentes. I mean, it is just like, I cannot keep up. Nobody can keep up with this. In fact, I saw multiple other media people saying, can anyone update me and explain to me what is happening with this whole story? And I read multiple people's explanations and threads, and I still have no idea what's going on. And who could keep up with this? Flight logs of who's flying into. I mean, I'm not saying there's no conspiracies. I don't even understand what's happening. And I think that from a media attention standpoint, there's some sort of genius person. There's got to be some sort of genius media something going on, because she has cracked the code for getting the entire world to talk about. And I mean, it doesn't matter whether you like her or not, because people that become super popular, mega popular, also have a gigantic audience of haters. That's part of the popularity. I mean, even in the chat right now, everybody just super divided on Candace. The whole chat is just like, she's the best versus she's crazy. I don't know. I have no idea what's going on, because I after the conspiracies about Charlie were everywhere. I'm not just talking about Candace's theories. I'm talking about just all over the internet was all Charlie Kirk theories. I checked out. Not because I believe the system or anything. I just, like, dude, there's no, like, when there's these high profile events, going back to like the Big 9 event, immediately afterwards, there's just infinity theories and smoke and mirrors everywhere. She's a queen. She's a black slave queen. Excuse me. There was only one internet black slave queen diva calling out false flags, assassinations, and Zionism 10 years ago. And she's sitting right here on your screen. A lot of the chat is not happy. Now, the only thing that I saw recently that made sense was that she was going to come with receipts. And she was going to set TPUSA straight. I'm going to get up in there. I'm going to set TPUSA straight. Who the hell is TPUSA? Shit. She going to set TPUSA straight. TPUSA. But then she said, I have a prior commitment. Oh, and then everybody exploded. Oh, you won't debate. You won't debate. But I still have no idea what's going on. And then suddenly, Fuentes, who was friends with Tucker for a week, now that's all. Oh, they hate each other again. Fuentes says Tucker is the fakest of all time. Anyway,
I don't have who can keep up with it. I mean, it's so it's I guess it's just how it is. Like everything turns into soap opera. You know what I mean? It goes from like real issues, everyone's talking about the issues, debating the topics, then it's all the soap opera and it's about, but you'll never get away from that. I don't mean this to be blackpilling. I'm just stating it as reality. Like I've been in the media sphere long enough to realize that it will never ever be about the issues. Issues will always be secondary to the drama of the people because that's what people unfortunately gravitate to, and it will never not be that way. You will never get people to not care about the drama and who humping who humping who over immigration. Everybody's going to care about who's humping who over immigration. It will never change because that's unfortunately the drama of politics and media. That's just how it is. It will always be Jerry Springer. I don't mean to be blackpilling. I'm just telling you like the truth, dog. So as we see from the chat, everybody has an opinion on Candace. The whole chat is just, oh, I will tell you. This is the real diva slay queen right here. And y'all ought to know that. And by the way, half the shit she talks about is stuff I've talked about for 10 years or more. So again, we all know who the real diva is. I'm just joking. I'm having fun. I do have 27 N-word passes, however. Where are we at? Let's see. Speaking of, so I heard a bunch of commentators, Gen X boomer commentators, including Glenn Beck, do a gigantic Glenn Beck style chalkboard breakdown of color revolutions and how they're done, and that we might be having one in our country. Really? You think? Here's me 7 years ago doing a video on color revolutions as a present day problem in America that we are undergoing our color revolution. So thank you, boomer people and Gen X people in the media sphere, for being 10 years late almost to stuff that we've been talking about for forever. But no, everyone wants to go listen to the information. You are all out here. It's in this sphere. You're like my mom and my boomer. You're like the boomers. You're the new boomers, because back 10, 15 years ago, what would happen is you would learn something and you would tell the boomers this. And then 10 years later, the boomer says, "Wow, I just heard that on the Fox News that the GMOs are bad." Yeah, you mean what I told you 10 years ago, the GMOs are bad? And you said I was crazy? Well, but you ain't got a TV show. Why, if you knew what you was talking about, they'd put you up there on that fancy set. Well, if you knew everything, where ain't you got a Fox News TV show? No, literally, that's what it was. All throughout the 2000s, right? Well, guess what? Now you're all the same boomers, dummies. All the stuff that I told y'all 10 years ago. Now Glenn Beck talks about it. Color revolutions, the CIA, Michael McFowle. Bro, why? You would be 10 years ahead of the game. BJ says for $10. I don't know who's right. I don't know about what to say with Candace and TPUSA, but it is entertaining. I know that's what she figured out. She figured out, don't nobody care about no damn issues. Immigration, elections. People want freaking drama, dude. They want to know who touching who butt. She cracked the code, dude. She said, I'm going to take a little bit of Jerry Springer. I'm going to take a little bit of conspiracy Alex Jones. I'm going to combine them together and put them into the full fruition of the Black Sass Queen Diva. And it is the ultimate media genius operation. She cracked the code, dude. She took a little bit of this and a little bit of that. What's that rap song? You could get with this or you could get with that. You could get with this or you get with that. Candace just took a little bit and she put it into a recipe and cooked up the biggest media thing of all time. She even dethroned Joe Rogan. Who would have ever thought? Get this. The first time I went on the kill stream to debate, like 2017, 16, guess who had just been on the kill stream? Candace. Sweet Candy. Now, I just thought that's funny. There's nothing more to that story. I don't know. Oh, look, there's the whole, listen, there's only one Slay Queen. That's all. That's the takeaway. The real E-Diva is right here. That's the takeaway to all y'all goobers in the chat right now. All right, let's open it back up. Nick is calling. Nick Verge. What's up, dude? She cracked the code. I got to figure out we got to have some drama. That's the only other way to grow in the media. Whose butt am I touching? Nick, whose butt do I need to touch to cause drama to get an audience?
Jay, I got some drama for you, man.
Okay, bring it.
So I got a buddy of mine. He was Protestant. We started talking on Instagram, and I just started sending him some of your debates, and he slowly but surely became a catechumen. And he just sent me this. I just messaged you it, but he just got back from like his first catechism meeting, and they have a list of all the different resources for that. I just DM'd you it, and it says pages to be cautious of: Orthodox Ethos, Jay Dyer, Father Moses McPherson.
That's what I'm talking about. And this is a Protestant thing?
No, this is an Orthodox church.
Yeah, good. I am more and more enjoying being on the warning list. Do you know what kind of church it is? OCA?
I'm not sure on that front. It's not Russian, so I can say that much.
Beware.
I think it's in Kansas.
Beware, because I don't know why. Because of Ortho Bros. Horny Wigger. This is my alt profile. Somebody the other day thought that's a stoner laugh. Y'all don't know the difference between a stoner laugh and a Wigger laugh? A stoner laugh's like, yeah, bro. And a Wigger laugh's like, what's up, Horny Wigger? Well, he's too horny. He can't connect. He's got too much hentai on his screen. You got to turn back out on them hentai, nasty stuff. Joey, what's up? Wiggers are stoners. That's true. You can get, there is an overlap. I mean, there's like the hippie dude, and then there's like the Wigger dude, and you do get an overlap of that sometimes. Joey, nobody can connect. What the heck's going on? I am the emperor of Wigzantium. Correct. PDX, what's up, dude? Yeah, there is. I know there is overlap with the Wigger stoner. That's correct.
Hey, what up, Jay? Thanks for having me on. I just wanted to say thanks for teaching me a lot about geopolitics. You've kind of deepened a lot of my horizons on it. I'm Gen Z. I'm only 28, and pretty much a lot of like what I understood was pretty much just basic kind of surface level. And I also kind of have a boomer parent, so that also doesn't help. It's just kind of like basic surface level, and you kind of help and kind of broaden my horizons and understanding to like a lot of deeper level things.
Thanks, dude.
So I really appreciate that. Doing all the reading that we don't have to. So thank you. And also I really appreciate you helping kind of open my eyes up to the church being Israel and like what really is, what Israel is and what it means to be a Jew, and leading me into the scriptures. And so that's been super helpful because this nation state, or do I not? What does it mean to be a part of Israel? And so I really appreciate you kind of like breaking that down to understand like the church, the Orthodox Church, the kingdom of heaven, God's kingdom, you know, is Israel. And we are baptized into that. We are grafted into that. We are all adopted, you know, as sons of Abraham.
Word.
So I appreciate you kind of like breaking that down. And so thanks for, you know, a lot of
Well, thank
what
you.
do, man.
Appreciate
Thank
that,
you.
PDX. By the way, I forgot, the best stoner laugh is actually Matthew McConaughey. He has the authentic stoner laugh. Check it out. That's why I clipped it in my song.
So my son was headed off to camp, and before he went, he shared a really cool thing. I said, "Hey, what are you hoping to get from this?" And he said, "Papa, I just want to meet new people and do cool things."
That is the ultimate perfect stoner snicker right there. So I'll put it in the song, dude. I clipped it.
There's a lot of cool people in the world. There's a lot of cool things in the world. Did you ever notice that?
Daniel, what's up?
Hey, Jay.
Hey.
Hey, so I just had two questions. One's kind of about theology. The other's more along the lines of like your just like advice to young men. I was watching some of your like longer videos on that. So the first question I had was like, this isn't me asking like why Catholics wrong, but I understand the reasons why the Protestant position and the atheist position, just at their base level, aren't really like reconcilable. They're just not logically consistent. Like obviously tag for the atheist position, and then for Protestants, it's just sola scriptura. It just makes no sense. It doesn't work. But the arguments against the Orientals and the Catholics, are they as like resoundingly the base of this is broken, where it just can't work like that? And yeah, I don't really know how to like phrase it better, but like, dude, you know what I mean?
I mean, just because they have more in common with us doesn't necessarily make it better, because, you know, to be outside the church, you're still outside the church. So it's like, yeah, there's more in common, but it's still, you know, it's like saying like, well, is, you know, Tony Soprano's not as bad as Jeffrey Dahmer. So is Tony Soprano like closer to orthodoxy? Well, I mean, they're both not orthodox. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
So
yeah.
I think it's just kind of looking for, it's asking the wrong question, right? Because it's not really a question of like who has the most in common. It's more a question of, well, what's orthodox or what's not. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense. Because yeah, I was talking to my mom about it, and like she was looking at churches in her area, and it's like she's like, oh well, there's this church, and I'm like, no, they're cops. Don't go to that.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and then yeah, just the second thing I had was like, so I'm a young dude. I'm 20. I'm in my third year of a psychology degree, and the more I've studied it, the more I've realized that it's just like retarded socialist, like Jewish nonsense.
What is?
And like psychology. And
Oh,
just,
psychology.
Like I got into it initially because I really wanted to like help kids. Like I kind of like it's been a thing I've wanted to do. But now I'm like looking into more like, I'm still a catechumen, but I'm like looking more into getting into priesthood and things like that. But the thing is, I have this now. I'm too far into the degree to stop now. I have to finish it out. I'm 3 years in, so I have like over $20,000 in debt. And I was just watching your video on like advice for young men and just like finances and all that and investing. But I have this huge debt looming over my head, and I'm trying to get into the field and all that still, just because it's, you know, I have the degree, so might as well use it, or I will have the degree. But my question is just like, would you say that it would be a good idea to just like full bore, like, I know you're not a financial advisor, but like just full bore pay this thing off so I can start investing and doing all this and get into all this? Or should I invest a part of it and put part of it into the like student loan and all that?
No,
Just
so
like
the great thing about student loans, and I went through all this, is that you can defer those a good while, and you can also get really low payments. So put that off as long as you can. And what I would do, I can't tell you what to do, but what I would do is put that off as long as possible and buy BTC. And if you don't want to get into investing and all that, the easiest route is to just treat. That's what I would do. That's basically kind of what I ended up doing. I got into a fortunate situation with where my grandmother, when she passed away, actually paid off my school loans. So that allowed me to be debt free. And then anything I did in terms of business, when I eventually did start a business and whatnot, was all just straight to Bitcoin. So Bitcoin is at a discount. And again, you don't have to do this. People can, if you want to do the boomer route and do gold, do whatever you want. I'll just tell you what I do, what I think is the best bet. You got another discount. Everyone was whining when Bitcoin hit 120 whatever thousand. Oh, and then you should have been buying it when it was 80. And then now that it's back down to 89, nobody's buying. It's gonna go to zero. And I'm sitting here buying. So again, I do the opposite of what the market's doing. That's what smart money does, the opposite of what dum-dums do. The dum-dums dump it when it's going down. Right? But you do what you want to do. Now, if you want to get started with Bitcoin, if you go to the show description, you can sign up here with my, where's it at? Referral link for Swan Bitcoin. Swan Bitcoin is a Bitcoin only company. There's the link right there. Yeah, so all you're doing is selling your Bitcoin. Everybody dumping their Bitcoin is just so stupid. You're just giving it to BlackRock and the whales. They're the ones that are going to buy it all up. So they're smart, and they knew this from the stock market. And once they came into Bitcoin, they just do the same thing they did with the stock market, where they shake people out and then buy it up. So we didn't get 150. I thought we would see 150 or 200. We didn't get it. It looks like the bear trend is in. So we're now out of the bull market. We're into the bear market. So, but guess what? Do you know that the way that you make money and you become wealthy is the bear market? Now, I can't tell you what to do, but I'm saying that's how I approach it. That's my belief. The bear market is where things are cheap, right? So if we go into a bear market for this cycle, well, good news. Now you've got time to stack before it goes to 150, 200. What's up, dude? Dasein, what's up?
Oh, hello. Sorry, I was muted. What's up?
What's on your mind?
Oh, right. This was a while ago. You know that, like, complete bum professor dude?
Dave?
Yeah, the smug one. That guy was so... Yeah, I figured out... You know what I think it's called bracketing is? Husserl?
Mm-hmm.
So... One of the biggest, like, complete defeaters of evolution, and I think this is an original argument, I mean, someone else might have said it, I don't know, is that evolution requires this notion of death, right, of dying, of the animal dying, and so that's why it has to, evolve to survive. But what is death? Because when you see things through a sensory angle, and you bracket your mental scaffolding, you don't see anything die. The animal just kind of lies down and it turns into a bunch of other stuff, right? I mean, I've been reading Ovid's Metamorphoses, and this is what he says at the end, which I totally disagree with. But his argument for, like, basically soul transmutation, reincarnation, is that, well, all sensory things just turn into new sensory things, turn into new sensory things, right?
Mm-hmm.
So from the most empirical standpoint, wouldn't you just assume some kind of form of reincarnation? So where the hell does this concept called death come from? It's not there in sensory appearances. You never see anything die, right?
Yeah, it's an interpretation of the events. Yeah.
Yeah, and before you get any sensory events, Monty, I think his name is Perlu Monty, talks about this. You're
talking about Merleau-Ponty?
Merleau-Ponty,
Yeah,
sorry, I
the
butchered the name.
phenomenologist, yeah.
Yeah, what the fundamental thing that like undergirds all things is I think he calls it I think it's retention, which means like memory, and then protension, which is anticipation based off of what you've remembered, right? Well, memory is not an empirical thing. You can't measure memory.
Right.
And so in order for the materialist, the naturalist, whatever, to even describe a lawful set of things occurring in the external world is to presuppose that this mental activity that is in your mind, not in sensory things, exists universally everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
And that everything, all external objects, possess in them this unempirical substance that is memory, that is in anticipation based off of prior memory. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
These are great lines of critique. I like it.
Yeah. Another thing is, so I read that paper I think you briefly mentioned about Maximus the Confessor's Neoplatonism. As soon as you mentioned it, I looked it up and I read the whole thing.
Are you talking about the Stephen Clark paper?
Yeah, I think so. Is that the one where Maximus the Confessor kind of implicitly it's almost like the person to him kind of becomes like just like a function of God. It kind of loses its personhoodness. Was that the paper?
I don't think Maximus would say that, no.
Oh, my fault then. It must have been some other. What was it?
I'm not sure I don't remember what we're talking about. I remember when you called in, we had a conversation, but usually when this comes up, it ends up being I referenced the Stephen Clark paper on Maximus and Neoplatonism, but I don't remember. There's no way St. Maximus wouldn't say, unless I referenced the other paper about eunomianism and Neoplatonism, but you're saying Maximus. I just don't remember. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay, got you. Yeah, I thought it had to do with something about the gnomic will and how the gnomic will kind of doesn't he implicitly imply it kind of.
Well, Maximus talks about that a lot, but no, he just says Christ doesn't possess a gnomic will.
Oh, okay, got you. Yeah.
Hold on.
That makes sense.
So the paper I was thinking that we're talking about is Maximus the Confessor, Logos and Logi by Stephen Clark.
Mm-hmm.
Is that it, or are you talking about a different paper?
I think it was a different paper.
Okay, well, I'm not sure which paper that is then.
Yeah. Have you read Nietzsche? I've also been reading Nietzsche recently too.
Yeah, I've read like Genealogy of Morals, Ecce Homo, Antichrist, and a couple other things. I had a grad class just on Nietzsche.
Oh, got you. Yeah. And I think Nietzsche is very like surprisingly he's pretty consistent with his ideology, because obviously the modern like people who they like hold completely contradictory positions, right? So they want to say that everything's just scientism, it's all just meaningless flux, but then simultaneously appeal to these higher moral values, right? And then obviously, as you know, Nietzsche heavily critiques that. And here's the funny thing: so the leftists and liberals think Nietzsche is their guy. They think he's on their side because he critiques Christianity so heavily.
Right.
But if you read his work, especially in Twilight of the Idols,
yeah,
I'm not even joking. His critique of Socrates is it's physiognomy. He literally says that Socrates was ugly. That's a refutation. Because I'm not even joking. It's hilarious.
That's funny. Yeah. Nietzsche's actually an insightful person that Christians should read. So I think people get surprised when I say that, but we shouldn't be afraid of Nietzsche, because really what he's critiquing is like gay, like liberal. The rise of liberal Protestantism in his day. So the critique doesn't really even apply to like, classic Orthodox Christianity. That's why he's actually insightful in a lot of his critiques. Czarist, what's up, man? But thank you for those insights. Appreciate that. BJ says, I don't know who's right about the Candace stuff, but it's all entertaining. We don't need the government to give us bread and circuses. We can make our own bread and circuses from the drama. Exactly. Nutmeg Donkey, $5. Candace be the type of girl to imply you murdered her friend on a dream and intuition. Astrology level woman epistemology. That's funny. Kindred Dale, $5. I love your stuff. God bless. Thank you. Michael, $2. Thank you so much. Kindred, what's up? Orthodoxy in Motion, $2. Jay, you booted me from the stream on accident. I'm Joey. No, if your thing doesn't connect, sometimes I'll just remove you, because if it just sits there spinning, that means that your connection is not connecting. Czarist, what's up?
Hey Jay, I had a really quick question to ask you. Lately I've been seeing people post on Twitter here about polygamy, and they're trying to argue for the position. And I was curious, do you know of like any canons or any councils that specifically condemn it verbatim? I know that there are some church fathers I read, like Tertullian. I know Justin Martyr talks about it, but I
Well,
know
yeah,
it's not like
the
top.
canons of the Orthodox Church tell you that you can only marry one woman. So, I mean, if that's what you mean by canons, that is our canonical tradition. You know, the canons that deal with divorce and remarriage also shed light on this issue. But I assume you're talking about like the Protestant guys that are trying to sort of revive. There's one Protestant dude that went viral, I forget his name, over this issue. But I mean, Christ has the ability to, since he's the one that gave the law, and he made a concession under Mosaic law, he has the one to also rescind that concession.
No, totally. And a lot of times I've dealt with them. I've used kind of the argument using Luke 10:16 kind of as like the apostles have authority. It's binding by Christ.
Right.
It says basically, if you listen to them, you listen to me. If you reject them, you reject me and the one
Right,
who sent me.
right.
It's kind of the basis. And then going from there. So I've been trying to argue out from that and find like specific councils. But I have found some fathers. I just didn't know if there was like any specific council that had like a condemnation of it. I know.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure
find
there is a
specifics.
canonical. I just don't know off the top of my head like what's where specifically polygamy is verbally mentioned. This sounds like a very Protestant argument too. Like you can't draw an inference. Like, oh, if the word polygamy isn't mentioned, then it's not. You know what I mean? It's like a dumb.
No, totally. I just wanted the most airtight argument.
Yeah. Chad, what's up, dude? Appreciate that. Candace, the Pope of Jacobians. How dare you speak in such a way? There's only one Pope of the Jacobians, and you're on his live stream right now. Chad, what's up? Atheist cannot make sense. Your live stream is late. It's a wizard arrives precisely when he tends to. And he's never late. JT, what's up? He wants to talk about Jehovah's Witnesses. What's up, dude?
Yo, what's up? I was just a guy messaging about the cult stuff and JWs.
Yeah, I remember. What's up? What's on your mind?
Just like, I think it's just typically when people say cult, aren't they like referring to like an infallible leader that is taking advantage of a bunch of people, either like financially, sexually, that kind of thing. I just don't see where JWs fit into that. And
no, there's nothing about a cult that requires it to have one single infallible leader. You could have a decentralized cult.
Okay.
So, I mean, I think usually when people talk about cults, they usually pick out, various commonalities that many known cults do have, right? Like, controlling of the person's life in an extreme, excessive way, irrational rules and laws that don't make any sense, but you do them to just sort of show obedience. You can have decentralized cult leaders that aren't like at the top of the, it's not like every cult has to have a pope or something. I mean, you could have, like something like Scientology, you could have one leader, but then like, underlings that are also cult leaders. So there's no, I think the disconnect is that you're saying, well, if Jehovah's Witnesses share some similarities with Catholicism or Protestantism or whatever, then how can you call Jehovah's Witnesses a cult and not call all these other things cults? Well, what defines a cult is going to be coming from the right or wrong paradigm, right? So in other words, if orthodoxy is true, then we are correct in calling Jehovah's Witnesses a cult. And the fact that there's some elements that Jehovah's Witnesses do in common with other religions doesn't excuse it from being a cult.
Right. Okay, that makes sense. I guess then what I wonder is like what you're actually saying or like.
Okay, so how about this? Here you go. Charles Taze Russell creates a new translation of the scriptures that says Jesus is a God and denies fundamental ideas like the atonement, like the death on the cross, like the Trinity, and those are easy, immediate cult markers right there. No different than Joseph Smith. Same thing.
Okay, but like you would like he would, or they would obviously have like biblical backing for this. I'm not saying
Again, it doesn't matter that they don't have a Bible, as I said to you in response to your questions. They have a New World Translation that he came up with that interjects that Jesus is a God. Can you show me any scripture prior to any textual tradition prior to that recognized in the Christian world that affirms that Jesus is a God in John 1?
No, I get, okay, look, I get like your theological objections, and I'm not going to really be able to, I know I don't really even
It's
watch
not
them
my
like this,
theological
but-
objection. You don't think that's true?
No, I'm just saying,
Do you know what the New World Translation is?
yes.
Okay.
Yes, I do.
So you understand, like, its most controversial element is John 1, right?
Yes.
Okay.
But like,
Can you give an example of any text, just like I would ask a Mormon about Genesis 50? Because, for example, Mormons, they have a Joseph Smith translation where Joseph Smith wrote himself into Genesis 50 as a prophet, right? Now, if you as a Jehovah's Witness person, I'm not saying you specifically, but for the sake of argument, if a Jehovah's Witness could recognize that that's a fraudulent action on the part of Joseph Smith, how is it not the same identical type of fraudulent action when John 1 for the Jehovah's Witnesses calls Jesus a God? You're a polytheist if there's more than one God.
Well, I mean, John 1:1 specifically, like their argument has to do with the definitive article not being on that second, right? Like there's a grammatical like reason why and I get it's because they're already coming in with the belief that the Trinity is kind of like a made up thing. So like, obviously they would choose to translate it that way, but is that not valid?
It doesn't matter. So where in the history of any of Christianity prior to this was this? Any textual tradition?
That's fair. Like Jay, like that's
You're
fair,
not
and, like,
understanding the argument. I know that just hush, dude. Listen. I know that theologically you think they have a defense. That's not the argument I'm making. Set that aside for a moment. I'm saying look at Joseph Smith's action with Genesis, right?
Yeah.
He puts himself into Genesis 50. Where prior to Joseph Smith is there a Genesis 50 with Joseph Smith predicted? Nowhere. Okay?
Yeah.
Where prior to the Jehovah's Witness translation that we're going to trust Charles Taze Russell and Judge Reinhold or whatever his name is, Judge Judy, the successor to him. Where is that prior to that in any textual? Okay, so do you see then that this is a clear indicator, a red flag for a cult leader?
Okay, but like just 1 second on that, like they would say that there are other reasons, like taking the entire context of the Bible into account.
Okay,
that would.
have you read Hebrews 1?
No, look, Jay, I'm not arguing for it. I'm just explaining that.
I know that you're not, and I'm telling you that to just say, well, there's other texts, other things. This is a deflection, because what other text? Where is the argument for Jesus being a lesser deity? Where's these other texts? Like what?
I'm just saying that they would make those arguments.
I know that you're saying that.
Like my main question here about even just the idea of a cult is that, like, why are you willing to call? Like, I get that you think that.
I'm not trying to be mean to you, but like I've literally answered every one of your questions with absolute precision multiple times, and you just keep repeating the same point. So you're apparently not getting it. You said again, there are key indicators. No, you're not. There are key indicators and markers, such as the example that we just gave with Joseph Smith and Genesis 50 and Charles Taze Russell and John 1. That's one example of an indicator of a cult where a new guy pops up and says, everybody before me got it wrong. I'm the new guy who's figured it all out. That's a key indicator of a cult.
Okay. I think that is a great point, and it's like a very good argument for them being a cult. But like, I'm not necessarily asking you like I bring up their argument that like the whole Bible would
That's not an argument. That is a deflection. When I start going to the other places in the whole Bible that also teach this doctrine. You understand? I did a 3-hour talk against Jehovah's Witnesses on the Trinity in the Old Testament. If the Old Testament teaches the Trinity, then the whole Bible refutes Jehovah's Witnesses.
No, I know.
You just keep saying, I know. So then what does your argument that they would say the whole Bible teaches against it? That's not an argument. Do you understand? That's a deflection.
Also, everybody outside of Jehovah's Witness identify them as a cult. So it's not just Orthodox. Everybody does. Like, so we're all wrong about that they're a cult?
No. I'm not even I'm not even saying you're technically wrong that it's a cult. I'm just saying like, what are we actually saying here? Because
so again, bro, I'm not. So this is too slow, man. I have answered this multiple times. I'm going to answer it again. There's no self-evident idea of what a cult is that a dictionary will tell you so that you can identify every cult. It's going to be dependent upon the paradigm that you have. So if I'm Orthodox, then ultimately I'm going to think that things like Jehovah's Witnesses or Scientology are cults. And I will think that things like Roman Catholicism or perhaps even Protestant pastors can be cult-like. So you're not understanding paradigms and the way that they work. And I answered that literally in every one of your super chats. I answered like 4 times. I'm not sure what you mean, man. It's just like, I think when we answer stuff, people don't stop and listen to the answers. And they're already thinking of what they want to spout out next, not listening to what I just said. That's super frustrating for people like myself. When you don't listen to what I just explained to you, you can have ample time to move on and work through the next topic that you want to talk about. But if you don't listen to the explanations, I'm not going to keep talking to you because you're not listening. There's no point in me continuing to do that. I was invited on a person's podcast the other day. She asked me the same question 4 times in a row within 30 minutes. I answered every time with precision and nuance, and at no point did she listen to any of the 4 answers before repeating and spitting out what she wanted to say next. That's not a debate. That's not a dialogue. That's you doing propaganda, and that's not a conversation. So we can have a debate or a conversation. It doesn't matter to me. You can do whatever you want. You can tell me, hey, I want to come on and have a debate. Hey, I want to have a conversation. And again, I appreciate your super chats, but every time you asked me that, I answered you with the exact same thing. Jehovah's Witnesses have certain characteristics and qualities which identify them as cults and cult-like, just like Mormons, just like Scientology. And I started listing them, and you said, well, they have an answer from the Bible. Okay, let's go to the Bible. Well, I don't care about your theology from the Bible because that's what they would say. You're missing the whole point. You're not getting it. Juice Box, what's up?
Hello.
I said, what's up, dude?
So, I come from a more like non-denominational charismatic background, and I understand that the Orthodox, they don't think that like miracles don't exist or whatever, however Protestants will frame it. But like in the charismatic circles, they're really into like the healing and the laying on of hands and of all that kind of stuff. What does the Orthodox think of those kind of charismatic miracles, the way they
It's just a bunch of bullcrap. I have multiple podcasts kind of working through all of the charismatic stuff. Appreciate that. Christ Seer, what's up?
I think there's some demonic elements.
Yeah, I think there's that too, exactly. So by the way, for those that are interested, I have we have a 2-hour talk here.
Oh, hello?
Just a minute. Hold on just a second. 2-hour talk. Can you just a minute, bro? So chewing, it's hush. Chewing in my ear, dude. Only I get to chew in your ear and spit and make noises. There is the link right there for Trinity in the Old Testament. This is just Genesis and Exodus, okay? Now there's a part 2 for members that goes to the rest of the Torah. Here is another talk some years earlier, a 3-hour talk refuting Jehovah's Witnesses called Is Jesus God and is the Trinity in the Bible and in the Old Testament. So, if you're a Jehovah's Witness or if you're Unitarian,
Yeah, I had a salvation question.
Hush, dude, I'm not going to you yet. Just chill, bro.
Let's see.
I think there's a delay. Okay, so on one of the great ways that you can actually kind of in a backdoor way refute Jehovah's Witnesses is through the Trinity in the Old Testament. Okay, pay attention. Because the New World Translation scammers weren't swift enough to figure out that they would also have to take out all of the Trinitarian references in the Torah and in the prophets. They didn't do that. They weren't swift enough. They thought if they just kind of fixed stuff in the New Testament, right, like John 1, that would be enough. So if you can actually show from their fraudulent New World Translation all of the references to the Trinity in the Old Testament, guess what? That's game over for Jehovah's Witnesses. Okay, now we can go to you. What's up, man? Unmute. Unmute. Christ seeker, unmute. It's your time now, bro. There must be some delay because he can't hear what I'm saying. Okay, it's open forum, guys. We're still here. I'm just now starting to get sassy. But don't worry, I put my nicotine pouch in, so I should be good to go. I should be calming down. Also, my honey green tea has a little bit of sugar in it, so my diabetes, anger, and rage, my diabetes demon won't be kicking in. Let's talk God, $5. What do you think about Netflix buying Warner Brothers? I didn't know that. I'm not sure what to think about that. Carlos, hey dude, what's up, bro? Carlos, what you doing, man? Carlos, what you doing, bro? Unmute, bro. Hey, dude, you barely unmuted. Bro, Carlos, man, you gotta get a better internet, dude. You gotta get rid of the AOL, bro. We can barely hear you. Hey, Carlos, man, where you at, bro? Your internet, your dial-up isn't working, bro. Christ Seeker, you want to try again?
What allows us to access God's divine energies?
God's immanent presence. God is immanently present through his energies. Are you there? I'm sorry, man. We're just not being able to connect here. Epistemic Anthony, what's up, dude? That's a name right there. That dude got a name right there. Unmute, bro.
All right, can you hear me now?
Barely. What's up?
All right. So I was debating. I live in basically evangelical boomer-tard land, rural Ohio.
Okay. I like where this is going.
I was having a discussion with some boomers, and one of the points I was making to them was that just because God can do something doesn't mean that he always is doing it.
Sure.
And I realized when I was having this discussion with them,
for example, God can create, but he's not eternally creating.
Right. I was thinking that it's like, oh, that actually refutes absolute divine simplicity, doesn't it? It's like a
that's the defeater against what's called modal collapse. Correct.
And then the other thing I was noticing is that there's a confusion in
excuse me, it's the defeater for modal collapse, not against it. Excuse me, I want to be precise. Go ahead. Go ahead.
There's a confusion in all of Protestantism where they create these unnecessary dichotomies between like, oh, is it Christ or is it the sacrament? Is it God or is it the church?
Yeah, false either or is correct.
And a point that I made to them was that, it would be nonsensical if I were to say, oh, I'm going to go to the grocery store to get some food. It would be ridiculous for someone to say, well, your food comes from a farmer, not the grocery store.
Exactly. Right.
That. But then that's kind of, again, like another after effect, like an echo of Roman Catholicism, because that's like the same error in the Filioque. It seems like I'm misunderstanding the economy, I guess, like the divine economy.
I mean, maybe. I think Filioque is more actually rooted in a couple mistakes, like thinking that it's some way to also prove the deity of Christ, or it's also rooted in absolute divine simplicity. So, yeah, tangentially, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, that's all I had. Just share those observations.
Yeah, and also too, yeah, economia, right? Like, yeah, I see your point there. Like, the fact that Christ sends the Spirit, it doesn't follow from that he must also be the eternal producer of the Spirit. Yeah, I think I see where you're going with that. Let's see, we got Alex Jones singing the little Wuhan song here. This is a classic. Remember this?
Sorry, we're on full fentanyl now. You die,
we're going full
fentanyl. You die, Americans, Africa too. It's China's property. Oh, we told you to lock down, you starve to death. You scared the virus, but you starve to death. Starve America, starve Europe too. Kill the Africans, kill them all.
Every time I listen to that, it makes me laugh. I mean, the first time I heard it, I was crying laughing. That's just so ridiculous. I love it. Let's see what else we're gonna get to. Some more super chats. All the callers have finally filtered out. I've worn them all down. Everyone has been worn down. Uh-oh, Chad's back. Chad homonym. Uh-oh.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Awesome. I want to say thank you for all the work you've done, especially like your debates with Tim Gordon.
Thank you.
And like Matt Dillon-Monkey and stuff.
Okay. Appreciate that.
I've been like deconstructing my Protestantism for a bit, realizing it just doesn't work. So like, I don't know, like how many questions can I ask you, I guess? Because I got a lot of questions.
Pi number.
10?
Is pi 10?
Oh, I thought you said hi.
No, just what's the question, man? Go ahead.
I just get one. So like,
dude thinks pi is 10. I'm just messing with you. Go ahead.
Yeah, I know. If I'm arguing for tag, like, how do I show that God is the precondition for transcendental categories? Like,
well, I would argue that like none of those. So I would argue those things don't exist in a vacuum, independently, discretely of themselves. They all kind of relate to one another. For example, you can have knowledge without a knower, right? So you got to have consciousness, you got to have external world, you got to have universal categories, you got to have meaning, purpose, etc. All of those types of things kind of go together. And even Phaser admits like they're not independent. They all kind of like necessitate and relate to one another. So I did a talk on this called from tag. We just named it From Tag to Trinity. So I would say start here because I got to put J Dyer.
By the way, you don't have to make a tag from transcendental categories.
You don't have to do nothing.
Yeah, nothing. Well, everybody hears the word transcendental and thinks, oh, it's an argument from transcendental categories. That's not necessarily true.
Oh, okay.
That's just how I make the argument. You can make it different ways.
You can make I've understood it.
Argument from morality, from empirical experience.
Exactly.
Knowledge, laws like physics.
Not like transcendental categories, though.
What's that?
Are those not transcendental categories?
Empirical matter? No.
No, like empirical experience. You said.
No, that's not.
No, that's not a transcendental category.
What counts as like a transcendental category? Because
I mean, it's just look up the stuff like Aristotle's categories would be examples of that. Kant basically just takes Aristotle's list of categories and then makes them preconditions for the possibility of knowledge. So the route that you're going is a more abstract, very difficult route. It's a lot easier, like FDA said, if you want to make a transcendental argument, just go from like ethics, right?
What if they're like a relativist? They don't believe in ethics and stuff.
Well, that's even easier.
That's easier, yeah.
How come?
FDA, go ahead.
Yeah, that's just it's easy. I mean, it's really easy to refute relativism, like even apart from tag.
What would be the line of argumentation? Because like from what I've seen, it's just like you have to trap them into saying that certain societies' ideas about like the Jews, you know, Nazi Germany.
No, you don't
like
need, you don't
like
even
if
go there.
it's relative, then why aren't they right? You know.
No, you don't even need to go there. It's we go over this in our ethics class, and I'm not even sure this guy's a theist. The Schaefer's the author. So relativism and subjectivism is defined as that the individual is the standard for morals, and that their standard is not binding on anybody else. So what that means is that they're engaged in they're engaged in a performative contradiction, because what if my standard? So let's call relativism P.
Mm-hmm.
So they're admitting that each person has their own individual moral standard. Well, my moral standard is not P. So they have to affirm both P and not P, which is a contradiction.
So
that's
the perspective of moral relativism is that the individual is always right about what they decide is moral, and so because they're always right and individuals contradict.
Moral it's not a question whether they're right. It's just that they are the final arbiter. Like that, even if they're wrong, they can still determine that that's wrong or that the right is the wrong. So it's just making the individual subjective. It's just making the individual the final court of appeal.
Okay.
By the way, Father Deacon, didn't you say you're so if you come over here to Patristic Faith, there is a playlist called Philosophy Classes. When you talk about your ethics, is that in here as well? What?
It cut out. Could you say that again?
So I'm over here on your playlists, and one of them is Philosophy Classes. Is there an ethics lecture here? I see Kantian ethics discussed. Is there anything else here?
If you type in relativism
mm-hmm.
in my YouTube channel, you'll probably find that. But I mean, that's the contradiction, is that they have to both affirm and deny
right.
the position that says their position's wrong.
Yeah, I'm just saying. I'm thinking that he needs to probably check out your talk on that. Is what I'm trying to find. Is it Refuting Relativism here 5 years ago? Yes. So, so if you go to his page, you can. Yeah, there's a two. You're cutting out. We can't hear you, but I assume that's what you're. There's a 2-hour talk and a 10-minute version of it from FDA right here. If you go to his page and you type in relativism there. What's up, John? Zanidi since $50. There we go. Super chat's popping off. He says, "Read my mofo chat. This is big money. Yeah. You better lock them doors. Nobody's getting out till I see 40,000." Exactly. He read my mind. Oh wait, somebody sent me a funny preacher clip I was gonna play. Where's it at? Oh crap! Who sent me that? I gotta remember who sent it. I was like, oh, I gotta play that, dude. Crap, dude. Who was it? John Adams, what's on your mind?
I may have some insight for you into why people are enjoying the Candace show.
Please, feel free.
So, one, she has a personal connection to the case, and she appears very endearing. Cause, I mean, I've listened to probably all of them because it's very interesting sociologically, and I gotta admit it's very entertaining. But also, if you're a seasoned conspiracy theorist like us, it's interesting to see like how people like it's almost like they're on a conspiracy theorist journey in real time. And I think people find that endearing because they themselves, like we, you know, obviously you and I, we talked and known each other for, 10 plus years probably. And you know how you go through phases of learning different, stuff about how good or bad things are.
Mm-hmm.
You're going with Candace on her journey of kind of learning these things. Obviously, she was a very green kind of, green meaning she didn't know a lot of stuff. She was a ultra MAGA conservative type. And now she's coming to knowledge, like, you made a reference to, or even when I've called in, it's like she's talking about things that we talked about 10 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
And so there's also people that are involved with it, because a lot of times on her show, she'll, like, audience members call in and give her tips to certain things. So she has so like people feel involved with the whole thing. And the entire audience feels like they're contributing to the, finding out the mystery of who murdered Charlie Kirk. So there is a collective involvement in this whole thing. And I think that's why she's captured a lot of audience.
That makes sense. I know. I think I put it in my bookmarks. Yeah, I appreciate that, John. Let's see. Somebody sent me a thing. No, dang it. Somebody sent me an awesome, crazy Protestant pastor, and I can't find it now. It was really funny. Maybe I'll find it for the next live stream. All right, we're winding down here. Jay, what's up? Where's that black dude that screams at me? He needs to call back in.
White boy, what's up, white boy?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, what's up, man?
Hey, so recently I started learning about Orthodoxy. Just a bit of context, I was raised Protestant, but I haven't attended church since that big thing that happened, in 2020. That big thing. So
yeah.
This weekend, probably this Sunday, I'm planning on visiting a church near me, an Orthodox church. I think it's Russian. What kind of advice would you give to someone in my position, who's getting back into this kind of thing, wants to get closer to God again, and it's quite interested in Orthodoxy?
Yeah, good question. I would say find a like a Orthodox prayer book. You can usually get little like $10, $15 ones that are good. Get ready, get used to praying the Psalms. So get an Orthodox study Bible if you can. I would say check out documentaries like Icon, the 3-hour Icon documentary. You could watch something like Fountain of Immortality documentary that kind of gives you an introduction to the liturgy, the theology of the liturgy. And yeah, that's what comes to mind. But great question. Zoe, $3. Check out Zootopia. It's about a cop that exposes the government flooding carnivore ghettos with drugs to incite a race war between herbivores and carnivores. The one behind the scenes is a U. The second one is a bunch of symbolism with Freemasonry. This is that guy. This guy's funny. He keeps super chatting about how I need to watch Zootopia. I like it. Jamie's backing him up. She's like, Jamie's put me in my place, refuting me. Take that, Tim Gordon. Wives know how to refute husbands. That's just, you just got shut down, Tim Gordon. Except, plot twist. I'm a sassy black queen and Jamie is my lesbian wife. Oh, you just got refuted again. Spencer, $5. Jay, you woke me up. My pregnant wife and I are leaving Catholicism to join an Antiochian Orthodox Church. All it actually took for me was to read the documents of Vatican I. I didn't just, and not just listening to all of these pop apologists. Exactly. And everybody who does that eventually tends to convert. Pennywitz, $5. Here is my $5 because you discussed under determination of data thesis with me while playing Freak Me by Silk in the background. You truly speak to me. The first hour was gold, I think, today. Let me TikTok you up and down. Remember that, Silk? And I was playing TikTok. Or I was showing TikTok. Do y'all even know? I think our stream is too high IQ. There's too many slow people that just don't understand what's happening. Hyperior, $10. Professor Dave's smug snickering kills me. It's the thing that turned me away from all the atheists. These dudes are not actually intellectuals. They're not serious. They just imagine everyone is dumb. Exactly. Well stated, Hyperior. Hyper Prior, excuse me. Rough Hands, $10. Looks like the acclaimed Professor Dave is going with his bold nuh-uh response. Shocking. Stonewall Melvin, $26. I would love to call in and argue with you, but I already agree with you on everything. I would love to see more academic guests. For example, Dr. Porcu, Dr. Strickland, Dr. Jenkins, and a Christian epistemologist. I actually don't know any of those people, but okay. Okay. Tuxedo Mask, $2. Computers actually evolved from rocks. Yes, we learned that in the first hour today. Today was a blast when it comes to Marvel Universe, Hogwarts, Dungeon Master, magical worldview, evolutionary stuff. Teuton, $10. The attempted union with the Latins will be like all the other historical attempts of the Roman Empire. It eventually fails. An eventual failed geopolitical move. Interesting, yeah, pretty much. Yeah, I mean it's the reunion of Florence Part 2, dude. Chair throwing Italian, $5. Dem bones though. JC Molina, $10. Jay, thank you for your work. My wife and I were baptized in October. We did a 1-year catechesis. Thank you for your insights on apologetics and how to honor your parents and your family even when they don't support you becoming Orthodox. Interesting. Everybody pray for that person's family and for all of our friends and family. Appreciate the prayers. God bless you. Thank you, man. Appreciate that. Mongo Bloyd says the only transmutation is this dude right here. True patristic. We was gaytheists and she. Exactly. Giovanni Garcia, $5. Jay, I'm a Christian. I'm curious. Do you disregard all forms of evolution or just a specific that we already did that one? Oh, we get that big super chatter. Nelly the rapper. Nelly H is back. It says for $30. I was reading the letter to Pope Francis by the Greek dudes. It's an Orthodox bishop, not Greek dudes, that you recommended. Changing images of man is difficult to print out. Bro, you don't even have to, man. That's why I did I promise you when I do your homework for you, I'm not cheating. You're going to get an A. I'm really going through all these dumbass books for you. So don't worry, I'm not cheating. You don't have to read all this crap. I did it for you, dude. It is difficult to print. I'm still working on it. I'm enjoying your streams. Thank you. But remember, there's also dozens of global elite texts. It's not just changing images of man. We work through a bunch. Probably 50, 60, 70. Who knows? Maybe even 70 now. I don't even know. Anonymous, $23.29. I love your work. P.S. I know you don't like the ecumenical patriarchate, but he was held hostage by the Turks for 600 years. Well, I'm aware of that. I'm specifically not a fan of Bartholomew. It's not the office of the ecumenical patriarchate. So I'm not sure why you would think I don't like the ecumenical. I mean, that goes back to like, you know, Byzantine times. That goes back to the ancient Roman period. Look up the story of Patriarch Gregory V. The alliance with the CIA in America was necessary to survive. No, I don't doubt that. We talked many times about many of the patriarchates were put into very difficult positions between, say, in the Cold War, the KGB and the CIA. So, and British intelligence. I'm very aware of that. I think people just, they have all these assumptions. I'm not dissing you for saying that in your super chat, but like people just assume that all these like really black and white positions when I talk about very difficult, challenging, historical, nuanced stuff. And I think I'm very fair and I'm not just black and white, especially on that kind of stuff. Akaris, what's up, man?
Hello?
Hey.
Hey, Jay, thanks for having me on. I think I just got on, so I'm not aware of the entire context of what's happening. But I wanted to ask an idealistic question. Is that okay?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so the question is just around, I guess, let's say the conservative movement, for an example. Ideally, everyone wants to have like a Christian majority-run countries. It doesn't have to be a theocracy, but given the difference in denominations, who's to say that conflict won't just arise again between Christian people?
Yeah, I actually did a stream the other day about how Christian nationalism would not work for precisely the reason that you're laying out.
I see.
You would have to have a majority of Orthodox Christians who want an Orthodox monarchy before that would even be plausible.
Say that again, sorry? That last part?
You would have to have a majority Orthodox Christian population who wanted an Orthodox monarchy before it would even be plausible to discuss an Orthodox Christian state. Ultra Bolt. Ultra Bolt, you want to unmute?
Hey Jay, appreciate your stuff. I always appreciate the book recommendations. Not here to debate. I just wanted to pick your brain on two different questions. So the first one is I just want to get your thoughts on like performance enhancing drugs and the nuance with that. Everything from like caffeine all the way up to like Adderall and steroids. People tend to like abuse the nuance in these types of things. And I was just wondering like what's your thoughts on stuff like that?
Again, I think you hit the nail on the head with the word abuse. None of these things are in themselves bad or evil. It's all has to do with excess and abuse. So, you know, I don't think there's any big deal when it comes to caffeine, nicotine, any of these kinds of things. I'm pretty flexible on a lot of that stuff. So, I mean, I'm not a lib, but also like I think people you don't hear me over here, like, you know, preaching a lot of basic bitch moral posturing type of stuff. I just think that stuff's really low tier when people get all hyper focused on moral minutia and trying to pick everybody apart. Like, for example, on Twitter, you see this like in an extreme way where like, let's pick apart the fact that this dude wore shorts when he went to church. And it was like, you don't know the context. Like I walked in off the street. This was like 10 years ago. I walked in off the street. It's 105 degrees in San Francisco. And I walked in, I didn't realize I was next to the cathedral, the Rocourt Cathedral. So I wanted to go in and see the relics. So I shouldn't have done that because it was 105 degrees and I happened to be next door with shorts. I mean, people, and oh, how dare you walk in there with shorts. It wasn't a church service, you goofus. It was going to revere the relics, even though I had shorts at 105 degrees. So people just love to get online and pick people apart for very petty moral one-up stuff. And the same thing can happen in the domain of, I don't know, like legal hemp, legal CBD, medical marijuana, like all of these things. I don't think they're a big deal. The only thing that is a big deal is if the things become addictive and you abuse them. That's when it's a big deal because it becomes an idol, right? So the same thing with, like, if we go back 100 years, there was a lot of places where the local apothecary could prescribe you some form of cocaine or some form of opiate because of illness or pain, or you got your leg cut off in war or whatever. I mean, people are just act like puritanical retards about all this stuff, and it's just dumb. And I think it's the same with the stuff you're talking about. People just want to have some petty way to feel like they're better than everybody. It's just really weak. So, when it comes to that stuff, I tend to not really have much of an opinion. Also, when you get into the more, when you say the performance I don't know about that stuff. I don't know what this injection for weightlifting. I'm not into that stuff. I don't know about it.
So yeah, I was just, because there's a lot of nuance to it. So everything from like nootropics to like TRT or like full blown steroids, I feel like people tend to, like you say, like what is it called? Like piety signaling.
Yeah. I mean, there probably is some line there, like with, I don't know. There's probably some product that's like in between supplement and steroid, and it's like the gray area. I don't know. I'm not into that stuff. I mean, I just don't know enough about that stuff. But I think with any drug, be it a hard drug, a not so hard drug, steroid or whatever, like any of those things can conceivably be dangerous. It's not the substance in itself. It's the time and the place and the application of it. So like, I'm laid up in the hospital bed because I'm a Civil War soldier and I got my leg chopped off in the Civil War fight. Yes, you better give me some opium or whatever, right? Oh, I guess you took opium. You're a druggie. You're going to hell. I mean, it's just retarded. It's like, that's an appropriate time for that, right? But if it's like every night after work, I'm over here, smoking opium like Sherlock Holmes or something. No, that's an abuse, dude.
Okay, I appreciate it. I have one more question, if that's good. It's not related.
Okay.
Okay, so this one is about like wrathful prayer. So like for God to seek vengeance.
Oh, like imprecatory prayers? No, I don't think there's anything wrong with imprecatory prayers. I mean, they still exist in prayer books.
Okay. Yeah, because I was thinking the other day, it's not like a bleeding heart thing, but I was seeing like the map that's going around Twitter of like the percentage of abortions. I mean, the percentage of pregnancies that end in abortion. And some of these rates are up to like 80+%. And stuff like that, you just got to give it to God. But in that sense, you also pray for vengeance. Well, at least that's how I see it.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything wrong with praying for God's justice. I mean, there's many psalms that pray that way. In fact, you could find Russian Orthodox prayer books that pray for the victory of the Russian or the Christian emperors and kings against the godless Hagarenes, the Muslims. Same principle. And by the way, this is one of my critiques of C.S. Lewis. I love C.S. Lewis, love his works. However, he doesn't have the best theology. I mean, at times he's like extremely insightful. It's great. He even gets really close to being a tag, right? Doing tag. However, his book on the Psalms is terrible because he struggles with whether a Christian should pray the imprecatory prayers. It's like, are you a Marcionite? Like, why would we think that's wrong? Anyway, Rui Texera, I want to express my support. You presented us with the theories of Dr. Wolfgang Metaldic and the guy who warned us about the Tusami. He's talking about like a skit I did back in like 2007. It was like one of my earliest YouTube skits, all the way up to the black dude that predicted the Tusami. You deserve my money. Well, I like the way you think, and yes, I definitely deserve your money for sure. Iron Giant 007. Iron Giant Man 007, $5. I thought I went to a normal Protestant church as a good, and then I remembered Sunday school focused around watching Andy Griffith. That's a weird church, dude. Jack Garcia, $5. Scarlett Johansson. Iron Giant Man 007. Don't fall for the Khazarian Kazongas. Oh, he's talking about breasts. I'm making sure I didn't miss any super chats here. Dr. Smiles, $5. I got Leo. Man, this light is getting hot, dude. I'm in here sweating. We've been going for 5 hours, dog. Dr. Smiles says, I got Leo Donald Davis's book on the 7 ecumenical councils. I vaguely remember this book from a long time ago. I don't know. Let's see what it is. Which one is this one? Oh, yeah, I remember that book. It's probably a decent introduction. Yeah. I would, if you progress beyond that one, I would say get something like the Yaroslav Pelikan set. Just get the first 3. You don't have to worry about the last 2. It's a 5-volume set. The first 3 are the only ones that are good. You read those first 3, you'll be like very well schooled on the history of theology. We have more likes than we have concurrent viewers. That's interesting. Zane Indy 408 says again for $5. The GGGG. Oh, that was supposed to be the Wigger laugh. Yeah. No, it's a tss. Wiggers do that tss, not the they do it tss. White Lightning $10. Why is the Philokalia controversial? Because it's a monastic text. It's not really a text for average Joes. Joshua Aslin. Joshua Aslin.
Hello.
Oh, fake voice.
What's up, Jay?
Hey.
I got a question about kind of evolution. I'm Protestant, not really too thrilled about it, but I've been interested about Orthodoxy. I went to a Christian school in Nashville, and there was a lot of Coptic Orthodox Christians that it just really kind of like scared me of, I don't know, what's going on with that. And the school taught us about evolution in like a kind of weird way. So I just don't know how to reconcile. Like, to me, the position is either evolution is fake or evolution is God, is what it seems like. And it's hard to be in like that middle position, I guess.
Yeah, I agree with it. Yeah. So, I mean, I think, you can look at what we critiqued within the first hour of today's live stream. And more specifically, if you're interested in critiques of Coptic Monophysite stuff, we are on part 4. So you see this right here on the main page, Oriental Orthodoxy Refuted part 4. If you want to go deep, you can watch all 4 of those. It will get pretty heavy and technical, but we've been working through those for a good while now. If you want a more concise, just single version, David Erhan did a stream right here called Severus of Antioch's Miaphysite Christology in Context. And that's one of the key, crucial, kind of classic refutations from our perspective. Pravoslavia, what's up?
Hello?
Yes, sir.
Hey, Jared. Hey, Jay. How's it going?
Good, what's up?
So is it okay if I can take a little time to give some backstory on why I'm asking the question?
What's it about?
It's regarding the current situation of ROCOR and the Greek Orthodox Church in the U.S. specifically.
Okay.
So I am a Russian-born baptized, and my parents moved over to the U.S., so I grew up here.
Mm-hmm.
And we were attending the ROCOR Church for ever since I was baptized, so it's been, like 20 years.
Mm.
And the church is very far from where I live, so my parents decided that we but start communing in the Greek Orthodox Church of America. And as I got older, I started to realize that it's going downhill. The priest is taking new converts that are American, that are kind of not accepting the traditional values of the Orthodox Church and what we do.
Mm.
So when I sit down with the guys there and I talk to them about this, they don't want to talk about it at all. And now that I see that the ecumenical patriarch is meeting with the Pope, as well as Patriarch Kirill of Moscow is also meeting with the Pope, I'm seeing that there's really no way out for the churches in America. It's making me want to move to my motherland where my parents are from. So,
do you mean there's plenty of churches in America that are not going to go along with that. So what do you mean?
Like go along with the patriarch in Moscow?
I thought you were talking about the patriarch of the EP.
Well, even Patriarch Kirill goes and meets with the Pope as well.
Well, meeting is one thing, but calling for a reunion is a different thing.
Well, in the Russian church right now, I mean, there's a huge problem where, not in America, but in Russia, that they're seeing these meetings that he's holding, and they're not agreeing with it. A lot of our church elders in Russia are saying the same thing.
No, I agree. I'm just saying, like, I thought I misunderstood. I thought you were talking about the MP. I was thinking the EP.
No. I'm not Greek, so I don't really feel at home in the Greek church.
Right.
I'm Russian, blood and blood through and through. So
no, I think you're right that ecumenism and the push is going to affect everywhere, and it is in the MP for sure, and the EP. It's worse in other places like the EP, but I mean, as long as there's faithful Orthodox bishops that don't go along with it, it's just like Florence. You know about Florence, right?
Yeah.
So this is Florence part 2. So
I have a question for you then. Does your Rokor church, like in prayer, acknowledge the patriarch in Moscow?
Yeah, until there's a specific reason to not acknowledge the patriarch, which includes some form of synodal decision, then yes, we still do mention him in the diptychs and whatnot. But if this stuff continued, Rokor is independent. It doesn't have to do what the MP says.
Yeah, but so I mean, my idea of moving away and leaving the U.S., because we have our own little villages in Russia, you know, that don't really, you know, we have priests that they don't agree with the patriarch, and there were times where the priests would go and do communion for people in their homes, or they'll have liturgy at home, or in someone's home when we have situations like this. So I just want to know your thoughts on like what you're thinking.
I mean, I don't have, so I've had multiple friends that have moved to Russia and have tried that. One of them was there for about a year, and not because of any like personal problems, but when the war started, they kind of got told they need to probably move back. So, I mean, it can be difficult if you're an American trying to do that who's not Russian. You will probably have an easier time if you're, you know, a native, a blood Russian, and if you speak, you know, Slavonic or whatever, it's probably going to be easier for you. But no, I don't have any plans to move. So, but it's going to be tough for everybody. But ultimately, in the long run, like we said, like it's going to be okay. Zeph says, I got discount. I got Bitcoin discount. Thanks, dog. You're welcome. Jordan Lofgren, will you bring Rob Noah on to talk about geopolitics? Yeah, sure. He could come on. I don't care. BJC, $5. I read the Russ Mannion paper. It was way off the heezy for real, man. It is a good one. It's necessary. Everybody should read it. Seattle Rob, $5. Excuse me. Zane Indy sends another $20 and it says, he's in love with the Wigger laugh, dude. He's like just sending me just vast sums of money for that laugh. Seattle Rob says Colossians 1:15 in the New World Translation is more controversial. They add other to make Jesus a creature. I understand it's not the only controversial passage. The only reason I say John 1 is more controversial is that John 1 is like the most famous passage, right, for deity of Christ. But yeah, you're right. There's plenty of scammery and nonsense in the Jehovah's Witnesses NWT for sure. JTM, the guy that was talking about Jehovah's Witnesses, says again, I was trying to listen to you. I was trying, honestly, to stay on track. I do not think you're mean. Well, thank you, JT. I appreciate that. think. Let's see. I think that's all the YouTube super chats. Fallen Angel, $20. I listened to you and Tim Gordon talk about what a woman is. Are you talking about the documentary, or are you talking about the interview that we did? I think you're talking about when he popped on the live stream the other day, or maybe a different interview. Do you have a lecture or a book on what an Orthodox man is? I mean, no, I don't have I mean, I have talks on what are advice for men. I mean, we got a bunch of those on my channel. And then somebody's asking about, oh, what about, look, I mean, anything, it's like Paul says, anything is good in itself when it's used in the right way at the right time and not abused. So it's not a question of, is it wrong to drink or right to drink? Is it wrong to do this or that? It's the right, appropriate time and place. And as Paul says, to the righteous man, all things are lawful, because the righteous man is going to use things in the right way. So it's a question of whether you have the self-control and the discipline, not a question of whether anything is inherently evil. Does that make sense? So it's like gambling. Is it wrong to gamble? Well, if you gamble, you're engaging in a way that, in something that could very easily waste your money and you could be addicted. But in another sense, anything is a gamble. You take a gamble on a business venture. Is that gambling? Well, there's no, rather than trying to find like black and white laws of what I can and can't do, and if I tick all the boxes of I didn't do all the bad things and so I'm better than everybody else, which is what most people want to do with this kind of stuff. Think about it from the vantage point of what I just said, where Paul says the righteous man is able to interact with all things lawfully because he's going to use those things in the right way. He's not going to abuse them. But that doesn't mean, oh, well, then I can just go, shoot up heroin as long as I only do it once. No. You got to be wise about this stuff and not be childish about this kind of stuff. And anything that takes over you is going to be a vice or an addiction. So just use common sense. But when it comes to a lot of these things, like, I don't know anything about steroids and weightlifting enhancement. I don't know about that stuff. I can't even tell. I don't know how they work. I know that it makes your balls small. Like, I don't know why you would want to shrink up your junk. And why do you want to look like some sort of weird monstrosity, greasy beast? I don't understand. To me, it all seems kind of gay. I'm not talking about what Father Moses does. Father Moses does powerlifting. That's great. That's a way to channel that energy and all that. And actually, he just did a video the other day I thought was really good on why powerlifting is good for ascetic discipline. That stuff's good because he points out, like, I'm not doing this to try to look like some kind of big hulking gay dude, on Instagram or whatever. But look at this stuff. Like, to me, this stuff looks weird, dude. I just don't understand it. I've never understood what the draw. To me, it just seems kind of gay, dude. To try to be like this, it doesn't look like a real person. It looks like some sort of a cartoon character. And it's, oh, look, that dude's badass. It's like, but there's no way you can get that way without steroids. So to me, it seems like this is just whoever perfectly figures out how to do the drug right and do the cycle right, and they all shrink their junk. It's like, I don't understand. Yeah, but it takes a lot of, I understand it takes a lot of work, but like, I've never understood this. It doesn't. I would like to be a little more bulky and a little more defined. That's it. That's it. Like, that's good for me. I don't need to look swole. You know what I mean? It just looks weird to me. I don't get it. Now, I'm not calling everybody who's into bodybuilding, weightlifting gay. I'm not saying that. I'm saying the obsession with trying to get to where you look like, what does this even look like? I don't even know what it looks like. To look like this dude. To look like Jesse Lee Peterson right here on the left. That's Jesse Lee Peterson. And even worse is when the chicks do it. Ugh. Oh my gosh, dude. I mean, that's fake, but like, let's see if we can find a, it's so gross when I see the chicks doing this, man. Oh. Ugh. Whoa, dude. What the heck? It gives me the... A couple of these bodybuilding chicks follow me on Instagram too, and I was like, why are these chicks following me on Instagram? Maybe they thought, oh, he's in with Father Moses or something. They just look like dudes to me, man. It's like, what? Ugh. And what kind of dudes are into this kind of a frame on a woman? It's like, what? I mean, that chick's she's got a nice face, but she's more buff than me, dude. That's gross. If you have a fantasy of a chick that's more buff than you, I think you're gay, dude. You got something going, some gayness happening. That's the only reason you would be into. Oh yeah, I can't. Oh, I want a chick that could destroy me in over the top, like freaking Sylvester Stallone and over the top. You get this. This is what you get in response to that.
Sorry, run full fentanyl now. You die Americans, you die Americans, African too. It's China's property. Oh, we tell you to lock down, you start to death. You scared of virus, but you start to death. Stop America, stop Europe too. Kill the Africans, kill them all.
AC, $5. I am a metal goober. Bilialo, $5. God bless you, Day. I'm considering orthodoxy. All people are God's sons and daughters. Are only those in the church sons and daughters? To be a son of God requires baptism, right? To be in Christ. The rest of them are made in the image of God. They are sons of Adam. But not everybody is a son of God, no. It's the Scenzi, $10. I think you remember, I remember you saying tag justifies Christian God. Can you, yeah, did a video on it. It's called From Tag to Trinity. So I'm not trying to be annoyed. It's just like that. It's just I've been answering that question for 7 years. At the same, I'm not mad at you for the super chat at all. I appreciate it. It's just the same question for 7 years, or the same atheist debate for 20 years. It just gets old, man. It's just get tired of it. Josh DeNapoli, $5. I'm debating my Greek pagan friend. He was into Hellenism. How should I approach it? What about books and points? Well, I mean, there was a debate with a Greek pagan Hellenist, but he was Aristotelian. Tweetophon, the long lost Tweetophon debate, which I think was on the early days of Discord. I don't think that exists anymore. I think it died. I mean, it could be archived out there somewhere. People are like digging up debates that I forgot even existed. Like that Matt Chatz interview on Byzantium. I totally forgot about that. But Menestheus, another great clips channel, shout out to Menestheus. He uploaded, here you go, Pagans and Arians Debate J. These are good. And then the 2-hour famous Mark Brahman debate.
Racial subtext.
This was a classic where we interacted with and debated the pagan Mark Brahman. and this one's a classic. So I would say this one would be a good one to watch right here. Menesthius also found this one.
That's fine.
Okay.
Me debating pagans and Arians, and then there's also Boglord Dave's a classic. J Dyer versus Boglord Dave from 6 or 7 years ago, right here.
Their words or something like that, correct? You know, I look at
all of these debates from like 6, 7, 8 years ago. They're all like coming back around in Vogue, dude. In Vogue magazine. Teuton, $10. Evolution is true because the black magic science king told me it was. Exactly. Exactly. I mean, I like the way you think. So we've come full circle. We're back to the very beginning of today's talk. All right. Thank you guys so much. I'm exhausted. We've been going for